with our session. Welcome to day 2 of the public session and the last day of our panel meeting here. Hope everybody enjoyed their time at the reception last night with good food, good company, and good conversation. Our agenda today will start with Porcupine River Chum salmon presentations from both US and Canadian managers and research staff. Then we'll move into the R&E fund discussion in that regards, and then break for lunch. And the afternoon will be a series of presentations that I think panel members and members of the public will have a lot of interest in that capacity. We'll see a presentation from DFO on the Restoration Framework Program, followed by a presentation from Dr. Katie Howard, trying to identify drivers of declines in Yukon River Chinook salmon. And then lastly, a presentation from Zach Liller on the Ichthyophonus program that we've already had some discussion on here during this meeting. Then we'll go into public testimony again. And as a reminder for folks for, excuse me, in person, the deadline to sign up for public testimony will be 3 p.m. this afternoon. Again, there'll be forms out on the table outside in the hallway. Feel free to fill those out, hand them in to Sasha over here at the table, and we'll make sure that we provide time for your testimony near the close of our agenda today. We'll then have a brief amount of time to spend to just wrap up after public testimony completes, and then we'll be adjourning for the day and for the meeting. Mr. Chair, any additional comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further to add to today's agenda. I would just like to convey on behalf of the Canadian delegation our appreciation for the hospitality during the reception yesterday evening. As always, it was a very good opportunity to interact with our neighbors and our colleagues and friends in a social setting. So thanks very much to Alaska for hosting, and thanks very much for your team or to your team for organizing that event, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it's our pleasure, Mr. Chair, and it's definitely highlights that it's really nice when be in person, and recognizing that not all of our members could be here today, and we look forward to future in-person meetings when they'll be able to join us both in the meeting as well as during social events such as the reception. But it's our pleasure to host, and I'm glad everybody had a good time. So with that, I think we can go ahead and start with today's agenda. Similar to yesterday, the first agenda topic with respect to Porcupine Chum is a review of any management recommendations that the panel made during the April 2022 meeting for the upcoming 2022 season. And similar to both mainstem chum and Chinook salmon, given the expectations and preliminary management strategies for no fishing for chum salmon in both the US, Alaska, and the Yukon, the panel had no additional recommendations to make beyond that expectation. So maybe a quick clarification that if folks are real interested, I certainly would bring it up to show folks if we have more detailed management recommendations. But at any given meeting, the April or any preseason meeting, those management recommendations are always captured in the panel's press release that comes out after each meeting. And so that's where folks are interested of where those are found. It's in the press release. If there's no questions or comments on that, we can go ahead and move into our presentations. First up is the Porcupine Chum Salmon Season Summary presentation from Christy Gleason and Bonnie Borba.
Good morning, I'm Christy Gleason. I'm the Yukon River Fall Season Manager. Nice to see everyone again this morning. And sitting next to me is Bonnie Borba. She's our research biologist for fall season. And then I'd also like to recognize that we co-manage with Holly Carroll, and she's here in the room today as well. And so with this presentation, I'll summarize the 2022 fisheries management of the US portion of the Porcupine River for fall chum salmon. Next slide. Our projection for the fishing branch was based on the Yukon River drainage-wide projection of less than 300,000 fall chum salmon. And in a given year, about 4% of the drainage-wide projection are bound for the fishing branch river. So given our extremely poor projection in 2022, it was expected that the treaty objective of 22,000 to 49,000 fish would not be achieved in this system. And based on our Yukon River fall chum salmon management plan, subsistence fishing for run sizes less than 300,000 fish require complete closures of the Yukon River drainage, including the Porcupine River drainage. Next slide. In season, we use the main stem sonar near Pilot Station in the lower Yukon to assess the fall chum salmon run strength. And in 2022, we saw 236,000 fall chum salmon pass that sonar project. And this was our third lowest fall chum salmon run size in 49 years. And we also used 2 projects in the upper Yukon River to guide management actions in the Porcupine River. And these include the Porcupine River sonar, which counted just under 4,000 chum this year, and the Fishing Branch River weir, which counted just under 3,000 fall chum salmon this year, which make up about 1% of that 236,000 fall chum salmon run. Next slide. And so based on in-season assessment in 2022, there was complete closures in the Yukon River drainage as well as the Porcupine River drainage. And we did allow for subsistence fishing for non-salmon. And this gear included the 4-inch or smaller mesh gill nets that were limited to 60 feet or shorter and other non-salmon gear. We also allowed for selective gear such as dip nets and manned fish wheels where we required the release of fall chum and Chinook salmon. And similar to other important spawning tributaries throughout the Yukon River drainage, the Porcupine River drainage is important for fall chum salmon spawning. And so we had this system closed through the end of December. Next slide. And I'd like to take a moment to recognize the significant loss of food and cultural traditions that we may not talk about in these presentations. But during these closures, fishermen experience a lot of hardships, not just on the US side, but on the Canadian side as well. So I want to take a moment to recognize that. And I'll leave you with our contact information and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Christy. Any questions or comments from panel members? Not, oh, go ahead.
Long story short, what was the outgoing run for this run coming back for this year? What was the expectations for that? Like, you know, for the return? Was the numbers to be was there a projection for numbers that would return for the stock that went out and coming back into the river system for porcupine? Do you have any analysis on that, or it hasn't been looked at in those terms, considering it's?
Yeah, so are you asking what were the parent years that led up to this year, or are you asking about this coming season? What are the parent years and what can we expect?
No, the parent years for this return of the 3,000, and then I don't know if you have the expectations from the parent years from this year. That would be it'd be good information to have, considering other plans for the future.
Sure. Yep, I can speak to that here really quick. So the parent years that made up the 22 run this last year, that came back record low across the entire Yukon River drainage and the Fishing Branch River. So that was from 2017 and 2018. And we had really large run sizes. In 2017, we had 1.8 million fall chum salmon. Normally we have 1 million. And we had a run in 2018 of 928,000. So that's still pretty large. And in the Fishing Branch River in those years, we had 48,000. And so that was within the IMA goal. And then the 4-year-olds that came back were 10,000. So that was our 4 and 5-year-olds that came back that made up this run of less than 3,000 fish coming to the fishing branch.
That's what the return, but the, what did you say the expectation was for the return on a parent year for this year again? The expectation, we got 2,000 coming back, but was there expectations for the return for those stocks for porcupine for the return from the parent year for this year? What was there an expectation or no?
Well, so we take 4% of the drainage wide projection. And so with a run less than 300,000 fish that we were projecting when the season began, we already knew that we weren't going to make the goal for fishing branch or really any of our escapement goals. The surprising thing that's been happening the last couple of years during these poor runs is even though we met the escapement goal for Fishing Branch River in 2017 and we didn't meet the goal in 2018, we're still seeing significantly lower numbers coming back. That's hard to explain with this salmon decline.
Okay, thank you.
So I do have one quick question. If maybe you could describe a little bit of what the subsistence activity is within the Porcupine River in Alaska a little bit.
Yeah, so to my knowledge, there's only a few fishermen that really fish on the Porcupine River, and the harvest tends to be pretty low. And so in years where we have closures in the Porcupine River drainage on the US side, we'll close the main stem river because we're trying to get fish up to the Fishing Branch River, and that's their migratory route. And then we'll leave the US tributaries open next to the Porcupine River. So those fishermen, if they're displaced from their normal fishing practices, they can go fish in the side rivers. And yeah, typically the few subsistence fishermen that are up there, they live very remote, and they go up there and they camp and they trap fish, or they trap and they live a very remote subsistence lifestyle. And so they usually check in with us managers before they go out there for their season or for the winter to see if they're going to be open or closed. So yeah, and then some of the fishermen that have fished in the past in the Porcupine, they mentioned to me this year that they're starting to get older and they're probably not going to do that subsistence lifestyle anymore up there. So I don't expect there to be very much harvest in the Porcupine River in a given year.
And in these recent years that predate the current main stem decline of chum salmon, certainly there was restrictions, closures going on in the Porcupine River for many years prior to that in Alaska, certainly in Canada as well. And have we seen any indication that that use pattern in the porcupine is shifted to like non-salmon species, or is the demand and need really chum? And if they aren't able to fish for chum, that's impacting their decisions. Maybe they go elsewhere to try and meet their subsistence needs compared to going to the porcupine.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have the data in front of me to see their salmon harvest versus non-salmon harvest, but yeah, when we've had restrictions and closures in the main stem Porcupine River, they've had the choice of either going to the side rivers to meet their needs for whatever salmon or non-salmon that they need, or the the other option is to not fish. And so that's been that's what one of the fishermen told me is he's like, well, I've been through a couple years of restrictions and closures, and I'm probably just going to pull out. So.
Yeah, thanks for that. Appreciate it. Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thanks. And thanks for bringing up that topic. I was going to ask some questions about happier days and acknowledge when the US, when they could have fished and kept the porcupine main stem closed. I know it made a big difference in Old Crow and the quality of fish, and hopefully also the number of fish that were making it up. So I definitely want to acknowledge that. And then, and also obviously when fishing reopens, it would be good to see that closure continue in place, just because those fish have been struggling for so long. It's not like the recent crash experienced by the other species. This has been a longer concern. And I think it was yesterday we had a presentation where there was some preliminary genetics data that came back from pilot on trying to pick up the fishing branch ones. And I know it's really difficult to kind of tease them out, but it seemed like they were earlier in the fall chum run. And I was wondering if that was a regular pattern or if it's just because they're so hard to find and that just happened to be how it was this last year.
The genetics at Pilot Station, it's really difficult to pick out the porcupine fish. So we don't typically use that information. We look at it and see the timing when they are picking them up to see when they're coming in. This year it did end up around 2,000 fish is what the genetics said, but it was lower than what they actually got. So we still don't use it.
Okay, and is the run timing of when they're coming in the river, is there like a period between years where they're more prevalent in the run, knowing that the genetics and sample sizes are limited? Just trying to see if they're in the future, if when the main stem fall chum fishery opens up again, if there's a way to maybe protect more of them by having closures during the periods where they're potentially running, right?
We've looked at this before, and a lot of times they come in with each pulse, and there's some on all of them. They're not always on one end or the other, so it's too difficult to tell. So even with, we don't get the genetics until after the pulse is past Pilot Station for several days or to a week. So we wouldn't have it in season to be useful either at this point.
Eric, go ahead.
I'm trying to remember when did we first start identifying through genetics the Porcupine River? When did our data set on genetics start? What year? And then secondly, on 2017, 2018, you were talking about the run size, the 1.8 million and then 928,000. Roughly, what were the largest contributor spawning areas for those run sizes, if you remember? I can't remember.
We started genetics, or U.S. Fish and Wildlife actually runs the samples for us that we collect in 2004, and then they did make some changes to the baseline in 2008. It didn't affect the porcupine. It had to do with the summer middle stocks broke out when they changed it in 08.
And then, so earlier when I said the 2017 and the 2018 run, that's actually just, I'm looking at the column here of the data. That was the sonar passage at Pilot Station. So that in 2017, our run was, I think, close to actually 2.3 million. And I have that on a different table, but so in 2017 and 2018, especially that 2017 year where we had 2.3 million fall chum salmon, the two systems that were most productive for spawning and exclaimment were the Delta River. We saw 48,000 and then 39,000. And so that's well above the goal of 7,000 to 20,000. And as we explained in our presentation yesterday, the Delta River has been more productive in recent years compared to the other systems. And so that's one example. And then the other really big system was the Tadrinjik. They had 509,000 in 2017 and 170,000. And that compares to their goal of 85,000 to 234,000. So that in 2017, they had over 500,000 fish going to this Tadrinjik. And we did have a border passage at the main stem of 400,000 fish that year. It was 401,000. And our IMEG is 70,000 to 104,000. So those are pretty impressive numbers. Even for the fishing branch, seeing 48,000 come back.
And then if I may, one follow-up question on the genetics again, for this year, what was our sample size for fall chum?
We sample every fish that they catch in the test fishery. So we have more than we need. And then we take 288 out of each strata, and we had 4 strata. The only one that didn't make it, well, the very last strata was 251, which was plenty, but so we had good samples. It was better than the previous year where I think the last year we didn't get any of the samples up to the 288 because the run was so low they couldn't even catch enough fish. So there was plenty this year. But the confidence bounds for the fishing branch often include 0, and so it's still you can't use it for the porcupine.
Just one additional question, and it pertains to our current state of knowledge or understanding of chum salmon production from the U.S. portion of the Porcupine River. Do we have a current understanding? I know in this forum we'll be receiving a secondary presentation from Canada around passage estimates at the international border on the Porcupine main stem in Canada. And then also at Fishing Branch, but is there an indication or do we have any knowledge of what the proportional production is from the U.S. Portion of the watershed for fall chum salmon? Thank you.
The only other information we have in the porcupine was we used to have the Chinook River sonar, and it stopped running in 2012. And this year we operated it again, so we don't have anything for the parent years or on that system. It was when you look at the returns over time, it seemed to have a similar issue as like Fishing Branch, that it was not producing as well as when all the other stocks, when the run goes up, Channel R and the border would go up, and Sheen Jack and Fishing Branch don't necessarily. So it was kind of a similar trend, and that's one of the things that we wanted to at least get that Sheen Jack project operating again, because it's a good one. It's a bigger system, gets more fish than Fishing Branch usually, and so we want to keep an eye on that to see what the production. So this year they got like almost 14,000 fish in there. It's their average in the past used to be 96,000, and we have had 14,000 before in another year. So it still does less, and we're going to continue to watch that one.
Perhaps one follow-up question. So that particular tributary, does that represent the majority of U.S. Stock of origin production in the porcupine, or are there other substocks that contribute? Just trying to get a sense that of the I guess we'll say magnitude of production coming from U.S. origin stocks in the porcupine. We have a reasonably good handle on what the numbers are for the Canadian portion of the porcupine, and I understand that we have the one assessment program on a tributary stream in the U.S. But any indication of proportionally how much of the total U.S. origin porcupine fall chum salmon stock production is represented by that one group? Thank you.
There's a few, there's fall chum salmon on the Dronjik, or Black River that they call it up there. There's no assessment on that river. There's not We did in the past some aerial surveys when Eiler was doing his radio telemetry project back in 95. And CATG helped us track some fish up in that area, but it's small numbers of fish, and no, we don't have a main stem porcupine assessment that would tell us all the tributaries. And I don't believe there's any documented in like the Colleen, or there's not too many other big systems up there, but yeah, we don't have the complete data drainage.
Stanley, go ahead.
I think it's, management make decisions on the fact, when we have data and we don't have data, but it's, so therefore, it's good to have that. And also, I think where the porcupine stocks start coming into porcupine from on Yukon would be on the North Channel. And it's just an assessment question. So would you say that would be the case in terms of when you start coming into the Porcupine River would be maybe fewer miles down or fewer kilometers down from the mouth? The salmon would start coming into the Porcupine channels and from the North channels on Yukon below, just to protect those stocks, to look at how we can, if there's an evaluation of that.
Right now, with everything being closed, it's all protected. And then when we do close, porcupine has 3 mouths where it comes in at Fort Yukon, and we close all of them in the area. We would be looking at, or possibly one of our projects in the future was probably to look at, see where the bank orientation starts on the Yukon for that, but we haven't initiated the project yet.
Okay, just a couple more questions. The individual living on a Porcupine, Alaska side, he doesn't have a dog team anymore and don't fish anymore. So that family there, and I'm friends with them. So, and I think they're like looking at a few fish for maybe making bait for trapping, and trapping is probably like they're not doing that hardly anymore. They're just busy with other stuff. So maybe less than 20 fish for bait if they do get them. I'm not required to, but if there's restriction, then there's restriction, then it isn't worth the hassle to get 20 for them or something like that, because they don't have dog team anymore, just for making bait. But the next question is the 4-year-olds that are coming up. The history of this dog, was there any indication anything older than 4-year-old coming up? So what would be, like, in your assessment, scientific assessment, if they're 4-year-olds now, then what would that be? As they're on keep coming up for each parent year, if you don't get older salmon coming up, older Chinook, older chum, then basically it doesn't look too good for that stock. If they're all 4-year, majority of them are 4-year-olds. The assessment is probably not a question for you, but are probably more or less the scientific question of an existence of that'd be the quickest time they would come up would be a 4-year-old. Other tributaries probably had that, and whatever happened to those stocks, is my concern.
The fish coming up in the porcupine will be both 4s and 5s, and I'm sure the Canadian presentation will most likely present the age structure they take at Fishing Branch. And we try to take samples at Sheen Jack, but it was the first year of the project, and there was so few fish, they didn't catch enough to get us an age sample of the Sheen Jack this year.
Okay, not seeing any additional questions or comments. Thank you for the presentation. Again, maybe be handy if there's some more questions that would apply after the Canadian presentation. But Jacqueline and Adam, as soon as you're ready, and we'll get your presentation up on the Canadian Porcupine River, Canadian portion of the Porcupine River.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I'll just wait till it comes up. And in the meantime, if you don't mind giving me just a little bit of feedback on if my sound is coming through okay.
Yep, you're coming in loud and clear.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, I can see the presentation now. So good morning, Mr. Co-Chairs, panel members, and advisors. My name is Jacqueline Kendall, and I am the Acting Fishery Manager for the Yukon River with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And I'll be presenting again today with my colleague, Adam Odell, who is the Senior Stock Assessment Biologist for the Yukon River with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And we're going to be reviewing the Porcupine River Fishing Branch Fall Chum Salmon Assessment and Management Actions for the 2022 season. Next slide, please. During this presentation, we will provide a brief history of the assessment programs and management actions for the Fishing Branch Chum, as well as a post-season assessment summary. We'll also review the environmental conditions that the chum faced on their migration. Next slide, please.
Right. Yeah. So as with our presentations yesterday, we'll look at numbers from the preseason forecast, the in-season projection, pilot station numbers, passage estimates at the Porcupine sonar in Old Crow, and numbers from the weir at Fishing Branch, just downstream of the spawning area. Next slide, please.
Okay, thank you. So the preseason outlook for 2022 Canadian origin Fishing Branch chum was 3,000 to 6,000. And with that forecast compared to the interim management escapement goal of 22,000 to 49,000, the outlook was well below the IMEG with a Canadian harvest guideline of 0. Based on this very low preseason forecast, DFO closed the licensed public angling fishery before the season began, and limited to no First Nation harvest was anticipated. As with main stem fall chum, Fishing Branch fall chum outlooks were expected to be revised in season, and close to the end of July, the forecast was revised based on data from pilot station sonar and the lower Yukon test fishery, as well as the correlation between the summer and fall chum relationship. So this revision was around 11,000. However, as with main stem chum, it was thought that this was high. And although the revision increased the outlook, it was still well below the lower end of the interim management escapement goal, and the Canadian harvest guideline remained at 0. Next slide, please.
And looking at the daily passage estimates at pilot station for all fall chum, so Canadian and US stocks, like the main stem Canadian origin chum, porcupine chum can be identified using genetics, but as our counterparts just shared here, this can be a challenge due to the low proportion of fish. So the porcupine chum are actually shown here on this figure in green. You can vaguely make it out, maybe more so earlier in the season. Yeah, but they're pretty difficult to tease apart. So what I'm trying to show here is that particularly in low run years, such as this past year, pilot station isn't the most useful place for estimating porcupine chum returns. Next slide, please. And showing the chum numbers at porcupine alone here, adjusting that y-axis, you can now get a sense of what kind of numbers we're talking about. And there were about approximately 1,900 fish were identified to pass. Next slide, please. And moving well upriver, the next assessment site for the porcupine chum is the Porcupine River sonar at Old Crow. And this year's passage estimate was about 3,600 fish. And this is 10% of the program's 10-year average of about around 36,000, and one of the lowest on record. Next slide, please. And now moving upstream to Fishing Branch. So this project is just below the Fishing Branch spawning grounds. And the weir passage here is considered to be an escapement estimate, a spawning escapement estimate. And daily counts at Fishing Branch weir were marginally higher than last year's record low at around 2,600 fish. Next slide, please. And now looking at the long-term historic average, going back to the 70s, comparing it to that average of 40,000 fish. So this year is about 6.5% of that average. And next slide, please. And yeah, that long-term average is still on there. It's a little hard to make out, a little faint, but it's intended to be in the background now. When we look at the more recent 10-year average of about 17,000 fish. And this is the period when the low returns have been a little more predominant. And so about 15%, this year's return is about 15% of this more near-term average. Next slide, please.
Okay, thank you. So this slide is a summary of management actions for Fishing Branch River Fall Chum for 2022. So DFO closed the licensed public angling fishery before the season began, and that closure was maintained throughout the season. And in-season updates were provided bi-weekly on conference calls and weekly via written emailed communication. The Vuntut Gwitchin First Nation government partnered with DFO to deliver the Porcupine and Fishing Branch assessment projects. The Vuntut Gwitchin First Nation government also considered in-season information, provided updates to First Nation citizens, and asked community members to not harvest chum salmon. The Fish and Wildlife Manager also produced a written porcupine chum update. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide is a summary of the harvest and escapement outcomes for Fishing Branch River Fall Chum and shows that the total preliminary run size did not meet the lower bound of the preseason forecast, nor the interim management escapement goal of 22,000 to 49,000. And at this time, harvest information is still being obtained, but no significant harvest of Fishing Branch Fall Chum is anticipated, likely within that 10 to 12 range of salmon. So next slide, please.
And now returning to this year's count at Fishing Branch, and we'll compare it to past years. Next slide, please. So looking at harvest and adding this to spawning escapement, US harvest in gray, Canadian harvest in red. Oh, yeah, that doesn't line up at all. I am missing a slide. Uh-oh. Sorry, just give me a minute here. Anyway, so yeah, here's the spawning escapement. Spawning escapement alone. So these are the numbers that is, as I said, that have passed Fishing Branch Weir. And this year, you can see that it's next to the lowest on record. And comparing this to the IMEGs, the escapement goal ranges, again, shown on these horizontal black lines. So we're well below that IMEG goal. Next slide, please. Now looking at harvest, here we go, and adding this to spawning escapement. So US harvest in gray and Canadian in red, and then the spawning escapement here now shown in the green as well. This year's harvest was effectively nil, but foregoing all harvest wouldn't have resulted in meeting the interim management escapement goal. Next slide, please. Now adding US harvest and Canadian harvest to spawning escapement gives us estimated total run size. And this is preliminary and doesn't presently have an estimate for harvest in US or Canada, but it is assumed to be negligible. And again, 2022 is next to the lowest on record. Next slide, please. And looking at age, sex, and length from Fishing Branch. So in this slide, we'd be looking at the age of fish sampled at Fishing Branch itself. However, we don't have this year's data presently available. So that'll be coming in the near future, but we just don't have it to report at this time. Next slide, please. And now looking at the male to female ratio at Fishing Branch, this year's female proportion was 52%, slightly below the average of 54%. Next slide, please. And finally, looking at patterns over time and length of male and female Fishing Branch chum, males above and females below. Both male and female fish were below average this year, a little more so for the males. Next slide, please. And lastly, I'll review the environmental conditions for the season. So at Porcupine, water levels were low to start at the start of the chum run, but mid-season precipitation brought on average water levels and even some high flows, which resulted in some logistical difficulties on our sites. And the water temperatures at Porcupine were slightly above average to start the chum migration, but cooled to around average for the remainder. And now at Fishing Branch, both water levels and temperature were near or slightly below the average of recent years and within acceptable margins for salmon migration and spawning. And next slide, please. And that concludes the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Adam, questions from Elizabeth, go ahead.
Sure, I was just going to share a little more info. So early in the season, Old Crow hosted a porcupine salmon management meeting, and there was a lot of discussion at the community level. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person because Old Crow was a happening place and the flights were full. And I'm not Stan, so I couldn't hop on my snowmobile and ride in. But at the meeting, there was a lot of conversation around what they should be doing. So the discussion of what was Alaska doing, and it was shared that Alaska wasn't fishing and there was a closure for salmon, but they could have 4-inch nets and fish for non-salmon species. So the community really discussed this and said, well, should we be doing the same thing, or what should our options be? And at that meeting, the community, and these are the people who are actually out fishing, came together and said, well, we need to be, we've got a serious situation going on with Fishing Branch. So how about instead, we're not going to put our nets in during the weekday, and then we will only put our freshwater species nets in during the weekend. And that will really help let all the chum go by, and Chinook too. It was for both species. And that was kind of their decision. And then they took it to chief and council. But because it was made by the fishers, I don't doubt for a second that that's exactly what they did. And they didn't have any nets in the water during the weekdays. And then on the weekend, they could go out and try for some freshwater fish. And that was additional steps that they took as well at the community level that I just wanted to share.
Oh, go ahead, Stanley.
Yeah, if you look at the, just based on that information too, if you look at the run that's coming in and the 4-inch mesh, I would just say right off the top, if you're looking at the existence of species, not for management decision at this point, but if you want that species to continue to exist, it's just to cut out the 4-inch mesh fishing during the time of the main run of the chum. Because you're gonna catch all the chum anyway. Mostly 4-inch mesh, you'll catch all the female chum. That's the one you want to spawn. So I think with the recommendations coming to the First Nation, I think they probably need more information on that. And so I think we need those females to go up to the spawning grounds to spawn. And those runs are coming in late August and early September. Where we want to fish, or we should fish, is the last week in September. The question is probably to based on the run sizes coming up to Fishing Branch, like the ones that are migrating through the sonar in late September. We're guesstimating that they don't make it to the spawning grounds to spawn the females. The sonar and porcupine. So the what's coming through that time is the coho, and they're good quality in early late September and early October, depending on the season. So it gives fishermen enough time to put their net in for a week before the slush start coming through and catch enough coho, for food when they come through. If they don't come through, there's years when you get a lot of coho early in October. Late September, and then there's some years you don't get any coho at all. So it's either they're coming through or they're not coming through. And they're good quality when they come in late in September and early October. So that's when we want to fish. And at that time, you can also fish for freshwater fish in late September. So to protect the stocks that are coming through and do our part would be not to have any nets in at all, and during the peak of the chum run. That would be my recommendation or assessment to that. Yeah, but that's the what I had, I guess, for now, but I'm sure there's more.
Queensy, thank you for the presentation. I've a few questions, maybe some comments, but with respect to the dire situation that we're in on the porcupine, I think a little bit of a reflection on what's happening across the main stem, but more particularly, what I want to raise is sort of a bit of the elephant in the room, and put this out there because I think it's something that I want to raise as a Vantaguchan citizen, but also as a panel member, something that we've not addressed. And we have had tested and we've had tracking devices on the Porcupine River for quite some time. So what we're seeing right now in the last 3 years, well, last 4 years now, we've not met escapement requirements on the fishing branch on Chum or Chinook. And the discussion that was had at this table with respect to a restock or rebuilding plan for the porcupine, we're at an impasse because no one wants to address it. So the question you want to ask yourselves, that we need to ask ourselves, is how long can we continue this before we see a pardon me, a major collapse? And when we see that major collapse, then we will see interventions, complete and absolute interventions with respect to a species at risk. And that legislation, once kicks in, we will have to have some hard conversations at the table. Right now, we're talking about numbers, and the numbers are not there. And we can't manage in season. We can manage to the numbers because there are no numbers. So defined 2,672 chum, 349 Chinook on the porcupine. And it tells me that the studies, the sonar that's been on the Porcupine River for quite some time, we've had it in our R&E submissions, but now we have the funding and the support to have it there on a regular basis as a direction from the Montepushan government, not as a direction of the parties. The government put the proposal together to get the security in place so that we can essentially start and continue tracking. Fishing branch weir's been there since day one, right? And we put in the telemetry tracking devices. So what is the objective of finding the data and what's resulting with the data? What are we doing on an international basis to ensure that the data is useful? Like, short of hatcheries, what other option is there? And what recommendations are you bringing to the table for us to consider? That's not specific to DFO, but it's an international conversation that has to be had. And I'm clearly not at a place right now where we need to have those discussions and continuing back and forth around the data, which we know, we've seen, and you look at the returns. Age 4, generally on the chum and Chinook for the porcupine, or age 3, and we've not had returns in 3 years. Does that in itself tell a story around what we expect this coming year? If we're seeing drastic, a drop off the cliff, essentially. So I personally am done listening to numbers, done listening to the assessments without some drastic plans in place and some drastic measures. Coming to the table and telling us we're at an impasse and we can't agree as technical advisors, it's not acceptable. So that's my comments, and I want to know, how long do we continue this before you see it collapsing? That's a question for everyone that's looking at the stocks. Thank you.
Stanley, did you have some comments?
Basically, when you run the wall, there's either you're destituted or it's a challenge. To me, it's a challenge. So I think if you look at the survival of the stock, and that's where we're at this point, I think it's a consideration for I think the scientists and the biologists to look at how to maintain the stock, to continue the survival of the stock, and we're doing our part in Old Crow to try and continue that by not fishing, but our involvement in engaging with at the government level to look at how we can probably pursue other projects to in the scientific area to basically keep these stocks alive for the probably at this time for the ecosystem. So how do in your assessments involved in terms of how that would continue for the future, that definitely would be very helpful for the porcupine itself, and to be able to continue those stocks and probably bring it back up to a certain number, and by enhancement of the spawning grounds, and other than finding protecting the pathway of the on the river and very difficult to do, you know, because it's almost, it runs in with other stocks, the porcupine. And it's a difficult thing to manage, but nevertheless, there's only one alternative is the fact that what do we do in the spawning grounds at this point? There's no, you know, the scientific assessment in terms of what happens in the Bering Sea with a chum and porcupine chum. Nevertheless, if you can look at the bycatch of that, what they're catching in terms of bycatch with the chum on the high seas, at the high seas, and I'm sure there's research that's been done on that last conference I went to. The scientists, there were 30 of them in the Bering Sea in that area researching salmon for various reasons. And yeah, anyway, another point while I'm at it is that I think I'm not sure, and I haven't seen any research like at that point when I was at this conference in April on pollution and microplastic in the water system and how that affects salmon, you know. And it would be useful to have that report at the panel level, I would suggest, to know and understand, not that we can do it, but know and understand what the species are going to, the Yukon River species are going through in the ocean, the effects from the pollutants out there. So I think it's useful to make this point at the panel level here too. So there's at least that point has been made. So there's a couple of things there. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And perhaps could we bring up slide number 16 from the Canadian presentation, please? Okay, thank you. So I wanted to bring attention to this slide because I believe in a visual way, it conveys what Canadian panel member Pauline Frost was speaking to. And that is that, you know, when we look at the bars and the lines on this graph, it's easy to see that there has been a very long-term trend towards the state that we're currently in. And acknowledging that even with the last 3 years of very poor production and survival, the long-term average being 60,000 fish, we're at below 5% of what the historical average level of this stock was or is. And so I think maybe to ask the question that Canadian member Pauline Frost brought forward of the JTC is, you know, at what point do we reach a critical biological or a genetic bottleneck for this stock? So with spawning escapements of less than 3,000 fish, I'm sure our science must be able to give us some indication of whether or not we're at a point of enabling this stock to recover. So I think that's perhaps a different way of stating the question, but in my mind, that is the question at hand. Is that I know we are waiting and hoping for the run to recover, but clearly from a traditional knowledge context, there's considerable concern about this stock, and I'm just perhaps looking for some advice, not necessarily here and now, but perhaps in the future from this panel's joint technical committee on what the best recommendation or the best available scientific advice is on whether or not we have reached a genetic or a biological bottleneck for this stock. Thank you.
We'll go to Andy next.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I just want to lend my support to the comments just made by Ms. Frost and your co-chair on the Canadian side, Steve Gotch. I agree with them 100%. And I think one of the things that we have to acknowledge and realize is that we are in a completely new regime with no experience on it. And I think managers and all scientists that have been studying this are in completely uncharted waters. And when that's the case, you cannot continue to try and rely on the same methodologies and the same assumptions that you have in the past. And I think this is true both with this situation on the Porcupine River, and I believe it's true with what's happening with Chinook salmon in the Yukon River, main stem Canadian bound Chinook salmon, and to a certain extent, probably China and Salter stocks. So with that being said, it's pretty hard to refute that probably the biggest cause of this is the marine environment, which we have very little information on and very little understanding of. And above that, we have very little understanding of where it's going and how long it's going to take to stabilize, if at all. I'm sure it will. History shows that it does. It moves into new regimes and then it stabilizes and then it moves on from there. But we have no idea where that's going to go or what that's going to be. And that being said, I'm just urging all members of this panel to err, and managers and researchers to err on the side of caution, to reduce mortality of assessment work. You know, I was thinking last night, it's kind of ironic. We do a lot of assessment work. We try and understand the systems. I think we've gained a tremendous amount of knowledge, a tremendous amount of tools, but we seem to heighten things oftentimes and react when things get bad. And that's not to say that we haven't been doing good things. We have been, but I just was reflecting last night that, you know, when times are tough, that's when everybody really jumps into action and tries to figure out the problem. That's the way we do things as human beings. And the ironic thing is, you know, we're probably jumping into trying to do even more research, to have a greater understanding, thinking we can fix the problem. And then as a result of that, we're probably contributing to some of the degradation of what's happening by doing that. And so, you know, I was thinking, yeah, if you listen to a lot of the elders, if you listen to people from historical past, they always say, just leave them alone. They'll figure it out. They'll find their equilibrium. And I think that is true. If we can, as human beings, just leave them alone and focus on things that we can do that are non-lethal to them and don't harm them. So I'll just leave it with that. It's just some thoughts I wanted to share, but I do agree. I think we are in uncharted waters and we need to be extremely cautious on where we go moving forward, because once it goes away, or even when it gets to this point, it takes a long, long time to bring it back. And I think that point needs to be really driven hard to Alaska communities on the Yukon River. I think a lot of people always live with hope that it'll come back. And I certainly share that, but the data is not suggesting that. And the trends that we're showing for the last 2 decades are not showing that. And the people need to understand that on the river. And I think once they do, they will do the right thing. But you can't do the right thing if you don't have all the information. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I appreciate your comments, Pauline and Steve. I think you're right on with what you're saying.
Jeffrey, and then Dennis, and then Pauline.
Thank you very much for the presentations on the Porcupine River from both management bodies. Lots of good information to digest, and I'm still trying to process lots of it because I'm fairly new to the panel's process and everything. But can you go to slide 15, please? I really like graphs, and this one has a lot going on, and I've been trying to wrap my brain around it. And looking at that IMEG range going back to 2008, it looks like most years it's not been met since that time. But when you factor in the harvest that was taken, most years it would have been met, or at least close to it. So I'm trying to get a sense of how does the proportion of harvest of this stock or substock compare with other chum stocks in the porcupine drainage, but I guess outside of that as well. So that's one question. And then also, where is the bulk of the harvest coming from? Is that an estimate based on 4% of the overall harvest? Or is a lot of the harvest actually coming from the Porcupine River? I know the Canadian portion would be directly from the Porcupine River drainage, but so I guess I'm trying to get a sense of how much we have control over the harvest for this specific, for the fishing branch chum, and how much effect we can have directly with controlling harvest. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a interesting question, actually. I don't know that I have a clear-cut answer for you about the proportion of harvest and where it might be coming from or how to control it. I think one of the difficulties I think that's already been mentioned is just the low proportion of these fish compared to other ones downstream, and I'm sure that is playing into it largely to complicate things. I think could have to think about that one.
Okay, can you hear me okay? All right, so this is Christy Gleason. I'm the Yukon River Fall Season Manager on the US side. And can you hear me? Okay. And so with respect to this graph, I don't know how, I'm assuming that the Canadians are applying 4% to the total US harvest in order to get these white bars, but that's just a guess. But what we've noticed in recent years is the production in the Fishing Branch River has been really low in about the last 15 years, and you can see that. And so it's actually been making up sometimes 2 to 3% of the run. And like this year, no fishing, it made up 1% of our total run. So I guess without knowing how that harvest is kind of broken out on the graph, I would take it with a grain of salt to not be the true reason why we're not meeting the IMEG. And so from the US side, the harvest in the Porcupine River main stem and the fish that are on that migratory path to go to Canada, to go to the Porcupine Sonar and the Fishing Branch, the harvest is very low. And I've looked at the data before, and I think it's sometimes less than 500 fall chum salmon, sometimes less than 1,000, but I don't think I've ever seen it over that amount. And so what we're looking at is assuming that this graph is accounting for the total harvest below Fort Yukon all the way down to the mouth of the Yukon, and assuming that they made the graph by applying 4% to our subsistence and our commercial harvest.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, Christy. And yeah, I guess I just, the other question I had was, how does this compare with other chum stocks? Like, I don't know the proportions of other stocks that are harvested on any given year, but like kind of Andy and other people have mentioned, just this stock being so vulnerable, and Steve mentioned the genetic viability going into the future and the resilience of the stock. I think it is a good indication of where things might be going, and hopefully we can use this to learn from moving forward in our management. We'll see.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Dennis, go ahead. Pauline?
Okay, thank you. I just went, as Pauline was kind of sharing, and we were just thinking about where we're at in this, I was thinking about the journey along the way here and some of the things, and it actually really made me sad, right? Thinking about this one, like we're getting down to that spot where we kind of have to have that reality check. So, I mean, I've never been to Fishing Branch, you know, I've never, you know, so my connection there, but I was really thinking about the bears, you know, and something I learned from Pauline and Wuntakwitchin, you know, with their agreements, right? They, you know, Wuntakwitchin can explain this, but you know, those bears are there to depend on the fish, right? So it's not about us. So I think about those bears, and I think about grief in a couple different ways. And then another little thing I learned along the way, about 2 years ago, when the US started really managing and really no fishing, not really managing, pardon me, but no fishing last year. We were on a yurtfa call, and those of you that were on that yurtfa call will remember what I'm talking about. There was a woman from, I can't remember where she was in the river, but she basically was grieving. She was full on crying, bawling her eyes out. Like, you know, on that yurtfa call, 75 people, an Alaskan woman fisher was just crying and crying and crying, and she was full on grieving for not being able to fish. Like, you know, I mean, it was, you had to be a robot to not be affected by that. And I was thinking of the grief, and then I was thinking about, you know, Champagne Ajax citizen Jocelyn Joe Strack, who talks about grieving over our loss of these fish. Like, when are we going to stop to grieve? And yesterday I was having a conversation with Alaskan, a great reception, lots of great conversations, which we're supposed to do. I won't mention names, but we were talking about that concept of when are we going to stop and grieve some of these fish that we're really losing in that reality. So I was thinking about that and how that theme. And then I was thinking about, just even now, I was fortunate enough to work on the Wuntakwitchin community-based salmon plan. And one of their principles in there is don't just talk about it, do it. So, you know, I think that while, you know, I'm not saying one should give up and grieve, I think the solutions will be with the Gwich'in people in Old Crow. I think those solutions are there. And I think we need to, you know, just put everything behind, not just talking about it, but doing it. And so I just kind of wanted to bring that little reality and that concept of grief to the table, because I think there is a point where we have to start, you know, kind of bringing those elements into it, because that's that reality check, in my opinion. But thank you.
Next, we'll go to Pauline, then Eric, Tim, and Robert.
Thank you. So maybe I'll try to put it in a different perspective. I mean, clearly, as managers, as regulators in Canada, we've brought back species from the brink of extinction. If you look at where the Rancheria caribou herd is at, we managed to a number and then we ceased to harvest. You look at what happened in the 40-mile with the 40-mile caribou herd or the Southern Lakes herd, completely different management regime for how we manage salmon. However, one of the things we attempted to do in Yukon was to use the same yield and go process on when we ceased our harvesting. If we look at that model and you look at a particular herd, say for an example, the Rancheria herd, if we harvested into, as the numbers exist now, if we harvest more than 3%, we are harvesting into decline. We have never had that discussion here. We continue to manage in season. We never manage to a specific number to say, are we managing into decline? when is that critical point? Because at some point, the pendulum swings the other way. And I think we've gone far onto the other side, and we're now seeing we're on the brink of some, it's actually a disaster, and there's no explaining it. There is no explaining it to the Vantaquichan people. And the question is, well, the culture, and we've lost our way. We've lost our way of life. We've lost a way of life and a culture. And that's what was described to me 3 short days ago, speaking to one of my elders. So how, as we look in in the room and we look at the delegation, we've heard the testimonies from the people on the river, from the very bottom to the headwaters. I sat for 5 days at the headwaters in the Enlienjik Park. I sat there with the bears and the salmon for 5 days and observed. So I know what it's like to be at the very other end of and what happens there. And that was in 2013 rather. And I see where I'm at today, and I'm still sitting here trying to, protect the declining resources. So what do we do at this point? So I guess I wanted to just make that point, because we look at all the methodologies and the management structures we've enacted over the course of time, still not bringing the salmon back. So there has to be some point where you decide and define when you manage into the decline and when do you cease and desist. And no one's able to answer that question. Thank you.
Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you too. And I guess my question is going to go back, not to DFO, so you're off the hook right now, but back to Stan and Pauline. Earlier on when you spoke, you were asking, when are we going to come up with some info to, and what I'm thinking after hearing all this discussion here too is do we want to make a directive to JTC on, we got to be specific what we're requesting, because this could be just wide open, or do we narrow the focus? And that's what I'm trying to figure out, narrowing the focus on asking JTC how or what options do we have to improve production, or what is that magic number of cease and desist? So those are the two things I'm thinking in my mind right now, that as a panel on both sides, that we at this meeting make a decision on giving a directive to JTC to start focusing on these. Is that what you're asking?
What I'm saying is that short of a decision being made, I think we're far beyond what the JTC will recommend, because we've come back to the JTC, we've come back to this table, and we've not seen the results, nor have we seen a decision. It's difficult to manage anything or look at a stock rebuilding plan when you have 349 Chinook on the river. So at this point, the question is that should be asked, do we take a political stand to push for a species at risk regulation to kick into effect in Canada? And then that would have to trigger some international discussions around collaboration and true management of a species. That's the objective and intent of the Yukon River Agreement, co-management. And if you want to talk true co-management, well, it's a conversation we need to have as managers and advisors from across the border, right? And so at this point, I'm going to disclose full on here. I will still continue to be an advocate for salmon and salmon management as the chief of my community, because it's critical and it will become political. It's not threatening anyone. It's not threatening the table or anyone. It's to say that's exactly what the people are advising at this point, is when does that take effect and how quickly can you push it along? If we can do that with other species in Canada, surely to goodness we can have a conversation collectively at this table around a best management approach to look at the declining stocks on the main stem and on the porcupine.
Next, we'll go to Tim and then Robert. Then Stanley.
Yeah, thanks. I think we got to get real at this table, and I don't think we're in a reality here. Yes, we can use more information, but we do not need any more information before we take action. We know that we have to do something, and it's pretty obvious to me that the first step, as has been said so often this week, is to leave the fish alone. Stop fishing. Get whatever fish are out there onto the spawning grounds. We don't need any more information to make that decision. And I agree with Pauline, impasse is not acceptable. We are shirking our duties as panelists if we walk away from here again at impasse. That is not acceptable. The Yukon River Agreement directs us, says the parties shall seek to ensure effective conservation and management of stocks originating in the Yukon River. Those are our marching orders, for Christ's sakes. We have to do that. And again, repetitive, but saying what everybody in this room knows. The first step, so bloody obvious, is to leave the fish alone. Let them get to the spawning grounds. And yes, salmon are resilient, that's been mentioned, but they're not immortal. And I think we have to realize that to seek to conserve the stock, we have to reach outside of this river. I mean, a lot of the problems are occurring in the ocean. Stan mentioned pollution, microplastics. That's real. I mean, the rising temperature, climate change, we all know that. Well, for Christ's sakes, we need to do what we can, and let's not fool ourselves, but whatever influence this table wields collectively, not individually, we need to exert that. We need to wield that influence. We need to get to Ottawa, we need to get to Washington, and we need to begin to take effective steps as per our marching orders to manage and conserve salmon. And we need to change our attitude towards the environment, not only in Canada or the US, but around the world. I mean, that's what is required to bring these species back from the brink here.
Next, we have Robert, then Stanley.
Yeah, I think we definitely need a mindset change. I still hear people thinking that stocks are going to come back and there's going to be a strong year and everybody wants to jump right back into fishing. And that's where I saw that in Newfoundland. That was a common argument of the fishermen to get us back into the water as quickly as possible. What I think we need is a recovery strategy. And I don't mean a recovery to the fishery, I mean a recovery to the stock. And I think we should be directing the JTC to a full recovery strategy to give recommendation of how, if one strong year comes back, how many strong years have to come back before we will feel comfortable to return to fishing. I think we need to direct them to do that strategy and stop the counting. Well, not stop the counting per se, but we need that strategy so that we don't leap right back into fishing. Just because we have a good, strong year. We're going to need multiple strong years, and we need to have them tell us what a good, strong stock looks like. What are the age classes that we want, and where are they going to take us? Thank you.
Stanley?
My grandson would say, blah, 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 blah. If you look at the situation in terms of like what we have in terms of like, it boils down to 11, we're going to assess, the approach that you can take in dealing with the salmon. We do have like basically some legal rights. We have Aboriginal rights. This clarifies what that is, the situation. We're at a point, the point I've been making for a long time, we're at a point where we're standing on a corner, on the street corner, with our pocket full of Aboriginal rights. And that's what we have on this issue, almost with the salmon. So legally, you can use that approach, but then if you use approach in a different way to take that avenue and how do you use the tools that you have in your toolbox to make to enhance the salmon in its run, you know, and I think it's down to science and analysis of to how we get that done. If you look at on a global scale, this leads to the global scale in terms of wild species. How do like wild species when they're near extinction globally? What did the science community tell us in terms of how do you bring that back? We created every tool as a human being to harvest, you know, all the wild species, whether it's fish, animals, and everything. You know, you see the postings on here of all the big bull moose everybody get with a big horn, but you don't see a lot of people out there like concerned about how you're going to manage it. You know, they all are conservation, but they're not involved engaging in how you're going to manage those species. The point is that we create a lot of tools to harvest, but not a lot of tools on wild stocks and not stocks, but just wild species and how you harvest that and then capitalize on it and then turn around and try to save those species. Like basically what's happened to the bluefin, you know, pretty intelligent on how we can harvest all that, how they harvested all the bluefin. And it's just our need as human being to be able to harvest and use a resource, you know, and that's what we want to do at some point in time down the road. But I think if we look at this from a scientific point of view, what do we need to do to bring these stocks back on Porcupine River? Are we looking at a case that, like, you know, by other panel members, what happens on Porcupine can't happen on Yukon River? And at what point do we see this as a stock that has to survive for its own existence without our use, you know? I think that's just a decision we're going to make as human beings, you know, to look at it in that manner. But then Porcupine Chum will indicate probably what would happen to probably the other river system and the other tributaries at a point where we don't know what's going on in other tributaries in the headwaters of the Yukon River right now. It's already happening. The Sutherland have a number of tributaries that have salmon in them, but we don't know what those tributaries have or what they don't have at this point scientifically in terms of salmon. So it's happening, the decline of the species. So in a sense, the spawning grounds are there in the Yukon on the Canadian side. And basically, it's not a matter of, well, we're only going to get this percentage of your fish away, put them back in the spawning grounds, and we're going to use them. It's the fact that we're talking for a species in a sense that's global. You know, how do we change the? It's almost in the sense of how do we make decisions globally, and a paradigm change, and how we do that, and how we do research for existence of the species. And it's porcupine would be an example where some efforts could, more efforts could be made scientifically in this sense. We have the obligation, we have the agreement obligations, we have the legal obligations, we have all the tools in the toolbox to do it. So, you know, you hear a lot of assessment and pretty calculated assessment from the members here in the last half hour as to what the situation is in their own words and the understanding, but then what are the alternatives and what are the alternatives and the answers? I think that's the discussion that we need to have. As panel members and as managers and as scientists, I think we're all in the same boat, you know. So if you're drilling in a boat, you know, then we're all going to sink. So we're all in the same boat. We all got to collectively come up with a solution as to how do we preserve the salmon stock. We're in a different place than other people, probably globally, where we can do this, where we can probably conserve and save the stock for our future use. That's what we want to do at some point in time. So the only use at this point in Yukon is children, youth, and like children going to a fish camp, catch their 5 fish, and we're down to that existence right now. Yeah, that's what it is. So we have a youth camp where you're catching their 5 fish, and that's what they're eating, and that's what they have for their camp. And if they get 1 fish, they're happy. They're still out there camping, but the value of that is there, you know. And if at some point in time there's, you know, that if that salmon don't exist anymore, that's the way I like to go out. Is the children. The last one to eat the fish would be the children eating the fish, eating the salmon. So I just like to make that statement, and not that if it's got anything to do with these estimate of the run and dealing with numbers and that type of thing, which really help us some point in time, like to do the analysis, you know. Where we came up with 2 averages for the Porcupine River from back in the 90s, and each time we came back with a new average, it lowered the average run size and consideration on basically on this on the graphs for a lower run size in terms of new average. We're now at a point where we don't have no average to calculate from. And I think that's where it's at in terms of, like you're saying, you have no answer, or we don't have no more average for porcupine, for chum. And that's just a statement I want to make. Thanks.
Next, we'll go to Ragnar, then Andy.
Mr. Chairman, it's not really a question, I guess, but anyway, one thing about studies and white papers, you usually can find one that'll support your argument. I don't necessarily have a question, but I'll read from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada Integrated Fisheries Management Plan for slightly old, it's from 2009, Chinook and some salmon, the upper Yukon. It goes on, there has been significant swings in the production of upper Yukon River chum and Chinook salmon. It is believed that changes in marine survival played a significant role in these abundance fluctuations, and it is reasonable to expect this will continue. Changes in marine conditions are extremely difficult to predict. So when I read that from DFO Canada, of course, and I was looking here, but there's other, I don't know how, besides not fishing, whether other management directives you can take. I think we heard from the managers that sometimes picking out porcupine, unfortunately, picking out Porcupine River stock, the mixed stock fisheries at the mouth is really difficult. Not only because because the Porcupine River stocks appear to be spread out over the duration of the fall-summer run. I don't know what to think about that. Then I was at a climate change deal here a couple of months ago, and it had to do with salmon, that portion of it. And the presenter, rightly or wrongly, stated that salmon will always be there, but they might be not in the where you're used to seeing them. They gave an example of Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim summer chum. There's a reason that those summer chum are hard to tell apart in the marine bycatch, because at one time, I guess they were the same stock. You go back 10 or 12,000 years ago. So the take-home message there was that salmon are going to be resilient, but they're not going to be resilient in your backyard. Which I don't know if I agree. Any of this stuff, the DFO stuff here, or this other stuff, I haven't thought about it a lot, but for the specific stock on the Porcupine River, it appears that I don't know what management besides a full closure you could take to protect these stocks. I think the United States does a fairly decent job of trying to protect those stocks as they enter the Porcupine River drainage, because then you get sea inject and so on. You can and you know that those stocks are going up into the majority of them probably into the fishing branch of the upper Porcupine. But below the confluence of the Porcupine and the Yukon there on the US side, it sounds like a pretty, especially as you get further downstream, a pretty difficult management proposition other than full closure, Mr. Chairman.
go to Andy. Go ahead.
I guess I would be interested in knowing when that particular article was written, given that things have changed so dramatically in the last 3 to 5 years. But anyway, the point I wanted to make is, I think, I've been thinking a lot about how we got to where we are and where we need to go from here. And, I think one of the things I've always had a hard time with when you're trying to rebuild stocks is using the spawner recruit models. I understand, why we use them, because we're trying to tease out how much harvest we can get. What's the efficiency of the relationship between spawners and the return, because we want to know that efficiency so that we can harvest excess, generally speaking. But I think we're at the point with some of these stocks where we need to just stop thinking and using that. If stocks are so low, and I guess maybe I would ask Robert to talk a little bit more about cod stocks, but when stocks get to a certain point, all methods of measuring and everything basically need to be thrown out the door. And you just need to let the stocks do what they can do on their own to come back. You can't do anything more than that. You have to just leave them alone and let them come back. You can't even begin to think about taking human harvest out of it until it gets back to a certain level. And so I'm not saying do away with recruit per spawner focus for the forever, but I am saying when stocks get to a point to where they are right now, the best thing you can do is to leave them alone and let the natural abundancy start to build, because that's the only way you're going to get them to come back. You need it over time, even if it's inefficient. It's better to have a few more fish come back, even if it takes a lot more fish to get those few more fish to come back when it gets to a certain point. And I believe we're at that point with Chinook stocks, Canadian Chinook stocks. I think we're at that point with these. Well, we've had a long time history of fishing on the upper Porcupine for chum. And I hear what you're saying, Ragnar, and it's a real struggle. But I think people have to make the sacrifices. I think there are some strategies. One of the things that came to mind for the porcupine, and I know we talked about this for many, many years, is trying to figure out where they become bank oriented on the river, and then making sure that little to no fishing pressure is established along that side of the river from that point up. So that would be, if you are going to have some sort of harvest when they're in the mixed stocks, to me, that's about the only way you can start to help them some. It's a really difficult solution to come up with without full closures on everything, and recognizing that people do need to feed themselves. But that's why I keep going back to, let's just start focusing on non-salmon species and let these other ones come back to a certain level. In my mind, it's all about, do you make a sacrifice for a few years here, maybe 5 years, maybe a life cycle, so that you don't have to prolong the agony for decades. And to me, that's, I think, what we need to really have some strong discussion about with our communities. And I think we can get there, but I guess the only other thing that I'm really having a hard time with understanding is why it's so difficult, given the projections that we have for the next 2 years, to just say right here and now in this room, we are not going to fish for Chinook salmon for the next 2 years. That's a win. That's a win for the fish. That's a signal going back to our communities that we are dedicated to and recognizing the severity of this situation. And I see it as not giving up anything, because we're not going to fish anyway. So you have to start educating people through leadership. Virgil talked a lot about that in our closed session, integrity, leadership. And we need to show that integrity and that leadership and take that message back to our communities and let them understand that this is the best decision to make right now for the fish. So I won't belabor it. I know you guys have heard me speak on this a lot, and I have to say I'm just bewildered that we can't make that simple concession right now. I have such a hard time understanding that, because the projections are out there. We're not going to fish, so acknowledge it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I think there's been some good comments and suggestions here in that regard. In recognition that we do have preliminary plans for the panel to meet prior to the April or 2023 preseason meeting in that regard, this is a topic we can have further discussion on. Certainly what's been discussed here today and the points made has been captured in minutes that we can build off for that purpose. I don't think we're going to resolve the various comments and concerns and suggestions that folks have made here today, but we do have pending opportunity to re-engage and have further discussion in the very near future in that regard. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and perhaps for the benefit of clarity for the members of the public who may not necessarily be familiar with the history and the current panel processes, what Mr. Chair is referring to is that the panel will be scheduling a special working session focusing specifically on this question of long-term conservation and spawning escapement objectives necessary to rebuild Yukon River Chinook salmon stocks. We are doing so acknowledging the seriousness and the severity of this situation and the need for decisive action. So I completely acknowledge how difficult it is to bring an international body of this size and scope together, but the panel has agreed and will work towards making that happen such that we can report out at our pre-season 2023 meeting on the outcomes of panel deliberations. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you have something to Adam, or okay, go ahead, Dennis.
I was just going to say, I also wish we could solve this here at the panel process, even this meeting, and not bring it forward for discussion. I guess I just kind of I'm wondering through this process, this is a diplomatic process. This is a recognized treaty between two countries. And I'm wondering, we've heard about the concept of Washington. We've had First Nation leaders in Ottawa this week meeting with our Minister of Fisheries. And I'm just wondering if someone can help me understand federally here, can we have assurances that the water is being chummed in Washington for pending discussions? And I'm thinking, the Gwich'in obviously and the Washington and the Caribou perspectives, but so we do have there is a track record for things to go that direction. I guess an assurance that the message is getting through to Washington, and what that might look like politically, because obviously there's going to be a political strategy employed here. Thank you.
So we do have a representative from the U.S. State Department. It's a part of our U.S. delegation. So perhaps you can go ahead and introduce yourself, Dave. And
okay, is it? I think it's working. Good. Yeah, I'm David Moore from the U.S. State Department in Washington, D.C. I support the U.S. delegation or U.S. section on the panel. So, definitely as I've been here these few days, I'm hearing the concerns, and as I go back to Washington and we discuss the whole range of fisheries issues, including in our relationship with Canada, everything you're saying and talking about here at this meeting, I'm definitely taking note of and taking that on board. There are the meeting you referred to, I'm not a part of that, but we do have an annual fisheries bilateral meeting with Canada along with NOAA. So between the US and Canada, the State Department, NOAA Fisheries, we discuss a range of fisheries issues. So there are, various channels where we can discuss these issues on that level as well. Thanks.
Okay, not seeing any additional questions or comments. So why don't we go ahead and proceed into our mid-morning break here. We'll come back at just after 11 o'clock, and then we will move into our R&E committee discussions. Okay, folks, we'll get started again and move into our Yukon River Salmon Restoration Enhancement Fund Committee. So result in a couple of different presentations from Pacific Salmon Commission. And then we'll be able to have questions and commentary on an interim basis as we move through those. So Sasha, as soon as the presentation's up and you are ready to go, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sasha Bent, and I'm the Grant Program Manager at the Pacific Salmon Commission, and I manage the R&E Fund for the Yukon River Panel. It's one of 4 programs that I oversee. So today I've got an update on a few different topics. First, we'll be starting with the R&E Fund financial report. Then I've got a brief update on ongoing programs throughout 2022, and then just an overview of the 2023 call for proposals and the process there. So starting with the financial year 2021 to 2022, which is from April 21st to March 2022, that's the fiscal year. The external audit by the auditors was finalized on October 6th, 2022. Next slide, please. So there were no concerns identified by the auditors, and the balance sheet was signed off by the co-chairs on October 4th and 5th, respectively. Next slide, please. On this slide, you'll see the financial position of the R&E funds as of September 30th, 2022. So the opening balance in April was approximately 620,000 Canadian dollars, and then received the $1.2 million US dollar contribution at approximately the middle of May. And then grants paid out towards projects from April 1st to September 30th totaled approximately 613,000 Canadian dollars and approximately 55,000 in administrative costs. Next slide, please. So looking towards the estimated financial position at the end of the current fiscal year, so that will be March 31st, 2023. There's approximately 671,000 Canadian dollars to be paid out in project grants and approximately $70,000 in administration estimated. There are some refunds expected from projects that weren't fully expended. So that leaves an estimated balance of $822,000 left in the fund as of March 31st, 2023. In US dollars, this is approximately $617,000. and then adding the expected US contribution of $1.2 million for 2023, and then removing any administrative costs for the coming fiscal year 2023 to 2024. The projected amount available at the beginning of April 2023 is approximately $1.72 million US. The exchange rate currently is averaged at the past 3 months for an exchange rate of approximately 75 Canadian cents to $1 US. That's wraps up my financial update. So I'll pause there to see if there's any questions.
Any questions from panel members on status of funds in the RNE fund? Okay, not seeing any. Feel free to proceed to the next presentation, Sasha.
Perfect, thank you. So this next part, we'll talk about the status of 2022 projects and other active projects that were still active as of November 30th, 2022. So in 2022, the RNE Fund supported 19 projects. One of these has been completed and one was unable to proceed and has been cancelled. The remainder are still ongoing. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, there are currently 19 active projects. That includes some projects from 2021 and 2022. There are a few with anticipated end dates coming up this month. However, most are due to complete in 2023. And these, this second slide and third slide just goes through the 19 projects that are still ongoing and active. Next slide, please, Nick. And then the next slide as well. Thank you. So throughout 2022, 17 projects were completed. The majority of those projects were projects that were funded in 2021 and then came to an end in 2022. Next slide, please. As mentioned, there was one project from 2022 which was cancelled, which was CRE 2522, the Fox Creek Salmon Restoration Project. And unfortunately, a series of staffing and environmental challenges reduced the number of monitoring activities at Fox Creek for 2022. There were various impacts, including staff turnover and high water. So considering those factors, the proponent cancelled the project for 2022 funding. But I do believe they have submitted a submission for 2023 funding. Next slide, please. So just a quick update on some project changes. Since the panel met in April, there's been 2 projects that have submitted change requests. There's nothing really too out of the ordinary here. Just one note on one of the projects, CRE 16621, the Southern Lakes Community-Based Salmon Management Plan, Phase 3. That one just appears twice on the top 2 lines here. They were both related to delayed end dates of the project. The first was an extension, which was less than 6 months, which was routed through to the PSC. And then the second was a subsequent extension longer than 6 months, which was routed through the co-chairs. But again, nothing out of the ordinary on these change requests. Standard procedures followed with both of those projects there. And I'll just pause there because that wraps up the 2022 summary of projects. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Any questions or comments from panel members on status of 21 and 22 RNE fund proposals? Okay, again, not seeing any. Feel free to proceed, Sasha.
Just wait for it to come up on the screen here. Thank you. So the process for the 2023 call for proposals, that was posted on the Yukon River Panel website on June 2nd, 2022, and former applicants were also notified. A reminder was also posted on the website 1 week prior to the deadline, and the deadline this year for proposals was October 1st. There was a new guidance document adopted by the panel on a trial basis for stewardship proposals for 2023 projects. And as with other guidance documents, the intent of this document was to assist proponents in the development of stewardship proposals and to assist the Yukon River Panel's JTC reviewers in evaluation of stewardship proposals and concepts. Reference to that document or any other documents was not mandatory or prescriptive. However, all documents were posted on the website available to applicants. Next slide, please. So for near-term priorities for 2023, there were no changes from 2022. The Yukon River Panel in April confirmed the 5 key near-term priority interests as the focus for 2023. These were restoration, which was identify depleted stocks or limits to production based on habitat, based on information about historic levels, traditional ecological knowledge, conservation concerns, or habitat bottlenecks, and identify candidates for stock restoration. 2, assess the feasibility and prepare a plan for restoring depleted stocks. 3, restore depleted stocks. And then for stewardship, involve and educate users and non-users in communities to increase the desire to maintain and protect salmon stocks and habitat. And for conservation, improve in-season stock specific run assessment in Alaska through the development of program or programs addressing uncertainty of existing run assessment or new main stem Yukon River programs. Next slide, please. So for 2023, the panel received 18 proposals for consideration. The PSC will update these allocations just due to discussions in the previous days. But when this document was prepared, it was 9 submitted for conservation, 5 for restoration, 2 for stewardship, and 2 for communications, for a total request of approximately just over $1 million US. Just a note here, at the time of preparation in October of this, the exchange rate was approximately 77 cents, Canadian cents to $1 US. So this amount with the current exchange rate may be a little bit reduced as well. Next slide, please. So for comparison to recent years, it is less than in previous years. In 2022 or 21 projects with a request of $1.1 million, 2021, 28 projects with a request of 1.4, and then 2020, 2019, 2018, substantially higher requests. As noted, there were additional finances available through legacy funds that had been accumulated over time for those 3 years, which were paid out in those 3 project years. Next slide, please. So project summaries and the invitation for public comment on the 2023 project proposals was posted on the Yukon River Panel website on October 20th, with the public comment period currently open until March 17th, 2023. Currently, the Pacific Salmon Commission has not received any comments on project summaries at this time, but that will still remain open until March 17th, and we'll report back in April on that. Next slide, please. So as reported yesterday, the Joint Technical Committee reviewed the projects, and the review was conducted through a subcommittee comprised of both Canadian and US reviewers. And due to an expedited timeline required to deliver the R&E review to the Yukon River Panel, the JTC R&E subcommittee reviews were not distributed to the full JTC membership for review. Reviewers used technical scoring criteria and guidance documents outlined in the 2023 call for proposals, and Canadian and US sections created an independent average score for each proposal. For the 2023 review process, Canadian and US reviewers conducted either a detailed review or a brief review, and all new proposals were given a detailed technical review. And the bilateral R&E subcommittee met on November 21st, 2022, and that review revealed a high level of similarity between Canadian and US section reviews. The JTC did not identify any requests for additional information or clarification, and there were no requests for modification. The JTC did provide some comments and observation for the panel as well. And then just moving on to some questions that were submitted by the Canadian section for recommendations. I'll get Nick to bring that up. Thank you. So there were a number of questions brought forward by the Canadian section, and the US section has accepted those, and as of a couple of days ago, they were approved to be brought forward to proponents, and the PSC will be sending those out in the coming weeks with a deadline of March 1st for these to be answered by proponents to report back to the technical committees, and also in April at the pre-season meeting. And that's my update. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Sasha. Maybe before we go into any questions, comments from panel members, just to maybe clarify status of this process right now and what is expected over the coming weeks and months. So again, as Sasha's presentation showed, there's been distribution, extensive review, scoring, and feedback from the JTC on 2023 R&E proposals. There has been a series of discussions both at this meeting and leading up to this meeting that resulted in development of questions and feedback to proponents. It started with the Canadian section. The US section reviewed those questions and feedback and concurred with proceeding with providing those questions to proponents. We'll then be giving the proponents time to address the questions and provide responses. The JTC will then review any of those responses, at least from a technical viewpoint, to provide any additional clarification or input to the panel. And then leading up to the April meeting, there would be an expectation that the full panel would make final decisions on 2023 R&E proposals during the preseason meeting in April. So just a brief overview or summary of the general expectations, both for proponents so that they're aware, as well as panel members and members of the public on what the next several weeks and months will entail. Mr. Co-Chair, any additional comments?
Nothing further to add from a procedural context other than the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat will be following up with individual project proponents where the panel has advanced questions and requiring submission of responses to those questions in advance of the panel's decisions on project selections and associated funding for 2023, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any additional questions or comments from panel members on R&E Fund 2023 proposals, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A number of comments, perhaps reflecting on the 2023 call for proposals specifically. And it may be helpful just to highlight a few observations. Firstly, slide number 2 from Ms. Bent's presentation. The presentation that was just provided by Ms. Bent, slide number 2, I believe it refers to near-term priorities for 2023. While those are being brought up, I merely wanted to emphasize that the panel identified 5 near-term priorities in addition to the broader Restoration and Enhancement Fund objectives. Those 5 priorities were put forward for 2023 and mirrored those that were identified in 2022. I did want to highlight that during the panel's closed session, We did have the opportunity to meet with Alaskan Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang from Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And we did have a brief discussion around near-term priority 5 because it is specifically focused on programs and projects in Alaska to look at improving our understanding of in-season run abundance. And I just wanted to emphasize that Commissioner Vincent Lang did acknowledge the opportunity to potentially advance some work in this regard, and that domestically within the state of Alaska, there were some conversations underway. So merely wanted to highlight that element. The second item that I wanted to highlight was perhaps in reference to slide number 4. And so here, Ms. Bent, you outlined the relative number of submissions for consideration to the Restoration and Enhancement Fund year over year over the past 6 years or so. And notably, we did see a decline in submissions for 2023, both in the total number of projects as well as the total value of funds requested. I did want to acknowledge for members of the public that the panel did discuss potential reasons for this decline quite extensively within our bilateral preparatory sessions. And although we will be further reflecting on how to provide perhaps improved opportunities or how to better promote opportunities through the Restoration and Enhancement Fund process, I did want to emphasize that we did receive some very helpful feedback around the project proposal submission deadline and some challenges that certainly a number of project proponents in Canada faced with regards to a late September submission deadline. So from the panel's perspective, we will be reflecting on how we might potentially restructure the call for proposals for 2024, specifically in respect of the project proposal submission date. And then finally, perhaps complementary to those deliberations, I understand that there are a number of other sources of funds that perhaps some of the long-standing project proponents seeking funds from the Restoration and Enhancement Fund have been successful in securing resources through. So it's not to say that necessarily there are fewer projects that are occurring in the Yukon River watershed or planned to occur in 2023, but rather perhaps emphasizing that that there seem to be some increased opportunities for project proponents to secure and leverage funds from other sources. So I merely wanted to emphasize that the panel did take note of those realities, and we will be looking towards our 2024 call for proposals with an eye towards ensuring that that the Yukon Restoration and Enhancement Fund opportunities are broadly communicated and then also structured in a way that facilitate as few barriers as possible for potential project proponent submissions and applications, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I do have some comments there, but first we have a question from Cheyenne through virtual. Cheyenne, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to potentially put in, well, not potentially, I wanted to put in a request to ask to see if we can potentially change the date to maybe November 1st when submitting our proposals, just because some of these proposals can be quite extensive and a lot of the projects are still happening by October 1st. So I just wanted to put that out there, and my apologies if it was already discussed in this past week, but yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Cheyenne. We haven't had any, I guess, detailed discussions yet on potential date change. Appreciate that feedback and from your perspective of what would be of assistance in that regard. I think it will be a good discussion moving forward. The one thing that I do want to note, not that we can't find an accommodation for some of the concerns expressed, but timelines for organizing and then distributing the proposals, and in particular, close coordination with the JTC co-chairs to make sure that they're going to have adequate lead time for receipt and review of those proposals are all factors that we want to make sure to take into consideration when we consider trying to provide more flexibility to proponents on the submission date. So we'll look forward to some good discussions on that in the near future. Any additional comments or questions from panel members? Perhaps folks are still thinking, perhaps to maybe build off Mr. Co-Chair's comments with respect to the last couple years of proposal submissions. And it's very encouraging to hear that it's not necessarily through a decline in the number of programs or proposals or programs operating, but that alternate funding sources have been secured that did not necessitate submitting to the R&E fund to ensure those programs were operated and or continue. Is just maybe planting a seed here a little bit for the panel to discuss moving into the preseason meeting and discussion of the call for proposals. Is trying to encourage potential proponents, perhaps for new programs. But if we're seeing some proposals kind of somewhat declining because they've secured alternate funding, then I see that as an opportunity. There may be opportunity for new programs, new proponents to come into the R&E fund. And I think it would be prudent to perhaps have some discussion and see if we can't craft our call and our priorities that might help to encourage that. Funds available is always a good thing. And I think that we can find some ways to perhaps reach out to some different potential proponents to pursue R&E fund funding in that regard. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I concur. We'll certainly schedule time on the Yukon River Panel's preseason meeting agenda for this discussion. Thank you.
Any additional comments or questions from panel members on R&E? Maybe just check in with Sasha. That does complete your presentation.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe one quick point to make just for folks that we've been getting some feedback, I guess, from some folks that have been viewing our meeting proceedings here through the live stream. And had some variability in folks saying I can't hear or it's coming in too loud. So just as a note to when you're speaking in the microphone, hopefully taking this to heart myself, that we're not being too soft or too loud. Find that Goldilocks zone, I guess, is what we're looking for here. So just thought I'd mention that. No, he's not. So on that note, again, oh, I'm sorry, Ellen, you have a question or comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, just on that note, the video on this end is flickering a little bit, so maybe I'll try logging out and logging back in over the lunch break.
Thanks, Ellen. Appreciate that feedback. That does make me wonder, after several years of virtual meetings, perhaps Zoom is now struggling with presenting things. So, Mr. Chair, did you have a comment or?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I believe have we essentially concluded our agenda items this morning? I had a brief announcement before we break for lunch, if I may. Yeah, thank you. So acknowledging that we are ahead of schedule this morning, I'd like to take the opportunity to call a Canadian caucus. So once we break from bilateral session here, if I could ask the Canadian delegation members to join us in the section breakout room next door. And for those participants online virtually, you will have received an internet link, web link on how to participate or connect into the Canadian section caucus meeting room. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, as Mr. Co-Chair referenced, we are a little bit ahead of schedule. In the interest of ensuring, especially as we move into our afternoon agenda, there's a series of presentations that I expect many people, both here as well as through the live stream and online, are going to be very interested in seeing. I'd like to make sure that we maintain the anticipated schedule, especially for any Yukon observers that are on a very different time zone than we are here in Alaska, that we want to make sure that they can expect to see those presentations around the time that we have it scheduled in that regard. So I would suggest that we perhaps break a little early for lunch, and with the expectation that we would still return to the record to move into our afternoon agenda at 1:30 as scheduled, if that's acceptable to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, let's aim to reconvene at 1:30 sharp, noting both the time difference of some of our participants from the Upper Yukon River watershed in Canada, but then also acknowledging that we have a relatively full agenda with a number of presentations that I know panel members have been looking forward to. So we need to ensure that we provide adequate opportunity for question and answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, certainly. We'll certainly take that into account. So let's go ahead and break for lunch. Again, one additional quick reminder, I'll certainly notify again when we return after lunch, is that folks that are here in person that would like to sign up for public testimony, the deadline for that submission will be at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Again, there's sign-up sheets that are on the table outside, and hand them your completed sheets to Sasha so that we can get you scheduled. And we will break for lunch and see everybody again at 1:30 sharp.
Process as of this year. This is the first time, so we are, part of our requirement is to report back to the panel, and then we're doing it again during the public session. So next slide, please. So I'll just go through our current membership. We try to have as much parity as possible. Our terms of reference allow for 4 members each. And don't worry about the numbers again, but on the Canadian side, myself, Cheyenne Bradley, Elizabeth McDonald, Kathy Merkel, and Monica Krieger support the communications. And on the US side, Andy Bassich, John Lamont, Caroline Brown, Holly Carroll, and Serena Fitka. And as mentioned, we're always looking for more participation. We're open to other Yukon River Panel members and advisors to participate with us. Next slide, please. So I won't go through our terms of reference, but we do have certain duties and responsibilities, and I will speak to those in a moment. Next slide, please. So what are we up to? What do we do? So we review the communications R&E proposals. We propose and support panel communication projects. So some examples of that are, there are currently some videos in process, as well as we support the educational exchange. And we also encourage communications and stewardship proposals. And we are developing a communication strategy. So I'm going to pass it over to Andy to speak to, but I just wanted to say, in light of the dialogue and where we're at with these runs, I think communications, stewardship, local traditional knowledge, all those things, we'd really like to see those bump up. We've talked a lot about the various projects that are, scientific projects, data gap, those projects that are trying to fill data gaps and things of that nature. But we'd like to bring it forward that we support more communications projects in a sense. Next slide, please. So Andy, do you want to just have a go at the educational exchange? Is Andy there? Okay, that's fine. Then I'll do it. So yeah, we're very excited. We being the Yukon River Panel are very excited at being able to conduct the educational exchange. It took a hiatus for a couple of years for COVID for obvious reasons. And so we're really pleased to have this one. This is a really important one. There's been a number of people at this table that have been a part of the process for a very long time, all reflecting on the learnings and teachings. So essentially it's a group of Canadians that go to Alaska or Alaskans that come to Canada. We are currently in a cycle where the Alaskans are hosting. So it'll be a group of Canadians. We're discussing approximately 6 to 8 participants, possibly 9 days of travel to the Yukon River in Alaska. There's been a fair discussion of routing, but I think we're getting towards the shorter is better, and perhaps there's a discussion around a route around the Middle River and that, but I'll leave that to those that know where the gravel bars are to to pick that route. Visits will be made by stopping in all the communities. We hope to arrange meetings and have as much purpose as possible, of course, make sure protocols are in place and that, people were well received. It is quite a logistical event in that you have to ship food ahead and there are limited accommodations. So it ends up being you might be tenting, you might be staying in someone's cabin at someone's fish camp, which really adds to the experience. And some preliminary themes that have been discussed are really focusing on youth. So an emphasis of youth engagement, young fishers, stewards, and those that are interested in employment in fisheries. Obviously you want to have a mixture as well of people that can share and pass on knowledge and teachings. So it's not to say that it's going to be a boat full of just young people. I think we encourage everyone to apply. We're going to be starting the advertising. That's done through the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association and the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee. So stay tuned for that, and speak to any one of the panel members, advisors, or Salmon Subcommittee or YRDFA, and we'd be happy to present more information. It'll be out, I'm sure it'll be out in all of your regular networks where you get your information. And if you have any thoughts, by all means, pass those along. Next slide, please. We also, just very quick mention, we have a few projects. Like I mentioned, there are 4 videos that are in progress right now that are being supported by the panel and are at various stages. We are also working on an enhancement of the YRDFA newsletter to incorporate more content, possibly from Canada, Canadian origin, Chinook content. So we'll be coming back to the panel with a budget for that one. And next slide. So I'll leave it at that. And I know we went fairly fast. I'll first check in. Andy, are you there? If you're there?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I did. I apologize. Yeah.
That's okay. Do you want to share your perspectives?
Well, I had some technical difficulties, so I didn't get on until just the last few minutes of your discussion.
Great. Well, what I'm hoping is just for the interest of sharing, hearing some other voices. I know there's some people that have been on the Ed Exchange that are close to microphones. Would anyone like to share their perspective on the Ed Exchange just to get people excited about what they might get into? Anyone like to share some of the learnings and teachings and observations that Elizabeth? Sure.
Sure. I attended the last in-person one. So I was the Salmon Subcommittee support, and a group of people from the Alaska came to Canada. And one of the things we did do was go to the Teslin Tlingit Council's restoration project out at Morley River. And one of the fellows there, he worked for ADF&G in the summer doing the lower test fishery, I believe. And he got to let a baby salmon go, and he was thrilled because he'd never seen a baby salmon before. And the joke was that he was going to let that fish go and maybe he'd catch it in 4 years to take a DNA sample and stuff from it. But he was really ecstatic to see what a baby salmon looked like and kind of see the completion of that. And I think that was one of the highlights of the trip.
Great. Thanks, Elizabeth. Andy, you want to add anything before we?
Well, I think, yeah, I guess from my perspective, we've always focused on the the lower river on the Alaska side, and this trip is going to focus a little bit more on the middle river, which we've never really spent a lot of time there in outreach programs with the educational exchange. So I think that'll be new, bringing in Canadians to understand a little bit about the middle of the river. And I think it'll be really good for the Alaska side on the river, the middle river communities, hearing directly from the Canadians. So I think from my perspective, that's going to be really unique and good. The other thing that I think will be really good is to try and focus on, you know, some real deliverables. One of the things that the Ed Exchange, it's a great tool, but I think we need to develop some definitive deliverables in the form of understanding how people are sharing with their communities on both sides of the river once the Ed Exchange is over. So I think putting some focus on that so that there's a little bit more direct feedback back to the panel is good. And of course, it's always really good to hear from people that have been on the Ed Exchange, what their experiences is.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Andy. I just wanted to encourage anyone in this audience or online to reach out to one of us. And again, you'll start seeing advertisements out, and any young biology sort of students that are out there, we'd love to hear from you as well. That'd be great. So thank you.
Yeah, Ragnar, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, I agree with Andy. There should be some sort of, and I don't know what would be, but there's, you know, I'm thinking back over the years of the folks from the lower river that went and how little feedback they gave the public in our region. Not to say anything bad, I like the program, but there should be some requirement or something. And Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Ragnar, if I may,
go ahead, Andy.
if I may, I think, you know, one of the things moving forward, I'm sure it was mentioned in the presentation, the focus on youth. And I think, you know, the educational exchange coming into the communities, and then with some focus with the youth and the education in that community, the school in that community, is really, I think, a good way to get discussions going and empower some of the youth to give some feedback on what they've learned within their community. And, you know, it's my hope that in the future we can really focus bringing youth together on either side of the river, whether it's in person or through some sort of social media platform or whatever. But I think that's going to be a really important part to develop those relationships and build those bridges into the future. And I think from what I'm hearing from at least some of the communities that I've talked to, that's being very well received. So hopefully we'll be able to bring that to the panel in the next couple of years.
Any additional comments or questions from panel members about not just the Ed Exchange, but communications committee topics? Rhonda?
I really appreciate the Ed Exchange, and I'm glad that we're able to do it again this year. I wish that I could do it, but 11 days in a row is kind of too much for my schedule. What was I going to say? Oh, so I don't know if this is probably not like a Yukon River Panel sanction thing, but I kind of think we need to get Virgil a TikTok so he can share those tidbits of knowledge with the rest of the world. I don't think any panel would sanction that particular thing, but maybe that would give him an outlet. And I'm only talking like this now because I know he's in surgery and not able to be here today.
I'm just going to let that one stand because it really needs no elaboration. Anything else, Dennis? I guess one thing I did want to mention is that in Dennis's presentation, he made reference to communications videos, and maybe just elaborate on that a little bit, and some progress that's been made. That's based on a communications committee program that was funded several years ago. It's kind of interesting to think that some of the footage for those videos was actually taken in one of the last in-person panel meetings that we had in Canada. As well as much more than just that one event. And so videos were produced, and after looking through the initial copies, I guess for lack of a better term, is recognized that some of the content could probably use a little bit of editing and improvement. So the co-chairs put an effort in last spring to do a review of a script from those videos to make some suggested edits. I think that we're well placed in a good position now to go back to the contractor that produced those videos to make some final edits and changes, and that we have an action item actually that came out of this meeting to try and have those completed by the preseason meeting in 2023. So once those videos are completed, I think they'll serve as a really excellent record and educational materials that anybody can readily access on the Yukon River Panel's website, and will serve as a valuable tool, not just when they're first implemented, but for years into the future. So we look forward to that, and it's something that members of the public and panel members can look forward to having available here, hopefully by this coming spring. Any additional questions or comments on Communications Committee Education Exchange? Rhonda?
I do know one thing. So a lot was said earlier about engagement with stakeholders and things like that. And I think it might have been Dennis who said something about engaging like the Gwich'in engaged around the caribou. Well, I do support that idea. I think that we could probably fund more small group stakeholder engagement with elders as communications projects. Actually, Shannon Earhart was here earlier, and she was like, okay, tell me how we apply for the money. And because I think that would be a really worthwhile project to, I guess, set the stage with some core values on Alaska's side, because I don't think that's been done on this particular issue.
Yeah, no, that's a good comment, Rhonda. And I guess I see a crossover with that and the TK committee, the Traditional Knowledge Committee as well. So maybe it'll get some gears turning, especially as we start to have more activity of that committee in the near future. Thanks for that. Ragnar?
So, Mr. Chairman, in pre-COVID, I recall saying this, I know we're trying to set up village meetings with the folks that are traveling. I remember saying this way back then. I think it's more beneficial. And they said, I think in regards to stopping at like Rodzer's camp in the river there, maybe his brother. I think seeing folks and what camps that do exist is really beneficial. Stopping at Eric Weingart's camp there, I think there's no pressure. People see what locals are doing. I know we're trying to maybe stop and set up meetings and coordinate this and that. I just like the idea of stopping in a fish camp where there's a family doing what they do. There's a lot of value, I believe, there. And I said this pre-COVID, and just want to say it again. Sure.
Any additional comments or questions on communications topics in general? Mr. Chair, did you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Only emphasizing that certainly look forward to further update on the details of the 2023 education exchange that I expect will be forthcoming from the communications committee at the panel's pre-season meeting. And if it's at all possible, to start the process early to solicit interest from possible candidates and provide the panel with some feedback on potential list of participants, that would be, or available seats, that would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, not seeing any additional questions or comments. Dennis and Andy, thank you. I really do appreciate the very good work of the communications committee, and you're getting very organized and active on a regular and consistent basis. And I think that's a really positive step in a good direction. And we'll look forward to continuing to see good products and ideas coming out of that committee in the future.
Thank you. And I failed to mention, we do get Secretariat support from the Pacific Salmon Commission through Sasha, so wanted to thank her as well.
Yes, thanks for that. Okay, moving on with our agenda for this afternoon. As you've heard me reference of a couple of overviews, I guess, of the agenda now. Most of the rest of our afternoon will be spent on a series of presentations to the panel and for public viewing. Next up, we have a presentation on the Canadian Salmon Stock Restoration Framework from Steve Smith. And I guess as soon as the presentation's up on the screen, Steve, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Okay, great. Thanks. So just quickly introduce myself. My name is Steve Smith. I'm with Fisheries and Oceans Canada. I work out of the Whitehorse office. I'm the manager for both the Yukon and transboundary rivers in support of the rollout of the Pacific Salmon Strategy, which a component of is, of course, is related to stock rebuilding and restoration. Next slide, please. So some folks will recall in April of 2019 in Whitehorse, Trix Tanner, who was a DFO employee, recently retired, presented on the status of stock restoration work that had gone on in the Yukon. And this work had kicked off with a workshop in 2014. It was hosted by the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee and Fisheries and Oceans Canada. And from there were a number of initiatives and workshops that were done. There was another restoration workshop. The Salmon Subcommittee has since published on a report on the work of a tech team that had been developed. And the Yukon River Panel had also adopted guideline documents for the proponents who are submitting restoration projects under the R&E Fund. And so one of the final steps was for Fisheries and Oceans Canada to develop a domestic guide for those interested in stock restoration in Canada. So that basically brings us to where we are here today. So we now have a draft of a Canadian Yukon River stock restoration framework. So I'll go through the elements of the document and then speak to next steps. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this document is really about providing information, some links to resources, and to support proponents who are seeking to undertake salmon stock restoration projects in particularly in Canada on the Yukon River. So the document highlights some of the regulatory and policy considerations for developing and implementing a stock restoration project. And it also speaks to some of the critical elements when planning and implementing such a project. Next slide, please. So the document has a number of definitions, mostly to remind people what it is we're talking about. When we say words like stock restoration or wild salmon. So stock restoration really refers to returning a wild salmon stock to its natural productive level. And in terms of when we say wild salmon, at least in Canada, what are we talking about? We're basically talking about salmon that are at least a third generation away from any hatchery or enhanced fish. And this definition comes to us from the Canada's policy for the conservation of wild Pacific salmon. Slide 5, please. The document highlights a number of principles for stock restoration, in particular pertaining to the protection of wild stocks, identifying that not supporting large-scale enhancement, so no large-scale enhancement. Restoration, of course, is not a substitute for proper management. Activities must be consistent with genetic and disease management. And particularly these activities, when you're conducting these types of activities, the entire Yukon is covered by a number of First Nation traditional territories. So there's the expectation that consultations will have occurred with those First Nations prior to undertaking such activities. And a project must also adhere to review and permitting requirements such as the Yukon Environment and Socioeconomic Assessment Act and the Canadian Federal Introduction and Transplant Committee reviews. Slide 6, please. So project considerations. Connecting the project to some past known spawning or rearing site is important. So and understanding why a stock isn't currently utilizing a site is another important piece. So, what is the things like what is the habitat access and what is the condition of that habitat? Also need to evaluate things like water quality, including aspects of clarity, temperature, and chemistry. These things can have a significant influence on the success of a restoration project, or explain why salmon aren't currently using a spawning site, as an example, or a rearing site. There is an interplay, of course, between stock abundance and the productivity of spawning habitats. So I think we can appreciate that not all habitats are created equal, and during periods of decline, less productive sites may not sustain a stock per se, and understanding why this is could lead to determining whether or not restoration is necessary and or feasible. Slide 7, please. So this speaks to the concept of a restoration plan. Having a plan is always a good idea. It sets out goals and objectives which help determine if or when you are successful and if adjustments are needed to your project. Particularly during periods of decline, it is less acceptable to experiment or conduct research. First Nations would probably speak to this as playing with fish. So it's a good plan should assure the audience that protective measures are in place and there is real likelihood of success. This includes the consideration of genetic and biological risks when looking to move, particularly when looking to move fish from one site to another. Slide 8, please. So of course, there isn't much you can do in Canada with salmon or around water for that matter, without some sort of permit. The document speaks to when such permits would be required. And this includes things like a scientific collection license for sampling fish. I mentioned the introduction and transfer process. So you need a license to do that when you want to move fish from one area to another. If you're taking brood stock, there is also an access permit and access to brood stock. And as I mentioned also earlier, depending on the work that's being proposed or undertaken, there's some of those activities are automatic triggers under the assessment process in Yukon. And finally, in some cases, the movement of fish, particularly between watersheds or into the country, as an example, from outside, would require a review from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Next slide, please. So, I mean, of interest to this group, of course, would be the implications to the Yukon River Salmon Agreement. Of course, there is a Restoration Enhancement Fund that does support restoration type activities. Section 32 of the Yukon River Salmon Agreement speaks to, unless the parties jointly decide otherwise, on the basis of recommendations by the panel, the primary objective of restoration and conservation programs and projects shall be to increase spawning escapement in areas requiring restoration. And enhancement projects shall be to increase harvests, taking into account the conservation of wild stocks. And finally, section 33, the harvest shares for salmon produced by enhancement activities shall be recommended by the Yukon River Panel. And just recognizing that there's a difference between restoration activity, what we mean by restoration, returning a stock to its natural production, and escapement, which is, or sorry, enhancement, which is basically increasing productivity for the, generally for the purposes of harvest. Next slide, please. So there is the document references a number of resources. So there's links to Canadian water quality guidelines, Canadian federal standards and codes of practice for working around water, such as beaver dams, as an example. Canada's policy for the conservation of wild salmon, federal biological risk management framework for enhancing salmon in the Pacific region. It references the stock restoration guideline or guidance document from the Yukon River Panel, and the Salmon Subcommittee has a number of links and publications on their site related to the stock restoration work that had been undertaken. So that's just some of the resources that are referenced. Next slide, please. So then we move into next steps. So this, as I mentioned, this is a draft that was recently completed. We look to review that document with Yukon First Nations and First Nation governments. And another piece under the Pacific Salmon Strategy is to review and update the Federal Salmon Enhancement Program Policy Framework. So that work is soon to be underway. So any outcomes of that process will, of course, have implications or may have implications for the information provided in this document. Next slide, please. I think that's it. Yes. So that brings me to the end, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Steve. Questions, comments from panel members? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Amazingly, we seem to be moving through our agenda right on time. So we might need to stand down here for a second. We do have to do a little bit of a technical switch, which won't take very long. But next up, we're going to be having a presentation on drivers of poor Yukon River Chinook salmon abundance. I imagine this will be of high interest to our panel membership and members of the public alike in that regard. We just want to double check to make sure that Dr. Howard that will be giving this presentation will be able to control it from a distance while she's sitting up here at the table. Katie, come on up. So Katie, maybe try a quick test to make sure that it's working as you expect. Yes. There you go. Okay, excellent. Well, the floor is yours, Katie.
Okay, good afternoon. For people who may not know me, I am the lead for ADF&G Salmon Ocean Ecology Program. But before that, about a dozen years ago, I guess, I was a research biologist for the Yukon. And so I used to come to these meetings often, and it's always good to come back. And apparently you can't get rid of me because I keep coming back. And today I want to share a story about how we're trying to understand what's driving poor Yukon Chinook abundance. And I just want to start off by acknowledging that, you know, our ability to even start to answer this question is really resting on a lot of information that's come before. And I put a few logos of different organizations that have contributed to this knowledge on the bottom. I know that's not all of them. I know there are a lot of Canadian organizations that I don't have on there because I didn't have their logos, but just keep in mind that even being able to answer this question, start to answer this question, we have to have all of that information that's come before to be able to do that. And the other thing I would like to mention to kind of set the stage for this story is that the Yukon River watershed represents some of the most northerly freshwater habitats for any Chinook salmon across their entire distribution. And when we're talking about Canadian origin stocks, these are fish that have the longest spawning migration of any salmon. And this is going to become important later in this story. Maybe, oh, it was working before. There, okay. But it's also important to acknowledge that for generations, people on the Yukon have been relying on salmon for sometimes the only jobs in their community, for cultural and traditional value, and for food security. And I don't think we can underestimate how much the salmon is important to the people on the Yukon. And it's still not working. Okay, nope. Okay, no. There we go. But we've seen these really dramatic declines in the abundance of Chinook that have returned to the Yukon. We've had over a decade of chronic poor abundance. And in 2022, it was the worst that anybody's ever seen, far below any of the previous record poor abundances. So there really is a tremendous sense of urgency to understand what's happening and what can be done about it. So here you're looking at the life cycle of Yukon Chinook. We have really good information. I don't know if you can see this cursor. Well, it's going kind of crazy. We have really good information on the returns of Chinook to the Yukon River, thanks in part to all of those organizations that have contributed that information. We have good information on the spawner abundance, thanks again in part to all those organizations. But typically we don't have that much information for the rest of the life cycle of these fish. We know that the eggs incubate for almost a year. We know that almost all Yukon Chinook spend another year in freshwater before migrating out to sea. And then that first year in marine waters is what we typically call the juvenile life stage, the marine juvenile life stage. And for the first few months of that, these fish are in nearshore waters of the northern Bering Sea. And then they spend the rest of their marine life up to 5 years feeding and growing in the Bering Sea. And Yukon Chinook are staying in the Bering Sea throughout their marine life. Now, for most salmon populations, we're really lucky if we get good return information and good spawner information. But for Yukon Chinook, we also have good information on the juveniles. And that is thanks to a survey that was initiated by NOAA in 2002. And that survey occurs in the northern Bering Sea, roughly in this area shown in the white rectangle. And so that's the prime habitat for juveniles in September from the Yukon River. ADF&G has been working with NOAA since about 2010 to both operate this survey as well as to understand what this information means for Yukon salmon populations. And one of the things that is really important that we've learned from this survey is that the number of juveniles that we see in September of their first year in the ocean is an incredibly good predictor of how many adults return in future years. When we see more juveniles, more adults return in future years. And the reason why this is so important is because what that teaches us is that later marine survival after that juvenile stage is really stable from year to year. That's not where this big decline in abundance is happening. So what that tells us is that where we need to be looking for where this big decline in abundance is happening is either in the very early life of these fish, so the freshwater and the first few months at sea, or what we call transgenerational effects. And all that means is things that may not be affecting the number of spawners, but are affecting the quality of the offspring, how likely they are to survive. And so those are the life history stages that we're really focused on right now. And so if we know that the number of juveniles, that whatever's happening is occurring by September of their first year in the ocean, then that really begs the question of what's driving the number of juveniles that we see. And so we set out to ask this very question. And what we did was we looked at a number of environmental factors that could be affecting the number of juveniles that are produced per spawner. So this is just a measure of productivity, but instead of looking at returns per spawner, we're looking at the number of juveniles that are produced per spawner. So we looked at marine temperature metrics, which are shown in these purple bars, river discharge metrics, which are shown in yellow. That's just river flow, how much flow is coming out of the Yukon River. River temperature metrics shown in green. And the way to interpret this figure, it looks complicated, but all you really need to know is that the taller the bar in either direction, it doesn't matter which one, the stronger the association between those environmental metrics and the production of juvenile Yukon Chinook. So, and also the asterisks there are representing statistical significance. So the more asterisks, these are really highly significant relationships for these environmental factors and how they relate to the production of juvenile Chinook. So we looked at these different environmental metrics as they're acting on different life stages. So we looked at the spawning life stage, maybe.
Sorry to interrupt you, Katie, but just so you know, the flashing that we're seeing here is just occurring in this room. It's not affecting the the overall presentation. So if you can try and work through it, please,
Okay.
please do.
So the people in this room just blink really fast or something. I don't know. So we were looking at these environmental factors acting on different life stages. So the spawning life stage, the smolt life stage, and the marine juvenile life stage. And what hopefully you notice is that these environmental factors that have the tallest bars, that have all these asterisks, those are occurring during the spawner life stage. So what we're finding is that when there are runs occurring, when the Yukon River is warmer, we see fewer juveniles produced per spawner. When these runs are occurring, when that warming period is occurring earlier in the summer, it's overlapping more with the timing of the Chinook run, we see fewer juveniles produced per spawner. When the duration of that warm period occurs over a longer period of time, we see fewer juveniles produced per spawner. And when the river flow, the discharge is lower during the spawning run, which is usually associated with poor snowpack and drought conditions in Yukon Territory and interior Alaska. In those years, we see fewer juveniles produced per spawner. And so that makes us think that this spawning life stage itself is a critical time period for Yukon Chinook, at least in the more recent years, over the past 20 years. And what we think is happening here has to do with multiple metabolic stressors. When I'm talking about metabolic stressors, I'm talking about all of the things that affect how much energy salmon take in through food, and all of the things that affect how much energy a salmon uses to do work. And I think of it kind of like a battery. When the salmon are out in the ocean, they're feeding as much as possible. They're charging their battery because they have to store up whatever they can to make their spawning migration and be successful spawners. But when they're making their spawning migration, that's when they're expending their battery. They're drawing it down because they're really not feeding when they start entering freshwater. And if you think about it from the perspective of Yukon Chinook, the ones going clear up into Canada, they're doing essentially the equivalent of running an ultra marathon every day for a month. And they're doing all of that while not feeding. And if that's not bad enough, the females have to pack away even more energy because they have to pack the yolk of their eggs full of fat and nutrients so that their offspring have a chance to survive, because they have to rely on that yolk for the almost year until they're feeding themselves. So that is a tremendous feat of nature, really, that these animals are doing every year. The problem is we're seeing in recent years that there's changes that are happening that are affecting this energy balance. So we know, for example, that in recent years, we've seen temperatures that induce heat stress in Yukon Chinook. And that heat stress is a metabolic stress. When river temperatures increase, the metabolisms of these fish increase. They burn through their energy reserves much more quickly than their ancestors did that were swimming through cooler waters. So to make that same spawning migration, they're burning through their energy much more quickly. And so they either may not have enough to make it all the way, or if they make it all the way, they might not have enough for their eggs in the yolk of their eggs. We also know that there's been a really dramatic increase in the infection rate with Ichthyophonus in the Yukon River. And these infections, anytime you're sick, that is an energy drain because your body's fighting off a disease in addition to whatever else you're trying to do. But Ichthyophonus in particular is problematic because we know it affects heart tissue. It affects the swimming efficiency of these fish. So an infected fish is going to burn through their energy much more quickly than an uninfected fish to make the exact same spawning migration. And so our concern here is that with some of these different environmental changes that we've seen occurring, that these fish are at higher risk of having what we call en route mortality. So they just don't make it to the spawning grounds, or they have higher risk of pre-spawn mortality, which is just another word for saying they make it to the spawning grounds, but they run out of juice before they successfully spawn. Or they could be laying eggs that are less equipped to survive. And that is the next thing that we've been looking at. So there is really well-documented cases of thiamine deficiency in salmonids. And that's something that we've been looking at for Yukon River Chinook. Thiamine is a B vitamin. It's an essential nutrient. We all need it to survive. And that's because our cells use thiamine to help them convert food into energy to do work. We can only get thiamine through food. And that's because thiamine's only created by some plants and some bacteria and some fungi. Animals can't create our own thiamine. So when we see thiamine deficiency in salmonids, typically the times we're concerned with thiamine deficiency is in the embryos themselves, so in the eggs. And that's because at very low levels of thiamine, we do see complete mortality of the eggs. But even at suboptimal levels, because it's happening when these embryos are developing, we end up seeing all of these developmental problems that can occur because of low thiamine levels. And so these developmental problems range from immune system dysfunction, so they have weakened immune systems. They have whole organ dysfunctions where they're less capable of evading predators, less capable of hunting for food. And the list really goes on and on. And these things can have lifelong effects. So even after they're able to feed themselves and get their own thiamine through food, because this happened while these embryos were developing, they may never recover from some of these deficiencies. So we've done a couple of small studies on the Yukon to assess thiamine levels in eggs, one in 2012 and then again in 2014 and 2015. And the one thing that we saw consistently across all of these years was that there was a pattern where middle and upper river spawners, those fish that were traveling further, had significantly lower egg thiamine levels than fish that didn't travel as far to get to their spawning grounds. And so we think that simply the fact that many of these fish have a really long way to go, they may be burning through more of their thiamine than the fish that are traveling a shorter distance. So they may be a little more vulnerable. But when we look at all of the fish across the entire drainage, we saw almost 66% of all the females that we sampled had eggs that had suboptimal thiamine levels, where we would expect some higher risk of mortality for their offspring simply because they had low thiamine levels. And typically when we see thiamine deficiency in salmon and other fish, it's because something's happening in the ecosystem that is changing what they're feeding on. It's changing either the species they're feeding on, or it's changing the quality of the food that they're feeding on. And we do know that in recent years, there have been really big ecosystem shifts in the Bering Sea. And we've seen these really big multi-year marine heat waves that have shifted what food may be available. Now, we don't have great information on the food of maturing Chinook salmon from the Yukon. So that is a missing piece of the puzzle right now, is what exactly are they feeding on now that may be different than what it was before. But that's something that we're looking into. So altogether, this kind of constitutes our current idea that we're pursuing for multiple metabolic stressors that are acting on Yukon Chinook. It's kind of a perfect storm of things that are happening in freshwater, as well as things that are happening in the ocean. So contracting diseases, as well as the food that's available to them. But they're all acting on this returning adult spawner life stage. And so what we think is happening because of these different factors is that either these fish aren't making it all the way, they're having en route mortality. They're making it all of the way, but then they run out of juice, they have pre-spawn mortality, or they're leaving eggs that are less equipped to survive. So the net result of all of this is that there's just poor reproductive success. And so the question that probably, oh, before I get to the question, I forgot to mention that, so for all of these different factors that I've talked about, there is the possibility for them to enhance one another in a really bad way. So for example, thiamine deficient eggs, those fish have lifelong weakened immune systems. Having a fish with a weakened immune system may be more susceptible to contracting Ichthyophonus when they're out in the ocean. And it can go both ways. Ichthyophonus infected fish may leave eggs that have lower thiamine levels. And really for all of these factors, you see these potential for positive feedback loops where they could exacerbate one another. But here's the question is, can we do anything about it? This I think is the big question. And one of the things that I think we need to think about is not necessarily whether or not we're going to be able to find solutions, but can we mitigate the effect on Chinook? Can we slow down how quickly some of these environmental factors are affecting Chinooks to give them time to adapt and come back? The other thing that when I look at all of this, that is apparent to me is I can't give this to fisheries managers and have them do anything about it, because while these are issues that are affecting fisheries, there aren't really fishery management tools to deal with them. And so we may need to think about looking outside of all the typical fisheries management channels and tools and experts. It might not be a fisheries biologist who's going to give you the best information about what to do about this. And so really bringing in some other expertise and thinking outside the box a little bit about the different avenues to address some of these problems. One thing we can talk about in a fisheries management context is that there is some evidence that these middle and upper river spawners may be particularly vulnerable in recent years. That's something that can be considered. There's probably not a lot of people in this room who feel really empowered to be able to do much about a changing climate, but there are things that can be done to mitigate some of these impacts. We heard from Steve earlier that part of the restoration plan efforts is water quality, and temperature is a feature of water quality. So are there things that can be done to help protect some of the temperature regimes on the Yukon River? It may not be possible in the main stem. It's such a big river system, but perhaps for some of the tributaries, there can be things that can be done from a restoration perspective. It may mean reaching out to hydrologists, indigenous knowledge experts, and others to figure out what those solutions may be. There's not a lot we can do about what food these fish are feeding on in the ocean, but there are examples we can look from elsewhere. So in California, they have a well-documented issue with thiamine deficiency in their Chinook. And they've been experimenting with some different mitigation activities. One of the things that they've tried looking into is giving their females like a vitamin shot, basically a thiamine shot. And what they've found that when they do that, the females are okay and their eggs have more thiamine. I'm not saying that's the right solution for the Yukon. I'm just providing that as an example of some out of the box creative thinking of how to deal with some of these tricky problems that aren't really fisheries problems, but they're affecting our fisheries. And then the last thing I want to say is that, again, we can't really do much about fish contracting Ichthyophonus in the ocean. But I want to point out that it was fishermen from the Yukon River that raised the alarm bells about Ichthyophonus. It was a fisherman from the lower river who came to me and said, hey, you know, I'm seeing less belly fat in the Chinook that are coming out of the ocean now than we used to have. That really was a light bulb moment for me. That's not information I would ever have on my own. And that's because, you know, I haven't fished on the Yukon River for 50 years. I haven't inherited generations of knowledge before me. And so I think this is an opportunity to really bring some different perspectives to the table and to elevate some different kinds of knowledge so that we can better connect some of these dots and figure out some solutions. And so that's a segue into my request that we recently received funding from the North Pacific Research Board to continue exploring some of these different metabolic stressors on Yukon Chinook. And so the folks who are leading this effort are ourselves, USGS, NOAA, and YRDFA. But we are only able to do this through a bunch of partnerships with other organizations who are doing research on the Yukon right now. And so what our partners have graciously offered to do is to help collect data while they're out doing their own activities. And what we've asked our partners is that we're not trying to add any additional mortality. It's just if you're out there anyway and you're collecting data anyway, whether that's through a test fishery or through carcass surveys or what have you, if you can collect some samples for us, that would be great. Even with that, we do have some gaps in where we're able to have currently on the grounds projects. So YRDFA will be hiring local fishermen on the Andreevsky River and on the Kayakuk River to help collect data. So to do some carcass surveys with us so that we can look and see, is there evidence of fish making it to the spawning grounds but not spawning? And can we collect some samples from if there are some remaining eggs in some carcasses? So that is the Western science part of this endeavor. But then there is another part of this endeavor that's being led by YRDFA that is working with local communities to try to elevate some local and traditional knowledge that has to do with health and condition of fish. And so they're going to be collecting that information. Our hope is to share all of this information together, both the Western science side of things and the local and traditional knowledge side of things. And by doing so, we hope to provide a more holistic picture of what's going on. And that really is the end of the story. This QR code will take you to our Facebook page where we provide updates on some of our research. And last time I was here, I think it was just the US panel members. I brought some stickers and you guys cleaned me out. So I brought some more. If anybody wants a sticker, you can come see me.
Thank you, Katie. Excellent presentation. And I'm not sure about other members or members of the public, but it's got my gears turning quite a bit. So I've definitely got some questions, but certainly open it up to panel members first to provide any feedback, comments, and questions. Ragnar?
Chairman, Dr. Howard, it's a very, I thought, excellent presentation. I have a lot of questions, but I'll try to keep it to one or two. At the beginning of your presentation, but there was out migrants in their first summer, first fall. You can project out pretty good confidence of levels there of a future return. I think you stated that the mortality rate at that point, looking forward to the return, is pretty constant. So at that point in your presentation, I said, okay, the problem is in the egg and fry and so on. But then you spent the other half of your presentation, stating there's the fish are picking up Ichthyophonus. Okay, they're returning with the low thiamine levels, which is got by eating in marine waters. So I was left at the end of presentation, which is, I really appreciate the presentation is it at the end of it, even though there's a mortality in the egg laying and the juveniles coming out, it seems like the problem is in marine waters. Did I hear you correctly in regards to thiamine, Ichthyophonus? Is that where the problem is at? Is the problem in marine waters, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, that is great. Thank you. That is great clarification. I would say the problem's in both freshwater and marine waters. And I think what we're saying is we think the problem is acting on this adult spawner life stage. So that life stage where they're getting ready to spawn in marine waters, they're making it into freshwater. That year is probably the critical year we need to be thinking about that's really driving the abundance that we're seeing. So it's, yeah, it is things happening in marine waters, but it's that very last part of their time in marine waters and getting into the ocean. So, or getting into the freshwater. And so when you have it's not one thing, it's multiple things happening at the same time. Probably if it was only thiamine, we wouldn't be seeing this huge decline. If it was only Ichthyophonus, we probably wouldn't be seeing this huge decline. It's the fact that, okay, you have thiamine and then you have these hot waters, plus these fish have to go really far. Like everything is kind of snowballing. That's my interpretation of it.
Go ahead, Robert.
Thanks. That was a great presentation. A quick question for you. Is there any structure around the size or age of the fish in thiamine production? So for instance, the older cohorts, are they more resistant or less resistant? Do they have more energy to reserve?
We don't know. So the studies I talked about that we've previously been done, they're all opportunistic sampling because we were trying not to add any more mortality. So the sample sizes are pretty small. We haven't been able to look at if there's an age component. We've only been able to look at by region of where they're spawning. The upcoming work that we're doing, again, we're just opportunistically sampling. So it's going to take a while to get large enough sample sizes to be able to say much about the age of the fish or the size of the fish. But that is our hope, is that eventually we can say, because we'll be sampling and as soon as they enter freshwater, so we'll know the condition of fish after they've left the ocean, but then we'll also be looking at fish on the spawning grounds as well. And so our hope is that across all of that, we'll get a better picture, but it might take a while to collect enough samples to be able to ask those questions about age.
Brandy, did you have a follow-up, Robert?
No, I think I'll think about it for a couple seconds more and then I might come back.
Okay, Brandy, go ahead.
Thank you. That was a really good presentation. I have a couple of questions. So did you guys do the egg sampling in any Canadian spawning grounds, from those spawning grounds? That's the first question.
Yeah, we did. So there were some samples from the Whitehorse Fish Hatchery, but then we also received samples from, I believe, Teslin River, and there were one or two other tributaries on the Canadian side where we were receiving samples.
Well, you answered my question. I said, I was going to ask you if you got some from the hatchery and what were the results of the hatchery?
They tended to be a little bit higher egg thiamine levels than the other Canadian origin ones, but overall, when you look at all of the Canadian origin ones, their thiamine levels were still lower on average compared to like lower river spawners.
And why would that be? Because they're coming from brood stock for the hatchery. But is it because they're in a controlled environment?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. And that was something we were kind of scratching our heads over too. It could be perhaps because, that last push on the spawning grounds to find a place to spawn and all of that is not, they don't have to do that when they're in the hatchery. They're just kind of hanging out until they're ripe enough to be spawned. And so they, that might be a piece of it. But that is a good question. We're not quite sure why their egg thiamine levels were a little bit higher.
I'd really like to talk to you after. Maybe we can look at doing some kind of restoration project in Canada. Thank you.
Elizabeth, go ahead.
Hey, Katie, I just want to say thanks again. And I see Vanessa's here too. So thank you to her and the rest of the team as well. I know you guys spend a lot of time, like a month out on a boat a couple times a year to get this data, and a lot of investment of time and energy, and appreciate the way you do the presentation too. It makes it very easy to understand. And yeah, it's a story that needs to be told. And if anyone's interested in a little bit of science every single day, I really do recommend their Facebook page. I'm doing a shameless plug, but I love it. Sign up and get it, and you'll learn a little bit about all the things when they're out there in the ocean, like the fish that smell like cucumbers. I can't remember what they're called, but there's some good things there. So do check it out.
Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. That really was great. I wonder if you can say a little bit more about, what's happening in the ocean with the food that they're eating. I mean, I understand that they're not getting as much nourishment and that's contributing perhaps to these lower levels of thiamine, but how do you proceed to figure out exactly what's happening out there?
Yeah, that's a good question. Right now, we have assessments in sort of nearshore waters, relatively nearshore waters of the Northern Bering Sea. And that's really designed for that juvenile life stage. So we have pretty good information on how the diets at that juvenile life stage have changed over time. And yeah, we've seen big changes when we've been in these marine heat wave years. But we don't catch a lot of immatures. They tend not to come that far up onto the continental shelf. And so we get some diet information from immature Chinook. There have been some research projects that have tried to take stomachs from fish caught in fisheries in the Bering Sea and look at the diet there, but it's been decades since anything like that has been done. So that is an avenue of investigation that we're really interested in. This summer, we tried from some test fishery samples, we tried collecting some stomachs, but by the time they're in the river, most of them have empty stomachs. It does look like from the fish that did have something in their stomach, they were probably feeding on herring and a couple of shrimp. So that's kind of interesting, but we don't have anything to compare it to because it's never been done before. So we are looking towards trying to figure out if there are ways we can go out and get that information that isn't going to be enormously expensive because, when they're at these older marine life stages, they're really dispersed. You can't just fish in one area and find them all. So getting those data are a little challenging. We are working with some folks who are using stable isotopes to try to look at diet that is diet information that's not stomach content, but just where they're feeding on the food chain. That doesn't really tell us about the quality of food that they're eating necessarily.
Very quick. Yeah, thanks for that. And maybe I'm getting outside of the bounds of your study, but so you've got these marine heat waves. I mean, to what extent do the fish go elsewhere to seek colder water?
We have seen in warmer temperature years, we do see the juveniles moving a little bit further north than they typically would in a cooler year. The immatures, they're spending their time in the Bering Sea, in the central Bering Sea basin, and then in the winters they're moving closer to the shelf break in the southern Bering Sea. But Chinook are incredible. They dive really deep, so they can avoid the warmer surface waters. It's not uncommon for them to be 400 meters deep, and so they'll make these really deep dives, and so they can regulate their temperature a little bit that way in the Bering Sea.
Eric and then Dennis.
Yeah, I was going to suggest a little bit more study on in-river. I noticed the last 15 years or so we've had higher waters level in the river, high water, and bank orientation of salmon has changed too versus years past. So I know temperature, having higher water obviously is going to have some cooler water out in the main channels too. So I could see also too they're expending more energy with higher water also. So there's a correlation there. The other thing you said something about doing a future study within Andrewski, and my concern with this past year with the fire with BLM was that we don't have shade in part of the river now, or the habitat for food for fish too, for the younger fish as they progress out of the river, out migration. So just keep that in mind when that study for Andrewski River comes into play. Thanks.
Dennis.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I'm not an expert in how all of this research makes it into the management actions and things like that. But I'm always thinking, obviously, of what is the management action associated with this research. And I appreciate your presentation because you were always one step ahead of that. I guess I really appreciate the scale of this, and just you are laying out a really large landscape level, multiple processes across different parts of the life cycle. I really appreciated that. I guess I'm just trying to get a sense, and I'm not sure if you can answer this question. Well, maybe you can, but do you have sufficient enough detail to be able to, or is it granular enough to be able to feed into the modeling and the various exercises that we always use for escapement goals and things of that like that? Do you have that level of detail that does that fit into those processes as it stands?
I would say no, not yet. I feel like we're at the point where, we have, we've honed in on what are the life stages that are really critical here. And now the next step is really nailing down, okay, how important are these different factors that we've identified as being probably pretty important? And how important are they? What's the relative role of each of them? Because, a correlation isn't necessarily causation. And all we've really done so far is look at what environmental factors are associated with production of Yukon juveniles. So we need to take those next steps. And that, I think, will get closer to being able to do something with it. I'm not sure what exactly the management levers would be for some of these things. It seems like it's great information for like restoration projects, but I'm not sure what the management levers are. Yeah.
So not seeing any current questions from members, but I do have some. And again, if our members have more questions, please feel free to speak up. So maybe to start with the thiamine, kind of I guess a base question is the baseline of comparison Is it something where, based on the overall knowledge of thymine, either on salmon or fish in general, that there's certain levels that are known to be detrimental on any fish, and that was what's being used as the basis of comparison for then looking specifically at Yukon Chinook salmon?
Yeah, and I think that that is a great point. So this is based on comparison to laboratory studies that have been done that look at thiamine levels of eggs and the mortality of those eggs, and then consequent developmental issues with fry for the ones that actually do survive. And so that's been done for Chinook in other places, in Great Lakes Chinook and in California Chinook. It hasn't been done for Yukon Chinook. So it is possible that Yukon Chinook could have different thresholds. That's something that needs to be pursued. We need to do some lab studies, but like we don't have a lab to do that. So that would be a great like university type project for someone.
I sense that was a subtle hint.
Yeah. Yes.
Maybe unsubtle. Thank you. That's good clarification. So then when we did focus on evaluating thiamine, and again, if I get the years on 2012 and
2012, 2014, and 2015.
Okay. When we did start evaluating Yukon egg thiamine levels, it sounds like there was a gradation where lower river stocks were above those I guess baseline thresholds, and middle and upper, was there a gradation that it decreased as you went up the drainage?
Yeah, you'd get a lot of variability across different females, but on average, the females that were spawning in lower river tributaries had higher egg thiamine levels than those in middle and upper river tributaries. Now, across the board, you would still see females that had eggs that were at these suboptimal or really, really bad levels. But you just saw more of those in middle and upper Yukon tributaries. And the Chinook River in particular, for some reason, was tended to have some particularly low egg thiamine levels in their fish.
Okay, so and again, I'm just trying to clarify the basis of the way it's been described here. There's no in other words, there's no way to know if prior to these years when it's first assessed what a baseline of comparison is for it used to be better, in other words, or worse. And even over time, there's no basis of comparison for Yukon Chinook in that regard.
That's correct. 2012 was the first that anybody's tried looking.
But at a minimum, we can at least say that what was evaluated that in those years, and perhaps currently, that there is evidence to show a thiamine deficiency.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to suggest that thiamine on its own is necessarily, or thiamine deficiency on its own is necessarily a problem. It's just another thing we need to think about when we're looking at these energy dynamics for these fish, that they've already got a lot they have to contend with their journey, and so any additional risk factor might be the one that is kind of putting them over the edge.
Okay, thanks. Again, that's clarification.
John?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to add, in Lake Ontario, I believe they had a complete
in some form. Did we just lose Zoom?
I think a bunch of people got kicked off because I'm watching a bunch of people come back in. And Andy just texted me to let me know that he got kicked off and I just changed it.
John, this is Andy. Can you hear my audio?
Yep, you're back on. You got kicked out, huh, Andy? You got bumped off.
No, there's all this afternoon's been acting really odd. I'm not seeing the video presentations. I can see a thumbnail of the room, but I don't have any other video feed, and I have no option to raise a hand or anything like that. So I'm losing the main screen. I just have the thumbnail screens.
Okay, we'll try and work on this as best we can. Nick, I don't know if it's worth calling Jeff. Get him down here to try and see if we can't troubleshoot some of this. Please do. We'll try and proceed the best. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, sorry, I can't raise my hand. I had a question if it's possible.
Yeah, maybe just I'll wrap up real quick here, Andy, and then we'll go to you. So anyway, I wanted to throw that out there for consideration amongst the group as well. Is that so when I said earlier that this presentation has my gears turning of trying to identify those aspects of human intervention that may be able to try and address some of these factors that are being identified. And I'll leave it at that. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Katie. First of all, I'd just like to know if you have any kind of a link to this presentation where maybe you just give the presentation. I think it'd be really a great way to share it with other people. You know, when you're not doing it live, if there's any kind of a recording of it, would be really helpful to be able to share with people. My question revolves around two things. One, I can remember the Laura and Bonnie did some work with fecundity and fat lipids and everything. And I'm just wondering if there was anything collected on thiamine. That was like 2000, I can't remember, 2006 maybe, or 8, somewhere around there on the Yukon River. So that's one question. Maybe it has to be a very specific test. My main question though is, you said there's a correlation between adults returning to spawn with low thiamine, hitting spawning grounds, and then that transfers to the eggs. So those young fish being reared would start out life in a low thiamine. Is there any way to get thiamine into their diets? Because I'm assuming that's the only way you can do it. You couldn't just put a vitamin into the water or anything like that. It has to be consumed. Is that correct?
Thanks, Andy. I guess I'll answer your first question that Bonnie gave me a head shake that they didn't do any thiamine analysis when they were looking at eggs. And then for your second question, our current understanding is that the primary way where animals get thiamine is through food. However, I was recently at a conference with some microbiologists who deal with bacteria that create thiamine. And they were wondering if it's possible that some of the microbial communities in freshwater systems may be creating thiamine that could be available like through the water for eggs. And so that's something that we started talking about, maybe like if they were interested, I told them like, come up to Alaska because we need all the help we can get. So it's possible. It's never been demonstrated before that can happen. Typically when there's been some kind of intervention to try, like in hatcheries or whatever, if they're having a thiamine deficiency problem, they have to add the thiamine either through a thiamine injection for the female, or they'll give the eggs a thiamine bath, and the eggs take it up much better before the eggs are fertilized. So if it happens after the eggs are fertilized, then they don't absorb the thiamine as well.
Okay.
So that there could
and
be
just-
something there. I just don't know yet. We don't have that information yet.
Yeah, okay, great. And then the other thing, just to confirm, thiamine is primarily in red meats. Is that correct, or is it in any type of a meat? You know, as far as the food that they're eating, or in nature, in the wild, is that primarily the B vitamins are mainly in red meat muscle, or is it any type of a meat muscle? I just don't know the chemistry of thiamine.
Yeah, it can be in any meat muscle, but one of the things that we're working on with our NOAA colleagues is to look at some potential prey items that are in the Bering Sea, to look at different levels of thiamine. One of the things that has been seen in Baltic salmon is they've seen that when there are changes to the age distributions of the fish that they're feeding on, that can change their thiamine levels, because if they're gorging themselves on really fatty but low thiamine younger herring, they end up with less thiamine than when they feed on bigger herring. So there could be some dynamics like that going on that we just don't know about yet. So we're doing some exploratory work with our NOAA colleagues to look at some of the potential prey that's out in the Bering Sea.
And one final question, is thiamine possible to be measured in water? Does it leave a trace in water? So you mentioned that the Chinook system seems to have very low thiamine fish. And I would assume out in the ocean that they would be all feeding kind of somewhat uniformly. So I'm wondering if there is something in the water chemistry. And so can you pick up thiamine in water chemistry?
Yeah, I believe you can pick up thiamine in the water chemistry. It involves some pretty, as I understand it, it involves some pretty complicated filtering of water on site, but it is possible. And I guess the other part of the thiamine story, just to be aware of, is that there's two different things going on. One is how much thiamine they're getting in their diet. But the other thing that we see sometimes is there are prey fish that have high levels of thiaminase, which is an enzyme that breaks down thiamine. So if they eat a lot of those prey with really high thiaminase, then they end up with low thiamine levels. So it gets really complicated really fast. But we're trying to look at as much as we can with the samples that are available to us.
Thank you very much. And if you could at any time record your presentation, I think it would be really great for school kids to be able to see that, for any meetings, fish meetings. I really found that to be a great tool, I think, to educate people. Thank you for all your work, Katie. And I'm wondering if you ever got over getting seasick now.
I still take medication every time.
I can only imagine what it's like out there in the middle of the winter. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
So perhaps one additional question along the topic of thiamine, and I know that wasn't the sole focus of this study, but just maybe recapping. So thiamine is essential for living organisms. In particular, in this case, we're talking about salmon, and salmon basically acquire thiamine through consuming prey species. Thiamine is used to convert food into energy. And as we know, salmon need a lot of energy to make their migratory returns into fresh water to be able to spawn successfully. So I'm just curious, Or can you perhaps provide us some insight on how quickly thiamine levels decline within a salmon or within salmon eggs over time, and specifically during that adult spawner life phase? Meaning, are the thiamine levels that would be detected within a salmon's body, a female salmon's body, while in the marine environment, do those levels stay consistent when the salmon stops feeding and migrates to their spawning grounds, or do those levels decline over time? Thank you.
That's a great question that we don't have information for. So they have in the body of work that's been done on thiamine deficiency in fishes in general, they have documented for a trout, I don't remember which trout, but a trout that decrease in muscle thiamine levels of fish prior and after their spawning migration. So there is some information there. There isn't information on Chinook. Pretty much all that people have looked at for Chinook are egg thiamine levels, because that's the more critical life stage for having these deficiency problems. You can have much lower muscle thiamine levels in a full-grown salmon and they can still get by and be just fine. It's really something about having low thiamine levels at that developmental stage that causes really big problems. But that is something that we're going to try to get some information on, because we're going to try to get some paired muscle tissue and egg so that we can get a better handle on, do you have a signal even within the female's muscle itself that she's going to be less equipped to provide her eggs with thiamine, or is there a change when you go from leaving the ocean all the way up to the spawning grounds? Are we seeing that for Yukon Chinook? So we're going to look into it. We don't have that information right now.
Ragnar, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Howard, thanks for all that. Does your staff have any complete kind of off the subject, any rationale for why in the summer chum fishery, those summer chums going to the Andreski, which is 120 miles or whatever it is, are not returning? Is it the same problem as with the Chinook?
Oh, yeah. So the information we have on chum salmon tells a little bit different story. So chum salmon, for one, they feed on different things in the ocean. So they're going to be less susceptible to thiamine deficiency, for example, because Chinook are really piscivorous. They tend to, they're a little more vulnerable to thiamine deficiency because they're eating some of these fish that are high in thiaminase. Chum have a much more varied diet. They're eating some zooplankton, they're eating some invertebrates, they're eating some fish. It's much more varied. What we're seeing for chum salmon is that in these marine heat wave years, we're seeing a problem already at the juvenile stage. We're seeing that their whole diet shifts. And while for juvenile Chinook, the diet also shifts, they're still eating high quality prey. But for the juvenile chum, their diet shifts and they're then eating really low quality prey. So they go from this really diverse diet in normal years to in marine heat wave years, they're eating a lot of like gelatinous animals, which have almost no nutritional value. And so, and their energy reserves for those juveniles just plummet. They go much worse than what we've ever seen before. And so we think in these marine heat wave years, it just really hit them hard. They just, they were really just kind of running on empty because they switched food to a really poorly nutritious food. Their metabolisms are up because the warmer water temperature, and they just, you know, by the time we found them in September, they were already kind of predisposed to not be in good shape before winter.
Okay, I'm not seeing any additional questions here. So again, thanks very much, Dr. Howard, for your presentation. It's always a pleasure to have you at our panel meetings, and I do hope that you are a frequent visitor to engage with us in the future. Thanks again. We don't want to. Let's go ahead and take a break. And I'm sorry to disappoint, but there is a egregious typo that I feel terrible about in the agenda. We're not taking a 45-minute break. My apologies. Send me nasty emails if need be. Only about the break, not about anything else. So, so let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We'll reconvene at 3:30 and we'll move into our next presentations. Thank you. Okay, folks, let's go ahead and get settled back in and we'll get started with our next presentation. So maybe just as a brief update, I'm hopeful that we have our technical difficulties figured out, especially for our remote attendees and those that are observing over YouTube. We did just switch out a computer that we think was the source of the problem. So hopefully we'll be good to go for the rest of the afternoon. Next up, we have a presentation from Zach Liller on the Ichthyophonus program for Yukon River Chinook. So we will go ahead and proceed as soon as you're ready. Zach, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just for the group's benefit, my name is Zach Liller. I'm a research coordinator with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm based here in Anchorage, work for the Commercial Fish Division, and specifically the Arctic, Yukon, and Kuskokwim region. I also serve as the U.S. JTC co-chair, providing technical advice to the Yukon River Panel, but in this capacity, reporting out on a collaborative research program that's being implemented by Alaska Department of Fish and Game and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The previous presentation, I think, did a fantastic job of setting up the potential need, well, this particular presentation and the need for this study. The agencies have been undertaking an investigation into the impacts of Ichthyophonus on Yukon River Chinook salmon, which was identified as one of the potential stressors in the previous presentation. I will say that this presentation is relatively lengthy, partly because it's a big complex topic. There's been a tremendous amount of prior effort to understand what Ichthyophonus is and what it means for Yukon River Chinook salmon. But none of those efforts have really tried to connect the dots on what the specific biological impacts are, what the quantifiable implications for en route mortality, and if it can be monitored on a year-by-year basis to inform management. And that's what this current effort is trying to do. Next slide, please. So we'll not presume that everyone in the audience has a complete understanding of what Ichthyophonus is. So I kind of want to start from the beginning. We'll spend the first portion of the presentation introducing what Ichthyophonus is, what we know about it and its potential implications for Yukon River Chinook salmon. And then we'll dive into why we are studying this disease again, what sampling was done specifically in 2022, what we've learned from the study thus far, and what our plans are moving forward. Next slide. So beginning first with what is Ichthyophonus? Next slide, please. So there are lots of publicly available information for folks to peruse. And this document in particular that's shown on the slide is a assemblage of fish diseases that are common in Alaska. It's a publication that ADF&G, the pathology lab, put together. It's available on the ADF&G website for folks that want to take a look at it. And it provides a really excellent overview of what causes the infection, what types of fishes can become infected, how they transmit the disease, and what it means for the fish itself and any human health significance. So I encourage folks to use the link at the bottom of this particular slide and check this out. Next slide. So we'll first start off with the human health significance. There's a lot that we could talk about with respect to Ichthyophonus, but I want to kind of get this one out of the way right off the bat. Ichthyophonus is exclusively a fish disease. It cannot harm people. It can't harm dogs. Now, the flesh itself may not be appetizing to look at. It may taste a little funky. Specifically folks that are drying fish, it may not dry properly. However, if you choose to eat it, it is safe to eat. Next slide, please. So with respect to what causes the infection, Ichthyophonus infection and eventual disease is caused by a single-celled marine organism that acts as a parasite in fish. And there's actually been some recent genetic studies that have indicated that Ichthyophonus may be a complex group of species, which infects different groups of host fishes differently. Now, while we know a lot about aspects of the implications for fish that become infected, we don't know a whole lot about the life cycle of the Ichthyophonus parasite itself. Next slide, please. So one of the first questions that we often get asked when we're talking about Ichthyophonus in the context of Western Alaska is whether or not it's exclusive to Western Alaska, or does it have implications for other fish? Like, how widespread is it? So Ichthyophonus infections have been documented in over 140 fish species worldwide. The fish parasite, while it is a marine organism, it can infect both marine and freshwater species, and herring in particular are quite susceptible to Ichthyophonus infections. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes what we know about Ichthyophonus infections in fish species in Alaska. And basically what we did here was we used the opportunistic samples evaluated by the ADF&G pathology lab to create kind of a timeline and a visual representation of Ichthyophonus infection in fish. So the first infection was actually documented in 1988 in a Yukon River Chinook salmon. And since then, we've detected Ichthyophonus in a wide variety of other species, including chum salmon, sockeye salmon, coho salmon, a mixture of marine species, and more recently, species like Atco mackerel out in the Bering Sea. The inset map is a cartoon representation of geographically across Alaska where we have documented salmon infections. The green dots represent Chinook salmon, the blue dots chum salmon, the red sockeye, and the purple coho. Next slide, please. So with respect to transmission, we're very confident that Yukon River Chinook salmon in particular are infected in the marine environment through their diet. And it begins with waterborne infected cells that infect filter feeders and small prey fishes, that then ultimately get eaten by larger and larger fish and eventually Chinook salmon. So we'll go back one slide. Just to comment here that there's been a fair amount of work to evaluate whether there's additional types of transmissions that can occur. And specifically within freshwater, there's been some efforts in places like the Whitehorse Rapids Fishway to evaluate the infection of or the potential for infected females to pass it on to their offspring. And work such as that has indicated that it does not seem to be a viable pathway. And similarly, the out-migrating smolts and generally speaking, the early marine juveniles tend to have very low or no infections. However, we start to see infections increase in the subadults and certainly adults returning to the river. Next slide, please. So once a infected tissue is ingested, there's an amoeba-like infectious cell that invades the stomach lining and enters the bloodstream. Once it circulates throughout the body, it eventually gets lodged in blood filtering organs such as the heart, the liver, the kidney, the spleen. Once it is filtered in these organs, the parasite increases in size. It forms a large schizont, or basically the resting phase of the life cycle. And at that point, the body responds to the infection through inflammation, which ultimately encapsulates the infection in white inflammation tissue that can at times be seen in the muscle and in the organs. Next slide. So severely infected fish can have visual signs of infection, which are shown in these particular pictures. So the picture on the left is a Chinook salmon fillet, and those white streaks are inflammation surrounding Ichthyophonus infections. And these streaks can often referred to as like pus pockets, can be very fruity and kind of tangy in smell. And then the picture on the right is a picture of a Chinook salmon heart, and you can see the numerous white spots on the surface of the heart. If one was to cut the heart open, there would be white spots throughout the heart. And in some instances, the inflammation can actually consume 40–50% of the volume of the tissue, meaning that this particular heart is sick. Its ability to work properly is severely compromised. Next slide, please. So not all fish that become infected will eventually become diseased. However, in order to confirm whether or not infection is in fact Ichthyophonus, it has to be done through laboratory examination of the suspected tissue, so specifically in many cases the heart. Unfortunately, there are currently no non-lethal methods available to detect Ichthyophonus, so the fish does have to be killed and the internal organs need to be examined. With that said, there's several ongoing efforts to evaluate the potential for developing non-lethal methods, which I'll very, very briefly touch on in a later slide. Next slide. So, pardon me. So within a lab, in order to determine whether or not a piece of tissue or a fish at large is infected, the lab technicians need to choose an appropriate test. There's several tests that are commonly used that you'll see referred in literature and other presentations on the subject. Explant culture, histopathology, and PCR methodologies are the three most common. Without going into the details of exactly how these are conducted, it's suffice to say that both explant culture and histopathology are incredibly labor intensive, and they take a substantial amount of time. Explant culture only results in an indication as to whether or not the tissue is infected, so presence of the disease, whereas histopathology can provide information on not only the presence, is it infected or not, but also how severe the disease is, which is a critical piece of information. PCR is a genetic technique that is becoming more common for rapidly screening for infections and simultaneously estimating the severity of the disease. Next slide. So it makes sense to ask the question, well, if a fish becomes infected, what happens to it? And it can be quite variable depending on the fish and the situation that fish is experiencing. As I just mentioned in a previous slide, not all infected fish will become diseased, and those that don't will have normal biological functions. So they'll be able to continue operating just like a relatively healthy Chinook salmon. However, those that do become diseased will sequentially step through variable disease states. So first they'll become lightly diseased, then moderately diseased, and then severely diseased. Now, at both the light and moderate stages, the biological functions are compromised. So specifically, the heart tissue will become stressed. So the fish will be experiencing cardiac stress. That'll result in plasma cortisol levels or stress hormones to be elevated in the body. That'll result in hemoglobin and red blood cells to decrease, meaning that the individual fish will have challenges uptaking oxygen, which can ultimately result in challenges and decreased swimming speed. Next slide, please. So I want to transition with that kind of background on what Ichthyophonus is. I want to talk a little bit about what is known about Ichthyophonus and specifically Yukon River Chinook salmon. Next slide. So we know a tremendous amount of information from local knowledge, fishers along the river who for decades now have been monitoring the health of their harvested fish. And in particular, I want to give a tip of the cap to Mr. Stan Zaray in Rapids Research Center, who has really done a lot to bridge the local and Western science to advance the understanding of this disease. In general, though, moving from the mouth of the river towards the headwaters, what we know from local knowledge is that fish that are harvested near the mouth rarely have visible signs of disease. Now, that doesn't mean those fish are not infected. It just means that they're not able to see the infection with the naked eye. However, by the time fish reach the middle river, specifically the rapids area upriver from Tanana, Chinook salmon often display well-developed visible signs of disease. And with training, local fishers can achieve a near perfect ability to identify diseased fish. As we move further upriver near Fort Yukon and say Eagle near the US-Canada border, harvested Chinook salmon often rarely have visible signs of disease. And we also know that the prevalence and severity of the infections increase as the run progresses. Next slide, please. So with respect to Western science, there's been, as I kind of alluded during the cover slide, there's been an extensive amount of effort over a series of years to understand aspects of this particular disease. And much of those studies were directed by, encouraged by, and informed by local fishers along the river. But with respect to kind of moving from the ocean to the headwaters, we are quite confident that infection occurs through consumption of unknown infected prey species in the marine environment. As the fish enters the river, it enters with a set number of infections, but most infected fish are not diseased at this point or only lightly diseased. And therefore, it's really only possible to determine whether the fish is infected using very sensitive lab techniques. By the time the fish reaches the middle river, the disease severity is thought to peak before en route mortality would actually occur. We know that the disease progresses faster in warm water, and we know that the fish do not shed the disease. They, once diseased, they're diseased for the rest of their life. Now, moving into some of the spawning tributaries, number 4 on the inset map there, there was some efforts to evaluate the impacts of Ichthyophonus on spawning females. And those studies showed that the disease did not have a statistical impact on spawning success, but it's very difficult to conclude that it may not have a biological one. And basically what they observed here was that females that were infected with Ichthyophonus had a slightly higher retention of their eggs than fish that were not infected. And once we get up near the US-Canada border, near Eagle, sampling confirms that some fish entering Canada are infected and that severely diseased fish are generally absent, suggesting en route mortality. Next slide. So this particular slide summarizes the trends in Yukon River Chinook salmon infection prevalence at the Rapids Research Center, which again is a local partnership between academia and local biologists and experts. And the graph basically shows the percent of infected fish sampled at that location over time from 1999 through 2018. And the blue bars represent some years when there was some specific studies occurring that allowed for the infection prevalence to be confirmed using laboratory techniques. And the green bars represent a series of years where the observations and infection prevalence came from visual determinations by looking specifically at the heart by trained samplers. And what we can basically see here, I understand that the numbers are probably hard to see for folks in the room, but the highest bars there, those highest blue bars, are just a little shy of 40%. Next slide, please. So given that there's been a lot of work done already and that we know a lot about Ichthyophonus, it leads to a logical question. So why are we studying this again? Next slide. And what it really comes down to is the agencies are trying to respond to an unexplained poor abundance of Canadian origin Chinook salmon passing the US-Canada border. So I'll explain this graphic here in just a minute, but to kind of drive the point home that I apologize. I'll go ahead and orient the graph so folks can digest that. So what this is effectively showing is for the years 2005 through 2019, it's comparing an estimate of abundance of Canadian origin Yukon Chinook salmon based on pilot station sonar and genetic methods, which is represented in the blue bar with the confidence intervals, and comparing that estimate of abundance to an alternative estimate based on Eagle sonar, which is the dark green bars, and US harvests of Canadian fish between pilot station and Eagle. And both of these are valid methods for estimating total run size of Canadian Chinook salmon. And if all things were accounted for and there was no error in the assessment, the height of those bars would be exactly equal. What we generally see is that both techniques are relatively unbiased to each other. Sometimes one is a little higher, sometimes one is a little bit lower, but they generally provide the same information about the relative abundance over time. However, in 2019, the set of bars that's circled in red there, we observed a very large discrepancy between these two estimates, where we estimated many more Canadian Chinook salmon passing through the lower portion of the Yukon River than what we could account for post-season. Now, this resulted in lots of discussion about missing fish or ghost fish, and ultimately the JTC and some of the agencies coined it the difference between estimates to be descriptive of the fact that we're comparing two different estimate types. Now, in 2019, folks may recall there was an extensive and prolonged heat wave that resulted in elevated water temperatures that were known to cause en route mortality, specifically of Yukon chum salmon, summer chum salmon, which is what that inset picture is. And while we didn't see large numbers of dead Chinook salmon in 2019, nor did anyone in the Yukon call attention to Ichthyophonus problems, just next door in the Kuskokwim, we did observe elevated Ichthyophonus prevalence in Kuskokwim Chinook that particular year. Next slide. In 2020, fishers along the river were paying attention to their limited catch, specifically there in the Rapids area. And Mr. Stanzeret reported out to the agencies that he was seeing a very high prevalence of Ichthyophonus, but even more concerning was that the severity of the disease was something that he hadn't really seen before. And then post-season, we evaluated this difference between estimates and again noted that there was quite a few more Canadian Chinook salmon passing through the lower river than ultimately made it to the border and could be accounted for based on our assessment program. Next slide, please. So given the 2 years of difference between estimates and 1 year of local harvesters indicating that Ichthyophonus may be back, the agencies were as prepared as we could be and implemented some sampling in 2021. ADF&G sampled Chinook salmon harvested at Pilot Station, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service paired with collaborated with local fishers, specifically Stan Zare at the Rapids area, to evaluate the prevalence of Ichthyophonus in harvest at that particular location. And what we saw in both of those sample sets was that Ichthyophonus was at a prevalence level well above what we had seen in years past, so above 40% at both of those locations. Next slide. So given this, the JTC and the agencies had a variety of conversations and collectively concluded that Ichthyophonus associated en route mortality was the leading hypothesis to explain this difference between sonar estimates. There was an extensive amount of bilateral and multi-agency discussions. It was acknowledged that Ichthyophonus research is needed while the prevalence of the disease is high. And that also aligns with JTC guidance to this panel back in 2011, which encouraged that Ichthyophonus directed research should occur when the prevalence of the disease exceeds 25%. Next slide, please. So now I want to transition into what sampling was done in 2022. Next slide. So ADF&G and US Fish and Wildlife Service collaborated with the support of local fishers and communities to implement a new project. The project objectives were to develop an annual Ichthyophonus monitoring program and build a new predictive tool capable of providing timely information about the level of Chinook salmon mortality associated with the disease. And if after years of development, the project is successful, it'll provide necessary information to encourage precautionary management when disease levels are high and allow for a better management and protection of Chinook salmon for years to come. Also, part of this effort was to help build capacity for local fishers along the river to detect and report out on Ichthyophonus in their harvest. Next slide. So the basic study design includes 3 sites. So moving from the left of your screen to the right, we have pilot station sonar in the lower river, Rapids area in the middle river, and Eagle at the US-Canada border. The pilot station in particular is the proposed site of a future annual Ichthyophonus monitoring location. Rapids is obviously located mid-river, and this is where we understand the disease to reach a maximum before fish die. And Eagle is a location where we can measure the infection in the survivors to Eagle. Now, I do want to be clear that when I say survivors to Eagle, I don't mean that all of these fish will necessarily survive to spawn. I mean that these are the fish that actually make it to Eagle. And this is a particularly critical sample set because it's the results from the survivors at Eagle that are critical for estimating a lethal threshold of the disease that is associated with en route mortality. Next slide, please. So at each of these locations, the study design calls for collecting 200 representative samples. The sample approach is slightly different based on the locations. Pilot station, the effort is to collect the samples from the gillnet test fishery. At Rapids, the samples were collected from a fish wheel, and at Eagle, the samples were collected from the Eagle sonar gillnet test fishery. So it's the paired data sets between pilot station and Rapids that will help us define how fast the disease progresses before en route mortality is hypothesized to occur. And in particular, we're estimating a new parameter called ramp rate. And it's the paired data sets between Rapids and Eagle that allow us to determine the disease severity level that's associated with en route mortality and estimate a new parameter called lethal threshold. It's the combination of the ramp rate and legal threshold that will allow for estimating en route mortality in future years based only on the samples collected from pilot station test fishery mortality. So the idea here is to build a set of associations that will allow us to estimate en route mortality annually using only samples collected from pilot station, resulting in no additional mortality. Next slide, please. So at each, these pictures just sort of describe the methods used in 2022. So as far as fish capture, gillnet test fisheries were used at both pilot and eagle sonar locations. Fish wheel was used at rapids. And Chinook salmon larger than 925 millimeters or about 3 feet were released alive near the US-Canada border. Next slide. So all fish were sampled for age, sex, length, weight, girth, and genetic information was also collected. Next slide. Samples were processed in the field, either in an enclosed area or in a appropriately clean area along the riverbank. Next slide. The heart was located from each sacrificed fish, removed and placed on a sterile surface. And then a small piece of the heart was cut and dissected into several smaller pieces and then preserved for laboratory analysis. Next slide. In addition to Ichthyophonus sampling, there was an extensive multi-agency effort to coordinate sampling to learn as much as possible from each of these fish. For every fish, there was a muscle biopsy that was taken to evaluate the heat stress that these fish might be experiencing, and also to investigate non-lethal methods to index Ichthyophonus disease. We also took blood samples from the fish sacrificed at Pilot Station to evaluate non-lethal methods to index cardiac stress. Otoliths were removed from each fish and provided to a Canadian First Nations researcher to evaluate life history. The eggs were sampled from each fish to evaluate for thiamine, which, as we heard from the previous presentation, is an essential nutrient required for converting food to energy and has implications for egg and fry survival. The eggs were also used to update fecundity data sets to evaluate quality of escapement questions, and the kidney was also sampled from each fish to test for proliferative kidney disease, which is an emerging fish disease in Alaska salmon. Next slide. All fish were donated for customary and traditional subsistence uses. The Pilot Station samples were distributed locally. The rapid samples were donated to the communities of Rampart and Tanana. And the Eagle Chinook samples were shared between US and Canada, with half of the samples going to Canada and the other half being distributed between the Eagle tribe and City of Eagle. Next slide. We used 2 different laboratory methods to process the 2022 samples. We used both histology and qPCR. Next slide. And now I want to transition into what was learned from the 2022 sampling. Next slide. So 2022 was the 4th consecutive year of this difference between estimates. The Pilot Station sonar estimated that a little over 48,400 Chinook salmon of all stocks combined passed through the lower river. Genetic sampling suggests that 45% of those were Canadian, which produces a Canadian run estimate of 21,648 plus or minus 5,000. However, and there was no directed salmon harvest opportunity in Alaska this year. So the expectation is that all of these fish should have arrived at the US-Canada border. However, the Eagle Sonar program only estimated 12,025 Chinook salmon passing the border. Next slide. So as far as sample sizes, we were successfully able to get 202 samples from the Pilot Station area, 200 from Rapids, and 50 from Eagle. The relatively small sample size at Eagle was in part due to low run abundance at that location. We never felt that we would be able to achieve that full 200 at Eagle this year because of the small catches at that location. However, we also, about halfway through the season, received a request from Canada DFO to discontinue sampling. The sampling was not fully discontinued, but ADF&G commissioner did direct staff to reduce the target sample size from 200 to 50. So that was done. It did result in collecting a small sample size, but it was really most of those samples came from the front half of the run. So they're not truly representative. So making comparisons with those samples to other sample sites needs to be done with some caveats. Next slide, please. So here we're showing some of the preliminary results with respect to the percentages of Chinook salmon at each of the locations, Pilot Station, Rapids, and Eagle, that were infected with Ichthyophonus using 3 different methods. So the height of the bars there corresponds to the percent of the samples that were infected. The red bars represent gross lesions. So this is whether or not there were white spots on the heart. The green bar represents the infection prevalence based on genetic methods, that PCR methodology, and the yellow bar represents the prevalence based on histopathology. And the general takeaway here is that gross lesions, which anyone trained could see, are highly accurate at indicating infection, but only at the Rapids area. They dramatically underestimate the infection prevalence at both lower and upriver locations, and so therefore should not be used as a measure of infection prevalence at those locations. We also noticed that qPCR and histology provided very similar results, although the qPCR appears to be slightly more sensitive for detecting lightly infected individuals, and for that reason, the next slide's results are based on qPCR. Next slide, please. So this slide represents the percentage of infected fish by PCR severity categories. So it's not enough just to say, is the fish infected, but we need to know how severely infected it is in order to begin thinking about the biological implications. So in this particular graph, what we're showing on the vertical axis is the percent of infected fish by category. The first group of bars is Pilot Station, the middle group is Rapids, and the one to the right is Eagle, where the green bars represent low or lightly infected fish, the yellow bars represent medium infections, and the red is high infections. And what we see here is that the average density of infections, or the severity, increased significantly between Pilot Station and Rapids, which we expected would be the pattern. And there was, however, there was insufficient power to detect a change between Rapids and Eagle. The percentage of heavily infected fish increased significantly between Pilot Station and Rapids, and there were no heavily infected fish detected at Eagle, which is suggestive that those heavily infected fish died before they made it to Eagle. Next slide, please. So some general impressions based on our preliminary findings. We do know that Ichthyophonus infection and disease did impact the 2022 run. The prevalence of infection is one of the highest recorded for Yukon River Chinook salmon. The disease progression did follow expected patterns between Pilot Station and Rampart, meaning that we expected lightly infected fish to transition to intermediates and intermediate infections to transition to severe, et cetera. The in-season change to the sample size at Eagle did impact our ability to draw meaningful conclusions about en route mortality this year. Therefore, it's premature to conclude that the observed difference between estimates in 2022 was caused by Ichthyophonus. However, it remains the leading hypothesis. Next slide. I want to talk very briefly about plans moving forward. Next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, this particular study is interested in the biological impacts for individual stocks with a specific focus on the Canadian origin stock. So one of the steps necessary is to assign each of these fish to a genetic stock of origin based on some of the tissue samples that we collected in the field this year. At the time the presentation was put together, we did not have those genetic results. So one of our next steps is to complete that work and conduct stock-specific analyses. We're also in the process of engaging with biometric and pathology modeling partners to develop a framework for estimating the parameters required to fully investigate whether disease-associated mortality occurred. And we're also in the process of beginning our reporting and community outreach stages. Next slide. We're also undertaking some slight revisions to the study design. And in particular, we're adding an additional site at Fort Yukon for next year with the benefit of narrowing down where between Rapids and Eagle mortality occurs, and to also help build capacity by local fishers to detect the disease and report out. I should comment that, while this says it's a new site, this site was always part of the original study design. It was built into the operational plan, just not acted upon last year for staff limitation reasons. Next slide. We've been successful in securing funding for 2023 and 2024 through a sizable grant from the Alaska Sustainable Salmon Fund and in-house contributions from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Next slide. We've begun our community outreach step. We've updated our information flyers and begun sending those out to recipients. We've been writing newsletters that will show up in the Yodfa newsletter, and we've begun our meeting presentation series through a variety of different platforms such as this. Next slide. I want to close with a final thought. Next slide. And so I definitely want to acknowledge that there is an exceptionally broad range of support for this work. We've certainly heard from some folks that they're very supportive and that they're hoping that the agencies continue to get this particular answer taken care of and provide actionable advice. We've also heard from quite a few folks about serious concerns, specifically associated with lethal sampling in a time when the run sizes are catastrophically low and when all fishing is closed. I do want to assure folks that the decision to undertake this study was made very thoughtfully and intentionally. We had quite a bit of conversations internally as well as with a group of advisors and in consultation with select communities and leaders. We do believe that the project is critical, that it happens now while the disease is here, so that we can be prepared to act and provide meaningful advice when the run sizes are larger and harvest decisions are needed. And I just want to remind folks that, this is, in one way of describing it, is that this is one of the agency's steps to respond to the request from stakeholders on both sides of the border to try and figure out what is causing this difference between estimates. This is currently our leading hypothesis. In the long term, it's the conservation of the Yukon Chinook salmon resource and the fisheries that are our highest priority. And we feel that addressing this data gap and reporting back is one way to help ensure that that you all have the information that you need to make decisions moving forward. Next slide. So I'll leave you guys with just a general acknowledgement that this is a collaborative partnership. We had help along the way, and I want to acknowledge certainly all of our partners and the field staff that contributed and the folks from the various communities that weighed in and provided advice. And the last slide, please. And I'll leave you here with contact information for the primary investigators, both from ADF&G, Fish and Wildlife Service. And I've also invited Holly Carroll with Fish and Wildlife Service to join me for Q&A in the event that folks have questions for Fish and Wildlife Service about their activities regarding this. And she's certainly capable of answering any questions about management implications for the disease and the value of the study.
Thank you, Zach. I appreciate the extensive and very informative presentation on this important research program. Maybe just a quick time check. So do want to make sure that we provide ample time for our public testimony, but we do have some time leading up to 4:30 for some question and answer. First, we'll go to James McDonald online.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. And Zach, I want to thank you for that detailed and comprehensive presentation. I thought it was just excellent. I don't want to take up too much time, and my question is pretty short. And I was just wanted to ask how do you know that fish that are consumed that are infected with ick are safe for human consumption?
Yep. Thanks for that. There's that for me anyway, that is the advice and the knowledge that's been shared with me from our pathology labs and the work that the folks that study this particular disease. It is exclusively a fish disease and safe for humans and dogs, cats, things like that to eat.
Next, we'll go to Elizabeth and Ragnar.
Thanks, John. And I do want to thank you as well again for all the effort you put into it, especially around the communications pieces. I know for science, oftentimes that piece kind of gets left behind, and that's good to see, and all your efforts in reaching out to people to try and make it an inclusive project. And just so everyone knows, we were here 2 nights ago till about 7:30 discussing this project. So if there's a lack of questions, there definitely wasn't 2 nights ago. But at the end of the day, it kind of comes down to 2 main points. And the first one is we actually don't need to kill any fish to answer the management question about how many fewer fish should we harvest or Alaska harvest to meet this spawning escapement goal. That can be done with the samples taken at pilot already without taking the additional samples upriver. And then the second point is that we are at a critical level for Chinook salmon. And I mentioned that benchmark last time, and Steve Smith was nice enough to look it up, and it's actually 12,000, not 11,000, like I said. So we're there, and that benchmark by experts much better than myself looked at that and said it was not an appropriate number to use. It was seen as too low. So that calculated number wasn't used in part also because that is a measure for a single stock, not mixed stocks. But we're below that. That means that we are at a critical level where even if we don't fish for a whole life cycle of Chinook, potentially they will not rebuild themselves. So we are right on the edge of extinction, and every salmon does matter at this point. So we don't have any extra fish for science or for harvest, and we need to let those fish go and spawn. And in the Canadian delegation, just during the lunch hour caucus there, we were reminded that we have to put salmon first. And that's why we are here today, is to make sure we can have salmon in future generations. And I really do not believe this project should proceed in 2023 as proposed. We can't be killing fish at this point for this project. And that is my recommendation, is we do not proceed with the project. And if that means both parties not participate in this project, I would support that. And I do thank you for all your efforts, Zach. Yeah, thanks.
Just want to say thanks for your comments.
Ragnar, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Liller, along that same line, there was a Yukon River Panel funded project back in 2011. The effects of Ichthyophonus on Chinook salmon success, and it was on the salsa. They had 4 conclusions. One of them was that it's possible to identify sex and Ichthyophonus status of Chinook salmon using blood parameters, which would be minimally invasive. And this is back in 2011. So has that, which would seem you wouldn't have to kill the fish, has that been, it's been 11 years, has that been followed through on? The using blood parameters to identify, as a tool to identify in-season monitor of Ichthyophonus infection. That was one of the 4 conclusions, Mr. Chair.
Yep, I appreciate you bringing that forward. Currently, the consensus amongst the scientific community and the fish pathologists is that blood screening is not at a point where it can accurately identify whether a fish is infected. So it's not an appropriate monitoring tool for this application. However, there are, as I mentioned in the presentation, there's several ongoing efforts to explore alternative options that would not require killing the fish. Those are very much in feasibility stages, trying to seek funding to continue that kind of investigation. So they're not there yet, but we're not insensitive to the need for a less invasive monitoring tool.
Additional comments or questions from panel members? Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, certainly, I think it's obvious to most of our members and members of the public that there's considerable concerns and questions about administering this particular study at this time. And I would convey that much of that concern is reflective of the comments that Elizabeth McDonald brought forward, and that is that the study requires mortality sampling of Chinook salmon during clearly what is a period of historically low abundance. And so, you know, in reflecting on this particular study, one needs to ask, you know, are the risks worth the benefits, the potential benefits that might result from the analyses? So I'm just curious on slide number 39. It would seem that slide 39 is kind of the punchline, so to speak, from this presentation, which is looking at comparative infection of Ichthyophonus at the 3 sample sites, and those levels of infection are grouped into 3 categories: low, medium, and high. And I understand that this is based on what's the most sensitive technique for detecting infection, and that's the qPCR, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm just curious, how were the different categories selected, or what criteria or scientific literature was used to identify whether or not the level of infection was appropriately characterized as low, medium, or high?
That's a great question. If you, I can certainly get with our pathology staff, the biometrics, to help with the categorization and get back to you probably quite quickly. But I don't have that in a effective answer that would do it justice. So I'll defer to some additional experts that are listening and will probably weigh in by text here in just a second. Thanks. Phone a friend. That's why it's a big team.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And again, I'm just highlighting that it would seem that if the hypothesis that we're testing was to be evaluated effectively, we need to be confident that the categorization of low, medium, or high infection rates is appropriate for this particular species. And so understanding how that categorization was defined, and on the basis of what pre-existing research or scientific study would be very helpful to give us the necessary confidence that we would need in this particular study at this time, given the risks that I described earlier. Thank you.
Holly, were you going to respond? Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like just a point of clarification here. Zach's done a great job of highlighting just some key data, but one of the reasons that we chose to pick the 3 methods and describe them to you is that qPCR is a newer type of technique. So that quantification of the severity is something that's kind of cutting edge right now, and Fish and Game staff are kind of taking the lead on that. What he didn't show here is that this exact same trend, if you will, as far as the mild, medium, severe infections occurred in the histology as well. And the histology, we're going to keep that methodology all throughout, run it side by side with qPCR, because it's a form of it's a baseline, if you will, in that it's very clear the level of severity in those tissues. And so at every site, you're getting that heart, and it's being analyzed for both of those. So while he didn't show that, the same trend occurred with the histology. What he is pointing out here is that more sensitive nature of that PCR method, but it doesn't take away from the fact that the number of severely infected individuals from histo is actually the same trend. And that is a large body of research that's based on the number of Schizonts per square millimeter and that kind of thing. And so we are pairing that data. It's just hasn't all been laid out here.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. Appreciate that. Maybe just one follow-up question. And I'm a bit reluctant to ask it because I suspect the answer is it's too soon to tell and there isn't enough information yet. But excuse me, it pertains to slide number 38. Okay, thank you. And I'll acknowledge right off the bat that there's a reference to preliminary conclusions, which I won't necessarily refer to specifically, but building on the discussion around the qPCR testing, understanding that that's the most sensitive methodology for detecting basically the disease. If the hypothesis is that that Ichthyophonus is possibly the leading cause of in-river mortality of fish, would we not expect to see the qPCR proportional infection rate decline due to loss of those infected fish as they move upriver?
Yeah, it's a great question, and one that was initially a head scratcher, but a potential explanation for that particular trend. And it actually, I'll step back, it really was the decline in prevalence from prior studies that was suggestive of the potential for en route mortality. However, it is possible and likely in a situation like this where what we're seeing is a relatively constant prevalence rate throughout the river, because what we're seeing is very lightly infected fish immigrating, basically transitioning into light infection categories, and light infected transitioning into intermediate, and so on and so forth. That's why the conclusions that are drawn that can be drawn from prevalence data is much less informative about the potential for en route mortality than conclusions that can be drawn from information about severity. And it's even though the samples collected from Eagle were a relatively small sample size, what we clearly saw was a lack of severely infected fish at Eagle, not because those fish didn't at one time experience severe infection, it's because those severely infected fish likely died between Rampart and Eagle.
Maybe one final question, and it's perhaps more of a comment. So I understand that there is ongoing analysis to provide us with information on genetic, meaning stock differentiation, from which the different samples were taken, and that work is currently underway. I think it would be helpful at the Yukon River Panel's pre-season meeting to perhaps see the information depicted on slides 38 and 39 in the bar graphs, but have that data attributed to the Canadian origin stock, because it's as part of the hypothesis, the assumption is that it's the Canadian origin component of the stock that is experiencing the in-river mortality. And so having the preliminary results, if you will, from 1 year of analysis, understanding that the samples have already been collected. It doesn't involve collecting more information, but having it categorized by stock of origin would be quite insightful. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up, we'd be happy to do that. And if there's specific additional questions that come up from either sections over the coming months that you would like to have explained in detail, this was intended to be an overview presentation. So we could certainly prepare additional detailed presentations to address questions. And we've often, or at least internally, I've had some conversations about the potential value of a panel type approach to a presentation like this, pulling together, because again, it's a very diverse group of researchers coming together to pull this off. So having our biometricians, having our pathology experts, having our management experts here to help answer questions could be valuable.
So a quick time check. We're just a couple minutes before 4:30. So a couple quick questions or comments. If necessary, we can perhaps have some additional discussion after public testimony. Stanley, did you still have a comment or question or no? Yeah, as quick as possible, and then.
Okay, yep. Would it be useful and helpful if you like do some research on the spawning grounds with Ichthyophonus to see for the data to look at what what's there, like they're spawning when like severe Ichthyophonus or not, and the level that they're in when they're spawning. And to do some of the research on would that help, and then have some assistance from some of the First Nations to do this in Yukon, and would that be helpful? And would you accommodate that, like through research or through JTC net?
Yeah, Stan, thank you very much for that question. Just very, very briefly, short answer is yes, would be helpful. And it's for the folks online and the folks, members of the public that are joining, the Yukon River Panel very recently, within the last couple of days, directed the JTC to explore the potential for en route mortality within Canada. That's exactly the types of partnerships and discussions that we would have to figure out how to approach that. So thanks for bringing it up.
Rhonda, and then we'll break for public testimony.
Yeah, so you know, in the studies in IC and looking at IC, I think a lot of your local knowledge was used to come to the conclusion that you needed to study it. And that local knowledge was by the fishermen on the Yukon River, right? So what was being seen, you know, in Beaver and Stevens Village wasn't being seen in Fort Yukon. And we only got that, I guess, level of information when we started talking about in-river mortality a few years ago. So in 2018, I think that's when the chum had the huge die-off on the Chinook River. So we started discussing some of those, I guess, what those causes could be. And one of the things that we were looking at, you know, in our own fish camp when we fished was there's a certain date when the fish would start having, you know, you'd start seeing the ick, like it would really come out. And while you say it's safe for human consumption and dog consumption, they won't touch it. I mean, it's stink. It is stink. It is beyond stink. They won't look at it. They won't touch it, no matter how you cook it. So the importance of this study, I think, like to me, is that if we can get a good idea of when the ick fish would be coming through, or, you know, if there's a lot of ick fish, then it would definitely affect our harvest levels. We're not gonna put nets out for fish that are sick, because we would have to, you know, throw them back in. And I think this is probably one of the biggest examples of like using local knowledge in a scientific manner that I've seen from this panel. So that's particularly why I like this study. Is all along the river, people were talking about this. The fish were just sick and really mushy, and it just so at least, you know, for me personally, I do support this project quite a lot, because where I live, it's maybe 90 miles from Fort Yukon, right? And it's not that long of a distance. But if the people between, you know, Beaver and then Fort Yukon weren't seeing the same thing, then they're probably dying somewhere in between there. And I thought if we could get, you know, a hold of a decent number of that, then we can make some better predictions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, folks. And I apologize. I certainly don't want to stifle any commentary or questions in that regard, but we do want to be conscientious about our folks that are waiting to provide public testimony. Again, perhaps we could have some additional discussion on this once we complete our testimony. But with that note, we will move into public testimony. We will start with online. Don, if you're online and ready to go, please proceed.
Oh, yes. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
You're a little bit soft, but so far so good.
Okay, yeah, well, thanks. I'd like to thank the panel for this opportunity to provide testimony. And I think what's been some great discussion at this meeting Particularly the last two presentations. I think Dr. Harwood's presentation really allowed me to put some check marks beside questions I had as to, you know, the results of the major declines, and particularly in the last couple of years. They may be small check marks, but they're check marks nonetheless, in the sense that it kind of adds up. And then, of course, and Zach put together a good presentation on the current status of the Ichthyophonus study. I particularly appreciated Dr. Howard's comments that it is no one thing. It's not just thiamine, it's not just Ichthyophonus. It's a combination of other factors, you know, the general fitness of the fish, you know, and the feed supply, the growth of the fish, all those contribute to the loss of fish. And I guess what I found, we've really had, you know, I've been involved with this process since 1989. So there was like 12 years of negotiations. And then we got into the implementation phase, and the panel was established, and I was very much involved in that. And, you know, for those who know me, and there's quite a few on the panel who do know me from way back, will remember that I talked a lot about the impact of very, very heavy fishing pressure, and particularly size selective and condition selective harvest of the fisheries over many decades. So, you know, going back to the 70s and 80s and most of the 90s, I mean, you're all familiar with this. We had these major commercial fisheries at the mouth of the river, you know, that took about 150,000 Chinook every year out of a run of maybe around 300,000 fish. And then there was a commercial fishery in Dawson that took another 15 or 20,000 Chinook, you know, for a decade or more. And, you know, and there was a lot of concern there about the declining, you know, the changes to the quality of escapement in terms of fewer older fish, fewer larger fish, fewer faster growing fish, you know, and the selective pressure that those fisheries would apply. Like we were harvesting 50, 60, and 70% of the total run. And that type of, at that level of harvest, the impact of, you know, that larger harvest and size selective harvest, where, you know, fishermen were fishing 9 and 10 inch nets. They were taking the largest, oldest, fastest growing fish. And those fish, that harvest pressure was enormous. And ultimately it changed the stock genetically. There's no question in my mind that we had, you know, it reduced not only the size and the age of the fish, but that those fish were less fit and less adaptive, you know, as a result of that. And that harvest pressure, that selective harvest pressure, disproportionately affected Canadian origin fish, because those were the fish that were impacted to fishing pressure, both commercial and subsistence fishing along the whole stretch of the river. So it was not surprising that 20 years ago, Teslin started saying, hey, something is changing. Something is really drastically affecting the Teslin River fish, because they're at the end of the run. They're the ones that have been exposed to the most severe harvest pressure for many, many, many years. And that's where the effects were first seen. And you all know Teslin Clinkett's story. I mean, they presented it every year at the panel meetings and the negotiations prior to that. There's something really happening. And I guess we're really looking back at what were the key events. So in 1997, 98, something happened, something drastically happened. So we went from productivity of 2 fish, 3 fish, 4 fish, even 5 fish per spawner. We dropped down to more about 1 fish per spawner, one or 1.5, maybe at the most, a fish returning per spawner. So something very drastically happened after that long period of time in the 70s and 80s and most of the 90s. And then we kind of chugged along for another 15, 20 years, you know, and I've mentioned this before, that when you in the negotiations, never in our wildest dreams did we imagine that there would not be enough Chinook to meet the subsistence harvest requirements in Alaska and in Canada. We never even talked about it. It was never on the agenda. All we talked about was the level of commercial harvest and the harvest sharing, the allocation of that commercial harvest. How much, what would the shares be between the two countries? And of course, the rest is history. You know what the history is. Gradually, restrictions were put into place. The level of harvest declined gradually, but the stocks kept on declining, even though the level of the harvest was declining. But we didn't really have any severe subsistence restrictions until 2013, 14, and 15. 14 and 15, I think, were years when subsistence fisheries were completely closed in Alaska. So it took that long to actually take some action. And then the stocks actually rebounded. So we had some good years, 14, 15, 16, 17, some of the biggest returns to Canada, for example, the largest border escapement, we were getting 60, 70, and even 80,000 Chinook crossing the border into Canada, I think in 1916 or 2016, I think. And I may be a little bit off on this, but we had some really good returns. And of course, we got back to fishing. And then the second real change in productivity happened about 3 or 4 years ago. So we really went from, meeting, having border escapement of like 30 or 40,000 fish appearing at the Canadian border and crossing the border. And 2021, we had like 20,000 fish. This year we had 11,000 fish. And so obviously something really, really significant happened over the last 3 or 4 years, and we've had lots of good discussion in the last 2 presentations about, what that might have been, might have been the cause of that. But the reality is, we are now, Chinook are now functionally extinct. And by functionally extinct, I mean, not only is there nothing to harvest, but they're also not fulfilling the ecological function that they have fulfilled for thousands of years, which is to bring nutrients back from the Pacific Ocean back into upriver into Canada. And so we have lost something major. And I don't think there's any, we've had lots of discussions about what are some of the solutions, and there are no easy things that we can do. There's really nothing we can do at this point except not fish. There may be a few other things, and I will mention those. But also, we also know that Yukon River Chinook did not evolve and were not created equally. Canadian origin Chinook are very different from Chinook in the US, for example, Chinook that spawn in the US. Whether a fish migrates for 1,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers, or 3,000 kilometers makes a huge difference in the evolution of that particular stock. And I think it was, we have some studies that have been done, and Randy Brown, I think, did one of the studies that actually established that Canadian origin Chinook, on average, spent another year in salt water to add growth and age and size, and that the fish coming back to Canada were on average a year older, and they were larger than the Chinook that would spawn in the US. And that's not by accident. They need that. If you're migrating 3,000 kilometers, the energy that's required is enormous. And we've heard so many stories from elders and fishermen on the river. They said, we can tell when we have a Canadian origin Chinook in our smokehouse because the floor is covered in oil. So those Canadian origin Chinook, they had to evolve and make a sacrifice, and they sacrificed fecundity, the number of eggs. And Canadian origin Chinook, they put more energy into producing oil and oily tissues and fatty tissues for the journey all the way up to Canada, and they had to sacrifice the number of eggs. So I guess what I'm trying to point out is we can't generalize. They're not created equally. They're different for good reasons, because they have to make that very, very long energy draining, sapping migration to the headwaters in Canada. And that's, I really appreciated, again, Dr. Howard's comments about, so it's not one thing. It's, yes, it's thiamine, and there's clearly trends between US and Canada origin fish that she pointed out. It's Ichthyophonus and the susceptibility to Ichthyophonus, and it's other factors as well. But what really has bothered me, and of course we've really focused on, is the discrepancy between the Pilot River sonar results and the Eagle sonar results. And I think we have some possible answers as to why, there are fish that are unaccounted for between Pilot and Eagle. But it's not just between Pilot and Eagle, it's also between Eagle and Whitehorse and the Yukon River and the Big Salmon River. If you look at the way numbers have declined there, that decline has been proportionally much larger. And those numbers, those end of the run numbers, for example, at the Fishway, 250 fish in the last 3 or 4 years, when we used to get 12 to 1,500 fish. And in this year, it was actually 150 fish showing up at the Fishway. There are fish that are being lost between Eagle and Whitehorse. So that decline, and it's a major, it's actually even a bigger decline than what we have between Pilot and Eagle. And that decline has affected not only the wild fish, it's also affected the hatchery fish in an equal way. We used to get 12 to 1,500 Chinook at Whitehorse, returning to the Whitehorse Fishway. Roughly half of those would be hatchery fish, that would be 700 or 800 fish. And now we're down to 150 fish. And so that's a disproportionately large decline. It doesn't even reflect the 11,000 Chinook that crossed the border into Canada. It's much, much lower than what it should be. And actually, in the latest, and I think I mentioned this before, that when we were still operating the Pelly sonar, and we were doing the Klondike sonar again, those numbers are not as pronounced for Klondike and Pelly. There was some declines, but not nearly as significant as Tahkeene and the Whitehorse Fishway, and also the Big Salmon River. So there's something else, that decline is continuing the further we go upriver. And so as the question is, what can we do? Well, we're not going to do much about thiamine levels. I don't think we're going to do anything about Ichthyophonus, but if we can improve the quality of escapement, and if we don't fish, and the reality, we talked about not fishing for 2 years. Well, we're not talking about 2 years. We're talking 20 years at the best before we will be fishing Chinook again. If we want the Chinook to actually survive, they're not going to rebuild rapidly. They're not going to come back like chum do, because they have a different life, very different life history, and it's going to take decades. It's going to take at least 3 or 4 cycles to rebuild Chinook populations, or even start rebuilding Chinook populations. And I guess the point I really want to make is that the fish that showed up at Eagle this year, the 11,000 Chinook, and the fish that showed up on the spawning grounds, those are climate change, environmental change survivors. So those are not just ordinary fish. Those are fish that actually made it back. They're the stronger fish, the best adapted fish. And what goes onto the spawning grounds, and I've said this before, determines what comes off the spawning grounds. But so Chinook will adapt. I have absolutely no question they will adapt to warmer waters in river and warmer marine waters and changes in feed. They will adapt to some degree, but they have to be given the opportunity to adapt. And that takes at least 3 or 4 generations. So I don't think there's any question that there will be any fisheries. We shouldn't delude ourselves that there will be fisheries in the next, even in the next cycle. I think it's just the reality is that's just not going to happen. But they will adapt, and what we don't know is how quickly that adaptation will occur, and to what degree it will occur. To how big a temperature change can they actually accommodate through adaptation and evolution, and natural selection of the fittest fish that actually make it onto the spawning grounds. But those fish are really, really critical and really, really important. And we absolutely have to eliminate incidental mortality. Even a couple of hundred fish is huge. It's a major dent to what's left of the spawning population. So, and I guess the other point that I really want to make is we've put a fair bit of faith into restoration and enhancement projects. We put a lot of money into it, but those fish aren't really faring any better than the wild fish. If you look at Whitehorse Rapids, those fish coming out of the hatchery there, they used to have a much higher level of survival than higher level of survival than probably what the wild fish did, but they don't anymore. The 150 fish that returned this year, probably, I'm not sure what the statistics are, but my bet would be probably 50% of those were hatchery fish and 50% of those are wild fish. So R&E projects, they must continue, but they're not going to solve the problem. They have limited utility in the regime that we're in. So then what do? Well, absolutely for sure, the indigenous salmon culture along the entire length of the Yukon River is critical. We have to really focus the R&E on maintaining that culture, even if the fish are not there, and the First Nations and tribes that cannot fish. We got to maintain the culture. We got to get children into fish camps with parents and uncles and aunts and grandparents to teach them about what we had at one time and to keep the hope up and to keep the culture alive. Because if we lose the indigenous salmon culture, then we've lost for good. There's not going to be the will to stick with this and actually bring the Chinook back. They're going to be gone. So it's critical that we maintain the indigenous salmon culture. And I would really focus the R&E fund, the funds at maintaining those fish camps, in spite of the fact that there may be no fish, but having the parents and the grandparents tell their stories to their future generations of what was at one time and what could be if we stick with it and keep the hope alive. So that's, I think that's my main message is, there's not, the one other thing we could look at, aside from just not fishing and allowing, the quality of escapement will improve if there's no fishing. If there's no selective harvest, the fish will adapt naturally through natural selection over generations. But there's one other area that could be looked at, and that's the one that Virgil has mentioned many times. The effect, what is the effect of stocking 5 or 6 billion fish in the Pacific on marine productivity? And, maybe this sounds wild, but, certainly Canada and the US could get together and say, we will suspend stocking projects, mass stocking projects, especially fish like chums and pinks, which are the massive stocking projects. We will suspend those for a cycle to see whether it would make a difference. Productivity has declined, and because productivity have declined, survivorship of Chinook and other species, some other species has gone down. The fitness level of the fish has declined because they're not getting the food. They're not really ready to make that 2,000 or 3,000 kilometer journey. And so that is something that should be looked at. Even on an experimental basis, if we stop stocking those masses of pinks and chums into the Pacific, at least in Canada and the US, and maybe we could even talk to other countries in doing that as well, to see whether that would help offset the marine mortality that we also know is there. We know the marine conditions are not good, are not productive. That is part of the problem. It's not just the in-river mortality. So I think that's all I want to say. And I want to thank you for the opportunity. I've thought a lot about this, and it's still very much on my mind. And I want to say hello to my friends. And it's great to see so many familiar faces. And yeah, have a good evening. And let's stick together on this. Let's not get discouraged. And it's not hopeless. It's very, very difficult, but it's not hopeless. So let's stick with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don, and good to see you as always. I just want to be conscientious. We do have 4 additional members or individuals for testimony, but if there's a couple of quick comments or questions for Don from panel members. Okay, not seeing any. Thank you again, Don. Always great to see you. Glad you're staying engaged with this process. Excuse me. Next, we have Edward Alexander for in-person testimony. And please, all in-person testifiers, feel free to join us here at the table. Not here?
No.
Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think Edward signed up yesterday and was going to try and make it today.
Oh, yeah, he did. He was here for medical appointments and then he testified and then, I don't know, maybe his schedule got.
Oh, that's
changed.
unfortunate. But we'll move on to our next testifier. It's Charlie Wright with Holly Carroll speaking on his behalf.
Thanks very much. As you know, Charlie Wright is way more handsome and famous than me, but please picture him delivering this heartfelt testimony. He texted it to me. He couldn't be with us. Charlie Wright is from, he's a Rampart Village Council member, Yukon River Fish Commissioner for Rampart. He's a YRDFA board member, and he's also an Eastern Interior RAC co-chair, which is our federal regional advisory councils. And he's also now a newly appointed Yukon River Panel alternate. As we continue to sacrifice on the Yukon River and its contributaries, the people understand we must continue to do so to help the king salmon stock in the Yukon. As we all know, we lost a number of our stocks in the last year and fish seems to be going missing in the Yukon. So I support the study going on in the Middle Yukon Test Camp run by Stan Zaray. If the fish are sick and don't have the fat content to make it up to the spawning ground, we need to know for a fact a large river like the Yukon can absorb these fish that are dying with little to show. During the IC study, I was the one to pick up the sampled salmon for Rampart to pass them out to the people. The people loved the 2 or 3 salmon per family passed out to carry out a small bit of the tradition and culture we all miss and have relied on for so long. The elders were so happy, thanks to all involved. We also look forward to the new sonar being implicated in the mid-Yukon River below the mouth of the Tanana River. It will help us to understand more of what's happening with the salmon as they migrate up our interior rivers. In my mind, another above the mouth of the Tanana River would help out even more so we can count all going up towards Canada. We are all connected through salmon. Smiley emoji with licking lips, I notice. And need to work together, not against each other, to try and figure out what exactly is going on with all of our salmon to ensure sustainable runs for the next generations to come. Thank you all, from Charlie.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the time and to pass along Charlie's information to the panel. So thank you, Holly. Of course, I'm not able to ask questions, but or make comments in that regard. But we do hope to see Charlie at future meetings. It'll be a voice that I know I always like to hear in that regard. Next up, we have Sven Pauken.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the panel for allowing testimony here and all the other folks that have given testimony today, yesterday, and today. I know everyone speaks from the heart when they come up and give testimony. A little background, my name is Sven Pauken. I'm from St. Mary's. My parents are the late Stanislaus Pauken and Flora Pauken. My grandparents are the late, on my dad's side is the late Jimmy and Agnes Pauken. and my maternal grandparents are the late Pat Beans Jr. and Irene Beans. So kind of a little bit of my family. What I'd like to talk about today is I know the last 2 days we heard reports on just the poor returns we've had over the last couple years. And then being on a panel, we've heard these same reports for about the last week. So I'd like to, it might seem like all gloom and doom, but I'd like to speak to something else, the resiliency, and we've heard that of the salmon from Dante's, that they'll come back, but also the resiliency of the people that rely on it. I know First Nations and the Alaskan tribes, we are a resilient people. Our ability to come back is strong, and I'd just like to give an example of that. My grandpa, Baba, he was the survivor of the Great Death. That's the Spanish flu of 1918. So whole communities were wiped out in that. And these are communities of 4, 5, 6 family groups in the community, not like what we have now, villages, St. Mary's, we have about a population of 500. I think Alagnak might have something like 400. So whole communities, whole families were wiped out. I learned about some of that, and I just can't imagine the devastation, the sadness from all that death that happened. And the generational trauma that eventually came from that. But the resiliency I like to talk about is my grandpa eventually grew up, married, had children. One of those boys was my dad. So I'm a product of that surviving, the resiliency. He was also one of the 3 elders that brought back the messenger feast in St. Mary's, between Pilot Station and St. Mary's. That was something that was frowned upon by the religious folks back then. They were putting that down. So he brought that back. My uncle Andy also brought back the great dance festival, the Yukon. So going back to that resiliency, we were able to bring everything back that we had lost from back then. Currently, we have, when I was growing up, there was no native teachers, they were all non-natives. Currently at home, we have native superintendent, the native principal. Both are my relatives. Dee Dee Beans is the superintendent. She's my cousin on my mom's side. Teresa Paukins, the principal of the school. She's a cousin on my dad's side. And just recently, Eric's wife was, until she just recently retired, a teacher for many years back home. So that's just another example of the ability that Indigenous people can have to adapt and overcome many adversities. I can't accept the fact that there will be no salmon. Just that thought of it. I know Dennis Zimmerman talked about, and I think I remember on that call past summer, a lady that was just crying because they couldn't fish. It's a hardship that her family had to face. It's just too horrible of a thought that if there's no salmon on the rivers, I can't imagine what that would be like. Anyway, I just wanted to speak to the Indigenous people's strength and resiliency to overcome any adversity we've faced. I mean, we've come this far. I appreciate the fact that the Yukon River Panel, the Canadian side and American side, both sides are working. Biologists are doing their studies. We just heard from Dr. Howard just earlier. Just a new study. I never understood. It makes me easier to understand why some of the abundance is not coming back, along with the report by Zach's report, the Ichthyophonus and all that. Because there's just so much that we don't know that's happening out in the ocean. I think we need to understand that we need to know what the problem is before we can actually try to fix what we can. I know Mother Nature, and Dante's just talked about it. Mother Nature's resilient, the salmon are resilient, they'll bounce back. I have to believe they will. Just that thought of no more salmon, it just devastates me. Anyway, I just want to put that out there. I know we talked about studies and things like that, that these have panel meetings and reports. But I just want to bring out the fact that the indigenous people are resilient. We can overcome a lot. But I won't accept the fact that there'll be no more salmon. I can't. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sven. Appreciate your heartfelt testimony and the truth that you bring and with it. Thank you. Any additional comments, questions from panel members for Sven? Eric?
Yeah, thank you, Sven. Strong words, and I know you have your heart in this, and I'm just really glad you're on the panel. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Pauline?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your words. I'd been to your village twice. I met with some beautiful people there. We went up to Pilot Station. I got to experience a bit of your culture and spend the time there. And I know from my community, my little isolated community in North Yukon, I know what it means to have no fish, to have a conservation officer and a fish officer come up to my 80-year-old father and inspect his boat to see if he has any fish in there. I saw the devastation in his eyes, so I can feel firsthand what it's like, the emotion associated with that from an elder that relied on that species or subsistence living for their whole life, and then to be compromised and challenged. So I appreciate what you're saying, and your testimony is no different from the bottom of the river to the top end of the river. So I know we have been at this for a lot of years, and I think Don is one of the probably the longest standing member of the Yukon River Panel in terms of experience, and he brings a wealth of knowledge, and we talk about local traditional knowledge and practices. Well, he comes from that place of knowing and doing from a scientific perspective, but being on the ground as well and being actively involved. And I think that's important when we do these exchanges, that we get to share a bit of those your culture, but get to share a bit of the, the challenges along the river as well. I think we have no distinction between what you're feeling and what we've actually been doing in the Yukon for, in some cases with these elders, for 30 years. So it's a beginning, hopefully not of the end, but a beginning of something positive. So thank you for sharing with us, Masi.
Thank you.
Not seeing, make sure, check online. Yep, not seeing any additional comments or questions. Again, thank you very much, Sven.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next, and our final testifier today will be John H. Lamont Jr.
Mr. Co-Chairs, panel members, audience, those on Zoom, really appreciate the time given to me. And I really appreciate all the testimony as Sven had talked about. I'm an alternate panel member from the Lower Yukon Y1, but I'm here on behalf of myself as an individual, as an Indigenous person who was raised on the mouth of the Yukon with salmon. Before I get started, Pacific salmon has an expectancy return of less than 1% of their roe survival. A 2,000 egg salmon brings back 20 for the second generation. A 10,000 egg lay brings back about 100 or less than 100 and less than 20 respectively. I'm not a scientist, but I read and I understand and I listen, especially from my elders. In 1933 to about 41, the United States government closed the Yukon River Chinook salmon fishery because there was no kings. That's in government papers. And that was, years ago when I was taking a mucky, I have no more uncles and aunts left. My uncle told me in Yupik, he said, they survived a disease, as Mr. Spauken had discussed. They survived famine on the river, and there was nothing else. I mean, go out and get a rabbit or ptarmigan or something to survive on, or we call them blackfish or emongox. But okay, I'll go ahead and start with a really small story. Let me tell you this story. In 1965, I came home to the Lower Yukon as a young man of 8 years old from Wrangell Institute, which was right around 2,000 kilometers away from where I was born and raised. It was a BIA school. That June, after the king salmon arrived, I turned 9. I learned how to clean sticks and moss out of the salmon nets, drive a boat with an 18 horsepower motor. They had to start by wadding up my glove, putting it in the carburetor, wrapping a rope around the flywheel and bracing my foot on the stern and pulling it with both hands with all my might just to get that old 18 horse started. And all while floating down Lamont Slough from our camp. Got it started, drive a quarter mile back above our camp to a 25 fathom set net, check the net, pull the kings, covered the few kings with wet burlap, then start the motor again, drive to the sandbar just above the net, and load the boat up with dried cottonwood for our smokehouse. I had to fill the boat with as much wood as possible or else to make the trip worth the trip beneficial. Then head back to our camp, to our home, which was also known as Sunshine Bay, or in our Yupik language, Mumpluk, because we had a huge, huge smokehouse. Had to unload the boat of wood and salmon, carrying them up a 6 to 8 foot bank. Pile the wood, put the salmon into wasp tierce. You guys probably all know what a full tierce is. This was a tierce cut horizontally in half, and that's where I had to put the salmon. And then water them so they can soften up over the night to be cut the next day. Saw wood for the smokehouse by hand. Unloading the fish that were already on the drying rack, bringing them into the smokehouse, carrying them up the ladder and hanging them on dry poles. I'll be 9 years old. Light the fire in the smoker, 2 smokers actually. And once the fire was going, covered the stove and put the cover on the back so that make sure it'll smoke all night. Let me jump ahead 27 years, 1992. The last year I traditionally commercially harvested Chinook salmon. I had a 23-foot fiberglass boat with 100 horse Evinrude that started with a key. Getting wood was easy. Unloading, checking the nets was easy also. The process never changed. Putting our fish away, cutting the fish, bringing them into smokehouse, smoking them, so we can have fish in the winter. Last spring, I was devastated. My family, we were devastated. There was a special action by our government saying I could not put a net in the water at my camp because I did not abode in our village. Because my wife had cancer and we moved into the road system so she can get her medical treatment. It was something I've done for over 66 years. It's time for our people to have a say in the maintenance of us. Yeah, I mean, the salmon maintained us for millennia, for years, not the government. What was this short glimpse of my traditional life have to do with decisions that are being made by governments and treaties? Quite a lot. Our life, our traditional ways of life are changed. I have to give it my face ID. Our people, first peoples, fish peoples of the mouth of the mighty Yukon River were provided as the gatekeepers to all fish resources coming into the Yukon by our great creator. Fish is all we know, and it maintained us for millennia, as I said earlier. Historically, commercial fishing for king salmon maintained our Aboriginal way of life. You ask me how? We traditionally commercial harvest fish from June 1 to the 30th. According to the Western calendar, and usually made enough commercial fishing to pay all our credit from the processing company or trading posts that we accumulated all through the winter season. And if we had enough left over, we'd purchase much needed equipment to continue our traditional way of life. Back then when I was fishing, a large king sold for $5 and a small one for $3.50. In and around 1970, the processor began buying kings for 17 cents a pound for company fishermen who use company equipment, or 19 cents a pound for us who used our own equipment. No chum salmon were bought then until around early 70s or right around 1970, and they were bought for 50 cents a piece. Since I started commercial fishing in the 60s, we became a state, as you all know, in 59. The state began restricting us from the very beginning. We used commercial fish 5 days a week from June 1 to June 30th. 70s, the state cut us back to 2 48-hour periods, then 2 36-hour periods, 2 24-hour periods. In the 80s, 2 6-hour periods. In 92, as I stated before, my last commercial fishing for our traditional commercial king salmon. So you understand our way of life was restricted since statehood, and now we have a different culture, more dependent on the government and not our traditional way of life. There'd be more people from my community here at these meetings, but it's so expensive. Over $1,200 for a plane ticket from Yamangak or Alaganak to Anchorage. A couple $100 a night for a hotel room, plus food. Our tribal councils can't afford to send them in. Our cities can't afford to send them in. Our corporations can't afford to send them in. But they'd be here. We have a very limited economy. We have no road system, no income from mining, no timber, no tourism. All we had, not have,
had was salmon. And now we have nothing. We're not even allowed to fish the fish that spawn in our own country because the salmon agreement restricts us. Again, our traditional way of life is no more. We weren't rich off money we received from the salmon we sold. We were rich making a traditional living off the resources that were provided to us by our great creator. Thank you all for listening, and I'll answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thanks for taking the time and providing your testimony. Any questions or comments from panel members for John? Pauline?
Thank you, John. Just want to say, Masi Cho, for bringing the voice of your people to the table. I know how difficult it is. I've said it before. It's not easy. I can absolutely relate coming out of an isolated Aboriginal community in North Yukon and the cost to get out of our community. It's compromised and challenged. So I really appreciate your words and what I hear you saying around ceremonial fish and the ceremonies associated with your life around salmon. So I've thought about it a lot, but I had thought about the relationship between the Canadian and US Dingijo population, the First Peoples population, and our relation to the land and our relationship to the salmon. And it's based on ceremony, and it's not based on subsistence way of life. I think we refer the distinction between subsistence harvest in both countries as fundamentally different, but as Indigenous people, we see things from one lens, and that's the ceremonies and how we relate ourselves to the salmon that has sustained us, as you described, and I want to just say thank you for that, bringing light to that. I think it's amazing, and I want to just say thank you for bringing the voice of your people to the table, because we don't hear that too often. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
In my language, Guyana, but I was trying to get a couple of elders that live here in the valley to come in, but the road conditions were just too bad. I have my Makai partner, steam bath partner, he's 82 years old. He wanted to come in and testify, and then my brother-in-law, who's in his 70s, wanted to come in too, but I don't think they made it. So really appreciate it. Thank you for that, Guyana.
Elizabeth?
Thanks. And John, you're one of the people I always look forward to seeing when I come here, and I'm always so happy, and you never change. You look the same, and it's wonderful. And I appreciate you sharing your story. Like Pauline said, it's good we hear from all sides of the river and all along it. And I know, understanding how expensive it is, I know what that was like as a kid. We never left the Yukon because it was too expensive. You couldn't go anywhere. And so I know the elders want to be here. They just don't have the means. And so I appreciate you being that conduit for their voice, and Holly too, for reading Charlie's text, and Sven for speaking as well. I think that's important we hear, and I appreciate it. And I can't wait to see you at the next meeting.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Kind of got me blushing there for a while.
Well, thanks very much to everyone for not only testimony today, but yesterday. I think it's always something that's a critical component of these meetings, to hear from the folks throughout the entire drainage. So thank you very much for that. We're getting close to the end of our agenda here. So next up was. We're good? Okay. Is the computer rebelling or something? Zoom is controlling us now. Again, we're almost complete through our agenda topics here. So the next topic is to have some brief discussion about the 2023 preseason Yukon River Panel meeting, preliminarily scheduled for early April in that regard. Still a little uncertain on the exact location. There was good discussion that we had about whether or not to hold it in Alaska or Canada. I think there's a consensus, maybe too strong of a word, as long as we can make it happen, to hold it in Canada for the next meeting. Specific location within Canada still under discussion in that regard. Certainly have to work out and make sure that we can be in compliance with any remaining or lingering COVID and pandemic requirements and stuff like that. But that's the general thought at this time, that we want to look to return to an in-person meeting in Canada for the next panel meeting. Additionally, I think it's safe to say that a remote platform such as Zoom like this is going to become a common fixture at panel meetings going into the future, to provide for not just attendance of members that can attend in person, but also public testimony, as we saw here today in that regard. Mr. Chair, any additional comments?
No, Mr. Chair, not pertaining to the Yukon River Panel's 2023 preseason meeting, only some closing remarks when it comes time. Thank you.
I guess in addition to the preseason meeting, we've had some discussion here during this week's meeting to have some additional meetings of the panel, perhaps may not be in person, but at least as in person as possible, to have continuing and ongoing discussions with respect to the escapement topic and the situation and the status of salmon within the Yukon right now. So we will be having more discussions about that in the coming weeks leading up to the preseason meeting. With that, any questions or additional comments on meeting scheduling from panel members? Rhonda?
Yeah, so you say early April. I don't think that I have any conflicts, but the sooner that you can set those dates, the better it would be. So I guess talk amongst yourselves.
So the dates itself, even though we're still working on specific details on location, travel, et cetera. Sorry, I need to find my calendar here. It would be literally starting on the 1st of April, which I believe is a Saturday. So if we look at April 1st and 2nd would be reserved for section meetings. Then we go into bilateral session, closed bilateral session starting on the 3rd and potentially going all the way through the 6th for wrapping up at least 2 days of public session. So April 1st through 6th is the target dates at this point, that first full week of April. Again, there'll be additional information and details provided on the Yukon River Panel website once we're able to define those details so that both panel members and members of the public can remain informed on meeting scheduling. And with that, I think we'll move into closing comments and remarks. I'll start with opening the floor to panel members, both online as well as here in the room for any closing comments or remarks. Go ahead, Robert.
I just want to say thank you for your hospitality during the time that we were here. It was wonderful. Really enjoyed the company. That said, I also want to mention that I find it striking some of the parallels that I've seen here relative to what we saw in Newfoundland in terms of fisheries problems and the struggles that people had there. We had 400 communities, and out of those communities, there was 40,000 people that lost their jobs. And to this day, they're still traveling to Alberta and moving away because it was one horse town, and that was the fishery. And I was struck by that gentleman's comment. And I was also struck by the comment of the advancement in automation, his old motor compared to the new. And literally the thing that caused the collapse was our factory freezer trawlers, the advancements in those and how they moved and could take so much so quickly that the fish just couldn't keep up with it. And I suspect that's going on here. I suspect those are the same types of problems. It's interesting that, I heard the comment about the Ichthyophonus and I've heard about climate change. Well, the two elements that they talked about, they never really talked about the exploitation. They talked about climate, warming, and harp seals. And those were the two big issues that they tended to focus on rather than the behaviors that we were exerting on the resource. And so when I hear in the course of this discussion that we've had fish are being dumped that are chum salmon, and it doesn't give me comfort to know that they were going to Russia or somewhere else. It's still being dumped. It's still incredibly wasteful. And it strikes me that we're going down the same road on this coast. And that's troubling. So I just give that as a cautionary warning that these things happen. And I don't know if we'd be so concerned about Ichthyophonus and things if we had a good number of fish coming up. But when you get down to the last few fish, those rules, those little things that you're looking at suddenly become much more critical and important. And if we had the numbers, all those things would be offset. Yes, the stock would have gone down, but we still would have had them there. But now, because we're so low, every fish counts, and those numbers are incredibly important. And I just wanted to make those comments. It strikes me as being a bit worried about it, I must say. And thank you very much.
Additional comments from panel members? Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those comments, Robert. I think, one of the things that I think all of us do, but oftentimes have to be reminded of is learning from the past, learning from history, learning from other people's mistakes, but most importantly, learning from other people's successes. And I'd really like to hear more about what you have to say, Robert, because I think you would probably find the same parallels regardless of whether it's fish or moose or buffalo or whatever. The human reaction is always the same. It's denial. And then when it gets to a certain point, it's like, holy crap, we better do something now, and it better be meaningful. So I really appreciate you drawing some of those parallels, because I think it's really important for us. I guess from my perspective, good meeting, a lot of really good discussion. I learned a lot. What I'm feeling and what I'm sensing is probably the most important thing we all need to do is go back to our communities and start developing strategies on how we're going to deal with this, so that we can do some of the things that were suggested, keeping fish alive in the culture, figuring out a way to still get some of our sustenance from the Yukon River, engaging youth, trying to get youth to come up into the fisheries so it stays pertinent in the culture and in their lives. Those are key things I think every one of us needs to go back and do. Some of us are, some of the, I think the Canadian component, the Canadian delegation has had a much longer time to think about these things and develop these things. And I think we Alaskans can learn a lot from what they've gone through and what they have learned and the direction that they have moved in. I think, as I said earlier, it seems to be so parallel all the time. And so learning from those that have gone through experiences is probably the most important thing we can do right now, instead of trying to reinvent the wheel all the time. I'm really struck by some of the comments by John and by Sven. I've always said I think fishermen are by far the most resilient, capable people that I've ever met. It doesn't matter what you throw at fishermen, they figure out a way to make it work. And I think these are unprecedented times. And I think there's no doubt in my mind that we will adapt as a people on the Yukon River. I think the main focus that I would like to see is let's figure out ways to adapt. And I really value what Don said. I have the utmost respect for Don. He has dedicated his life to fisheries, not only in Alaska, but around the world. He's got a lot of experience, and I think he's very straightforward in his thinking. and its recommendations. And so I guess I would just leave everybody with the thought of, let's start developing strategies on how we can lessen the impacts to Chinook salmon, because they are at the most risk right now. I do believe every fish counts, and I think we can solve these problems, but we have to be creative. Once again, great seeing everyone again. I wish I could have been there. So much gets done out of the meeting room, and it would have been great to have been there to spend some time with folks. And I hope that all of the Canadian delegates, and especially those that drove all the way here, have a safe trip home. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Stanley.
To thank everyone and all the biologists and scientists from both countries to look at how we can move forward in this, trying to keep this stock going in both all the with the 3 species, and all the research I got to get done with it. And I guess there's a lot to be said, but then on the other hand, if I repeat what I have to say for the last, the lifestyle I live in, I'd be here all night. But anyway, I'd like to hear myself speak. I just want to say that to the Teslan group, they came 760 miles or more to present and to protect the salmon. And I think they made that known, and I think that kind of set the tone for part of this meeting. And I think it's good to hear from them again. So to make that effort to do that. And also my friend over here, Dr. Beth Sheba DeMuth, traveled from Iowa to come here to attend this meeting. So just want to thank you for coming there and showing that interest. She was my dog handler at one point in time when she was 18 years old for 2 years. Ran sled dogs and did all the lifestyle out on the land. And that was, and she's still talking to me, so I think it was okay. So we just did a boat trip this summer. Good stories are good too. We did a boat trip from Old Crow to Dawson, and that was a really good trip. Then went back to Old Crow. We went to moose eye gathering, and I don't know if I should be saying this, but I took 6 fish from the Eagle sonar and I delivered to moose eye at the moose eye gathering for part of that Ichthyophonus study. But the salmon that were there, so they were sending them to Dawson. They needed to get there, so I just delivered it for them. So I think that was okay too. So they enjoyed that at the gathering there, and it was well received. But nevertheless, I think they would have liked it to do it on their own, but it never happened. But I guess appreciation is worth something sometime. But it's good to be here. It's good to see Jeffrey here and Pauline, and I'm sure the new elected chief will take office soon in January, and I'm sure there's going to be a mandate given to in our department to be more active in terms of their role in the salmon. So I just want to say thank you very much, and thank 2 chairs for chairing this meeting.
Tim?
Yeah, just briefly echo the thanks to all of the folk who've come, all the scientists behind the scenes who work for Salmon, much appreciated. All the people who've traveled so far to get here. I think we've got a huge challenge in front of us, a greater challenge than we would have imagined it possibly could be just a few short years ago. And I strongly believe that the only way we're going to solve this problem is to work together. I mean, we have to find consensus on an approach going forward. We haven't been able to do that yet, but hope springs eternal, and I'm looking forward to our discussion in January. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just want to take a moment to acknowledge Chief Bob Dixon for traveling here, and of course the elders that have presented and that have been sitting here for the last 2 days. I really appreciate your presence and for just being here. It makes our jobs a whole lot easier. And trying to bring the message across. And I want to just echo Tim's words around time is important, but I think we have no time left. So we need to really start considering our relationship, the international relationship, and defining what consensus means and how do we define, if we are going to look at a co-management regime, it truly needs to be that way. It needs to be a decision that we make collectively for that one fish that has to get to the spawning ground, because there aren't very many in my community and along the main stem. So I want to just say how important it is to all of us, not just in a community level, but at a political level as well. And we don't want to get into that realm of responsibilities and have those discussions at that level. I think we have a huge responsibility, and that's to try to resolve it at this table and come away with some solid management plans and measures that will bring the salmon back. So I want to just say thank you to the US delegation for being here. I see you here year after year, and it's really a dedication on your part coming from your communities, and as difficult as times are for all of us, you come back, and I just want to acknowledge that and say thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. Thank you to the chairs. Thank you for keeping us in line, and well, particularly me. No, I'm joking. But thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to be present this week, just to share a bit of my experience, but also to be present with everyone. So masicho.
Brandy, then Dennis.
Thank you. Thank you for, I want to say thank you to the River Panel and to Alaska and the people of Anchorage for having us here and the hospitality and this whole process of us being, I felt like this year and this meeting sequence in particular was very open and heartfelt and emotional and an eye opener to a lot, that we're really at a point of we're in a disaster. We're in an emergency situation here. But I don't want to go into that. I wanted to give you guys a kind of a feel good story. It might not sound like it in the beginning of what I'm trying to say here, but in the southern lakes of the Yukon, it's a different species. We had a caribou crisis where our caribou were to the point of almost extinction, down to 150 caribou, 50 in some herds. So about 200 altogether. This was a Carcross Tagish First Nation initiative. They brought it to the people's attention, and they said that we need to do something or else we're going to lose caribou. They brought everybody together in the Southern Lakes, including all governments, BC, British Columbia government of Canada, all First Nations in the Southern Lakes. And they said, we need to do a moratorium. Although it was still our right as First Nations people to still hunt these herds, we voluntarily gave up our ceded rights to us to not harvest caribou for the better of caribou. We put caribou first. It's 30 years now, going on 30 years, and we're at a point where we have a feel-good story that we have brought back these caribou. They're at the point now that we are actually talking about how we are going to start a cultural hunt in some ways. It took 30 years. This is caribou. I mean, and they're on land, and we could study them a lot easier. We are at a point now where we need everybody. Like I said, I don't know if the public heard this, I brought this up before, that we need everybody, not one government organization or two. We need every tribe, every citizen, every person, every government authority that is involved with salmon to get on board. Every single one. Every person in this room. And to put salmon first. That is what we have to do. And we got to fight, you guys. We have to fight. we're going to have to struggle. We're going to have to sacrifice. But that's what I believe that we have to do. And again, I just wanted to thank everyone for this process and give me the opportunity to talk on behalf of First Nation advisors and and welcoming that voice at this panel. And also, I really appreciate that we're going to have the Traditional Knowledge Committee to work with the JTC to advise this panel. And that was my first speech to start doing that. Goodness cheese, everyone, and everybody have safe travels home. And again, thank you for your hospitality.
Dennis? No? Okay. Roger.
Yes, I do like to thank the US for accommodating and hosting in person the meetings that needs to happen for a long time. I got off, my term ended in March last year. And I reapplied for reappointment. And I said, if I ever get back on, I'm going to make sure that I put TK up in front. And it's good to hear that we're going to work towards it. The reason why is that we've been relying on Western science to manage the resource and salmon for over hundreds of years. And you look at where we're at today. And First Nations, Indigenous, Natives alike been managing our people with salmon for millions and millions of years. Everything was going good. Back where I come from, the first contact was 1840. Before that, the salmon was abominable. Traditional lifestyle, way of life was in full-fledged. That's before 1840s. And if you look at it today, where are we? Both countries did a lot of sacrifice these last 4 or 5 years. Back home, we have 26 fish camps that are completely empty for the last 3-4 years. No salmon. Our little grandchildren, great-grandchildren keep asking when we're going back to fish camp. We can answer them. That is why traditional knowledge is so important at this crucial time. And I'd like to see it go forward. So with that, I'd like to thank you all. Thank you.
Mr. Coacher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps maybe just some closing remarks, pulling together the comments provided by our Canadian panel members and advisors, and reflecting on the past number of days where we've received many presentations and we've heard public testimony. We've heard about local observations and science, research and traditional knowledge. And We've had the opportunity to ask questions and start to try to answer those questions as to what is happening to the salmon, and even to look to the future, perhaps asking the question of when can we start fishing again. So reflecting on this and acknowledging where we find ourselves, it's clear that Canadian origin Yukon River salmon stocks are in a state of crisis. In Canada, traditional knowledge has been telling us this, telling us that this time would come, and now science is confirming that this is our current reality. This week's meetings have involved some difficult conversations over the decline of salmon and what can be done, the hardships experienced by the people in Alaska and in Canada. From the Canadian delegation's perspective, the time has come to change our thinking, the way we view this problem. We need to shift our focus on putting salmon first, as my colleagues have said. We acknowledge that this will require both sacrifice and long-term commitment from people up and down the Yukon River, from the tribes in Alaska, the First Nations people in Canada, the subsistence users. It will be difficult, but putting salmon first means taking action now. We need to move forward through this process and other similar processes in Alaska and in Canada with a shared vision, a shared commitment, a shared goal to put salmon first. And we need to do this to enable salmon stocks to recover so that one day they can return throughout the watershed and be abundant as they once were in the times that Roger tells us about. So over the coming weeks and short months, as we return to our home communities, I'd ask that you reflect on the shared objectives, what we have in common, and the need to recognize that there's many factors that are influencing the current state that we find ourselves in. But the time has come for the shared commitment to put salmon first. So with that, I would like to thank Alaska for hosting the 2022 Yukon River post-season meeting, to all of our delegates for your participation and dedication over the past number of days being away from your families and your home communities. I know that commitment is reflective of your passion and your commitment to putting salmon first. So I wish you all the best over the holiday season, and we look forward to meeting again in the very near future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you, everyone from Yukon Territory that took your time, effort, money, and energy to join us here at this meeting. Thank you to the Canadian delegation for putting the time, effort, and energy and all the planning that goes into putting these meetings together. It's really wonderful that we're meeting together in person again in that regard. I look forward to the continuation of that. Just last night's reception, not just with panel members, staff, and delegation members, but the public, and the opportunity that represents is something that's been missing, I think, from this process for the last several years, and it's a welcome return in that regard. At each of these meetings, whether it's in person, whether it's virtual, and so on, what I'm always left with and what I come away with is how there's such a commonality between everybody and what brings us here. And it is putting those salmon first. It is what motivates us. It is what brings us to the table year after year, month after month in that regard. And I think there's a lot of differences in how we go about solving this crisis and finding solutions. But I am heartened by and encouraged by the fact that we continue to come to the table, that we continue to have these discussions, that we continue to try and find solutions to these problems. And I'm encouraged both for the future that we will continue to do just that. As Mr. Co-Chair said, I look forward to our next meetings. continuing to have those conversations, trying to find that common ground, find that consensus, whatever word that you want to put on it. But I know that it is the underlying motivation for all of us, and it gives me hope that we'll find that consensus and that common ground. So thank you all for coming. We will conclude and adjourn our Yukon River Panel session for this day, and we look forward to future conversations and meetings. Thank you.